Hello everybody and a very warm welcome on this sunny afternoon to round number 6 of the GRENKE Chess Classic. I'm Jan Gustafsson and I'm thrilled to be joined once again by former World Championship finalist Leko Peter is here with us. Peter, which one are we looking forward to today?
Well, I think to all of the games, definitely a very interesting game is the Aronian Hou Yifan, as Levon is in a very good tournament situation, but he has the white pieces, so he I guess really want to go after it because that would almost seal kind of his tournament victory. Another very interesting game is Arkady Nairic against Magnus Carlsen. Magnus has won yesterday, so he is now in, I think, a good mood, but he very much understands that he still has to win today in order to fight for first place. The same goes for Arkady. He lost yesterday, and I know Arkady always, whenever he loses, then next day he wants to bounce back, especially if he's white. So I think we will witness a very interesting game there.
Yeah, Arkady, one of very few people, I would guess, that has defeated Magnus Carlsen in back-to-back games. He defeated him in 2015 in this very tournament. Very sharp game in the Pierts, and then he went on to win again in the Olympiad, I believe was that? Was it also 2015?
No, 2014.
Maybe it was 2014.
Maybe that was before,
he first
yeah.
won in Tromsø, and then he won again in Baden-Baden. So Magnus has a tiny plus score against Arkady Nairic, 3 victories for the world champion, 2 for Arkady Nairic, but this will be a big fight no matter what. Then we have the 2 German participants for whom things haven't been going great so far. Matthias Bluebaum with the white pieces against Fabiano Caruana. The typical situation, the favorite 150 points high rated Fabiano Caruana with the black pieces has to evaluate how much risk does he want to take in order to mix up this game. What's your approach when you play against a weaker player, let's say 150 points with the black pieces? Do you stick to your guns or are you willing to change your openings?
Well, actually, that's one of my biggest problems, that I don't really feel comfortable in that situation. Usually I prefer to play my systems, and I very much hope that my opponent just wants to play a game, and then basically you can just focus to play normally. But if then suddenly you feel that the opponent just wants to make a draw, already it's very difficult to change because you already kind of played an objective opening. Then you have to continue playing objectively, and then it's a very big chances that the game will end in a draw. And that's kind of the mind game before the game, yeah, that you never know what your opponent's intentions are. Maybe they just want to play a normal game, then there is no reason to switch. But if I would be told before the game that my opponent wants to make a draw, then I would definitely consider doing something else.
I understand. Just for the record, whenever you play me, I always want to make a draw, but you normally find a way to win, so that's not the main concern. Similar situation, but with colors reversed in MVL versus Georg Maier. Georg Maier, yeah, had a tough game yesterday where he was worse, I believe, out of the opening after 5 moves with white against Magnus Carlsen, which, yeah, doesn't happen too much. Today he's black against the ever well-prepared MVL. What are we expecting here? Some Rubinstein French, maybe?
Yeah, probably, but actually, I believe that after yesterday's disaster,
Some clapping now. Sorry.
Georg is really motivated to show his best, because yesterday game was kind of a little bit embarrassing with the white pieces not to get out of the opening. So I believe he is gathering all his energy, and he really wants to focus on this game. However, of course, Maxim is white, and he wants to progress further in the tournament. So we will see.
Yeah, Maxime was set back by an early loss against Arkady Nairic. He's since crawled back into the tournament a bit, but he desperately needs a win today as well.
Yes, yeah, definitely. I mean, then he bounced back immediately after the first loss, but then he lost another game to Levon, and then it's another win against Hou Yifan. So okay, he has won a couple of games as well, so he will be really motivated to.
Let's see what he does. E-pawn. Georg Maier, by the way, continuing the fashion trend of wearing green shirts, very popular among the players. We've seen Fabiano Caruana sport one in back-to-back rounds. Levon Aronian with some very confusing lime green shirt. Georg goes for a little darker darker shirt there.
And there
he
we
goes
have
for
the
French.
French. Yeah.
And the Frenchman goes for knight c3, no knight d2, funny business, but it's very likely that Meyer will take on e4
That's what happened already.
and play his favorite Rubinstein. Very solid line, which he studied in great detail. He ran into some trouble earlier in this tournament against Fabiano Caruana with it, where Fabiano had some nice novelty, right? Some bishop h4, or I can't recall.
Yeah, I
the
mean,
details.
somehow I think the whole plan was new. Whether exactly which move, c3 or bishop g3 was the main move, or the new move, it's hard to say, but it was a really new concept, and it got Georg out of his balance.
I have a feeling Georg is not going to treat this position like your countryman Richard Rapport, who likes this system. But
Does he?
Georg,
Yeah.
Yeah, he plays this.
I thought he is doing it
queen to d5.
in the Caro-Kann.
Also, but he's played this as well.
Ah, here as well.
It's an interesting line. Rapport, of course, one of the more creative opening players.
But lately he has also started to play more and more natural.
He's becoming a bit more
Yes.
solid. But Meyer always plays knight to d7, intending knight to gf6, the main line. Let's see what Neidich is up to, because he seems to like this London system, which he played against Georg Meyer. Very complicated game in that one. And it's not the typical opening you would expect against Magnus Carlsen. First of all, Magnus has done this himself. Secondly, you will think a sort of freestyle game is not what you want against the world champion. But Arkady is never afraid of anybody.
Yeah, Arkady is never afraid of anybody. He's never afraid of any different type of positions. And also he has been facing some problems against e4, e5. Lately, I don't think that he has been working so hard on his openings. So maybe for that reason he decided that just instead of this Vienna what he tried against Fabiano, then why not to play the London system? It's just a game. And okay, it's a little bit tricky. This d4, knight f6, bishop f4. We don't see this so often.
We see it more and more, though, these days. And there's a lot of interesting questions. Like, Magnus played g6, which is a natural move. One big question is, after c5, which move do you play? e3, then there's queen b6. Do you play d5? Do you go dc5?
Probably d5, yeah.
d5, I believe, is a critical move. But it also, you need to be a certain type of person to go bishop f4 and then d5. But Magnus has played g6. Once again, it's going to be interesting if Arkady just wants to play some sort of classical London, knight f3,
no,
e3,
he went
h3.
knight c3 already.
But he's going for this another trendy line, knight c3, threatening e4, because most guys don't want this position, even though Magnus has played the Pirts in the past against Arkady. Not today, though. And after d5, the trendy line has been queen to d2, going for a very quick bishop h6. Looks very artificial to me, to be honest, but people have been doing this with decent results, as far as I know.
Yeah, I believe that there was a time when people were considering that d4, knight f6, bishop f4 is not that accurate because it allows black to play g6.
Mm-hmm.
And many people were saying that if you want to play anti-Grünfellow, anti-King's Indian, then better you go second move knight f3, and after g6 you still have the option of developing the bishop to g5. That was more traditional. And that's why once people wanted to start switching to bishop f4 setups, no, here bishop g5 would be the logical. That if white starts with second move knight f3, then after g6 he prefers to go bishop g5.
Sorry, I'm too distracted by Magnus's hair to listen to anything. What is going on there?
Yeah, probably he just woke up too late. Maybe.
I mean, I understand people are going for this out of bed style, but this is, I don't know, this is hosting birds in your hairstyle. Wow. Maybe he got upset that too many people said he looked like Jon Ludwig Hammer, so he's trying to have like 3 times the hair of Jon Ludwig Hammer to get rid of these comparisons. But that is impressive. It looks like, what are these hats called that Russians wear in winter? Wow.
You are very good at this, yeah?
No, I'm just shocked. Like, Leningrad Cowboys is the last time I've seen this hairstyle. Whoa.
But I'm pretty much impressed by the speed they are playing this position, because...
Okay, let's get back to this. Is actually interesting too, because there's some pawn on h4, but we have to revisit that topic.
Yeah, so on third move knight c3 happened. black plays d5. In all times, this position was simply not really analyzed because you just feel that this cannot really be good for white. But chess has changed, and once you start digging into this position, you find all kinds of new ideas. And now already people are claiming that the knight on c3 is not that badly placed. In fact, some people will like Jobava is a big fan of this knight c3.
I don't know how you feel about this, but I'm a purist. I feel this knight is blocking my c-pawn, which I need to fight for the center. I don't like it.
I think my comments so far also clearly indicated that I'm not such a huge fan of, but I also understand that it has a merit. So
one interesting thing that Jobava pointed out, like this position looks a bit strange, to my eyes at least. It doesn't look natural. But if you compare it with...
the Chigorin, yeah?
No. This position. Here white's setup looks perfectly natural. And you could argue it's the same thing. It's just a mirage. Of course, it's not really true, because your king can castle here. Well, it's much tougher to go to the other side. But we would never say, what a strange arrangement of pieces, when it's really the same thing.
Yeah, okay, but somehow it still doesn't feel natural to me.
I understand. I agree, because yeah, here we're not preparing castles. But I thought it was an interesting point. Anyway, h4 played by Arkady, and it seems like Magnus thought this was a threat. Let's say you castle h5, knight h5, I guess rook h5. Could be dangerous for black, no?
Yeah, this one looks very dangerous. In fact, might be just very bad.
I agree.
But okay, you don't you don't give such chances. And really, Magnus himself had been playing this in the Doha World Rapid and Blitz with white. So I think not with h4, but by the speed he answered this h4, it probably meant that he was kind of thinking about this position already, probably from the white side, because otherwise to play instantly h5 is kind of surprising.
Is a tough move to make, right? Because we're taught in chess school that you have to think twice about this h5, because it's going to be much harder to deal with a knight on g5 or on e5. You can never really kick it anymore with f6 or h6. So it's not the standard reaction. In fact, some people, if they're really afraid of h5, they like to go h6 in similar positions. Maybe not here.
Yeah, not
but it's
here,
interesting that Magnus blitzes this up.
Basically, one important idea is here for black. There are two different type of possibilities to go for the c5 plan, or with c6, and then maybe bishop g4, try to change the bishop for the knight, which develops to f3, and then already you get rid of this knight e5 option, and then you try to go some knight bd7, and then maybe this g4 square will be more useful for black,
right.
to play knight g4 and then e7 e5. That's one idea. Another idea is just to go for this c7 c5, trying to break the center.
Actually, that's probably the move, without knowing this position. The first move I would think about here is c5, just.
But it's still the question if h5 is a
still,
question or not, yeah, because it might.
Possible.
And knight takes h5 is kind of forced. And then anyway, this rook h5, gh5, queen h5, followed by long castle. Now the d5 pawn is slightly weak.
This is very fast.
It looks quite interesting for white.
Anyway, after h5, knight is played bishop e2. His point must be that knight f3, you don't want to allow bishop g4, getting rid of this knight. So he starts with bishop e2, and then he wants to follow up knight f3, bishop g4, knight e5. Let's see what Magnus does.
Yeah, now c5 looks very natural. Now c5 looks very natural because white has lost a little bit of a tempo with half tempo with bishop e2. Once you already included h4, h5, I don't believe that white is really planning to castle short, or at least, okay, white can clearly castle short, but it's not something that really frightens black. So we will see.
One thing I'm always curious about after c5, knight b5 sometimes can be a bit of a nuisance, threatening.
Yeah, I have to go knight a6.
If we have to go this, it's sometimes hard to release the tension here. White just plays c3, a4. For black, it's tough to get this knight into the game.
Yeah, okay, but maybe I don't need it so much, because you also limit your play with knight b5. I can just castle, then go knight e4, bishop f5. Yeah, my knight on a6 is slightly awkward, but all my other pieces are quite good. And finally, what is white's setup? Because without h4, h5, white could try to expand on the king side with h3, g4 or something. Okay, Anyway, after knight b5, I don't think that you want to castle long, so you will probably go for short castle. Okay, just a complex game. Yeah, it's hard to
position,
judge. Yeah. Really strange position. Yeah.
But maybe black is also in time to just start with castles.
And see how you react, yeah.
Knight f3, c5, now knight b5. I don't need knight a6 anymore. I'm sure I can go knight c6,
Knight c6
or whatever. I'm making stuff up, but this should work for black somehow.
Yeah, should, yeah.
b8, worst case scenario. There's always some e5 idea. We'll see. We do get our typical non-standard game. Which game would you like to see? Levon's maybe?
Yeah, let's go to Levon's.
Oh, this is interesting. This line I know a little bit about.
Then tell us.
This knight bd7, of course in this position black has like 15 legal moves. Bishop e7, bishop b4, c6, c5, dc4. Knight bd7 used to be considered not so precise because after bishop f4, d takes c4, e3. In the old days they played knight d5 here, takes, 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 and white is a little better. Or knight b6, takes, white is also a little better. And this was never a popular line, but recently, the last couple of years really, and I think I was one of the first to face it, they started playing this move b5 in this position. And even though it looks strange and the computer doesn't like it at first sight, it seems it leads to a very complicated game. I've had this against Knightage, and it leads to some fascinating lines where some of the best theoreticians, I believe Vichy has been playing this, have managed to equalize with black. So white had to start looking for new ideas. And, well, this move has always been around, but Giri has been one to play it consistently.
Yeah.
Let's move queen c2. When black once again has a choice. If he goes, let's say, bishop e7, white can change his mind and go for some Carlsen structure, which not everybody likes with black. And if you go c6, this is what Magnus Carlsen has played. All of a sudden, after e3, we could land in semi-Slav territory. But the critical move, or I always thought the critical move, is to take this pawn on c4. And the game all of a sudden becomes very sharp after e4.
Yeah, e4, c5. Yeah.
e4, c5, this has been played. And here I'm surprised, because Levon Blitz thought bishop takes c4. I thought the critical, or the main move, was d5 in this position. When I can't remember a lot of details as usual, but something along those lines. And things got very crazy, but white was supposed to have a lot of pressure here. I don't know if bishop takes c4 immediately, I think so. Well, I'm sure both players know more about this than me, but it's interesting that Levon chose not to play d5, but bishop takes c4.
It reminds me a little bit of some Vienna, yeah? Okay, the
Yeah,
bishop is
but,
not on b4, but the structure is...
And it's a bit similar to Levon's game yesterday, where against Knightage. In general, in these positions, if black manages to develop his pieces, he's fine. But there is some if factor, because white has some lead in development. You have to worry about some bishop takes e6, or sometimes a quick onslaught, castles, rook d1, bishop f4, knight b5. So it's very non-standard sharp position, even though you could say the structure is symmetrical, it's boring. It's actually quite sharp, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it's not boring at all. It's full of nuances, and move per move calculations are required here. Question also went to, I mean, black should play a6 sooner or later with cd knight d4 a6.
Right.
Looks kind of natural. Castle, can I go knight e5?
This was also
or knight b6?
Yeah. You probably can, no?
Yeah, so maybe you cannot castle just like that.
Then if I have to spend a tempo defending my knight, it's already not ideal. Bishop e3. I don't want to do that.
Yeah, but you have to do something. Or just to come back.
Much.
No, bishop e6 hard to begin. But if you just go back bishop e2, it feels a little bit slow.
It's not so aggressive.
Yeah, no, it's not so aggressive, but...
Like sometimes you can do something like this.
Yeah, castle bishop
e3,
e3 and then play on the center and the queen side.
What else is there? This also doesn't feel so natural somehow.
Yeah, it's
some
still...
knight g4s, and it's not the square I want this bishop.
Yeah, unless you really know that bishop takes c6 is kind of a threat now, but for that you really need to be prepared.
Maybe though, because yeah, if this bishop moves, then bishop e6 is coming.
Yeah.
It's interesting. Here. Such a position.
Yeah, this
Can
one
be good
feels
for white.
dangerous. Yeah, knight d5 coming next. This looks, in fact, very, very dangerous. But okay, b5 is probably too much.
Yeah, I was looking for a move. Like queen c7 you could play, of course, but it also doesn't feel correct somehow. Knight g4 also feels like too much, right?
Okay, you can maybe just go bishop d6.
d6.
I don't know if that is...
Takes queen e7 and nothing special. Okay, I'll pretend to be aggressive.
Yes. No, this is possible. This is principle. Maybe I have to go to e7. I don't really want to go to e7, but maybe I should. Yeah, and then f4.
4 knight g4. Looks very shaky for black.
Yeah, looks very shaky. I don't know. I'm not liking it. Somehow this bishop d6 is always double-edged because it can...
It's always a turn.
It can be very well placed if black is in time, but it can also just turn out to be wrong.
We'll find out. Hou Yifan clearly surprised by
maybe it's
bishop
a
takes
rare,
c4.
very rare move. Yeah, bishop.
Well,
takes
d5 is supposed to be the absolute main line for sure. And let's see the last game, Bluebaum Caruana, where somewhat interestingly to me, Fabiano played the Queen's Gambit accepted. I'm not saying because it's a strange opening, and I even know that he's been doing this recently. It's just white has many options to be extremely, extremely solid in these lines. And I thought Fabiano would try to play something sharper to put pressure on Matthias Bluebaum. But it's easier said than done, as usual.
Yeah, and also by looking at the games of Matthias so far in the tournament, you don't really get the feeling that he wants to change pieces. So it's quite logical. Finally, what happened in the game against Magnus also, it was just a big fight. I mean, all the pieces were on the board. And also against Levon. I mean, Matthias just wants to play chess. He clearly understands that this is a fantastic opportunity to learn a lot. And the more interesting battles he's playing, the more he's learning out of them. So I don't think that counting every point or every half point is the right strategy for Matthias. It's really much better just to play and learn as much as possible. Finally, once you get stronger and stronger, the points will come automatically.
I do agree. My point is not that white is playing for a draw, but that if white plays either dc5 or the move he played in the game, b3, white can be extremely solid while playing a normal game. You actually can play for an advantage here, but you're still taking very little risk with white. And therefore, yeah, it's slightly surprising. Anyway, b3 has been played. This is a move that 5 years ago no one played, but it's become very fashionable. I've just played it in the Thailand Open, made an expert draw against a 2200 player. I got nothing with white after b5. But the point is, whenever black takes on d4, you want to, well, even queen d4 is a move here, but knight takes d4 is normally the idea. Then develop the pieces very fluidly. When this bishop gets hit with b5, it always weakens the black position. The bishop can go here. And it has turned out that this is not so easy for black.
Yes, and also computers started to like b3. Yes. That's the reason why it got so popular. Because it looks like quite a harmless move, and if it's not backed with a computer evaluation of some 0.20 or 0.30, then people will not really consider it seriously. But once you see that all the main lines are more or less 0 and suddenly b3 gives you the 0.20 or 0.30, then automatically your attention switches to this move.
No, I believe, I saw some guys like Vityugov started winning some games here.
Yeah, he won against Chava Balog in the World Teams in 2015, and that was a very important win for Russia against us.
Interestingly, if Fabiano decides to play b6, not b5, my game was something like b5, bishop e2, bishop b7. Something like, I can't remember, something like this. And the drawback of b5 is supposed to be that after a4 you need to answer some questions. b4 is not ideal, even though you could argue how big a problem it is. And after queen b6, these things can become a little shaky. So Fabiano's idea is not to give a target and play b6, bishop b7.
Yeah, somehow b6 feels high class. I really like this move. I mean, because usually you have played a6, everybody expects you to go b5, but you feel like, no, a6 is just a really useful move, and I just gonna continue playing b6 and then bishop b7, and finally, if I don't give you a chance to get a target, then how you really gonna prove that this one tempo that you are probably ahead, or maybe 1.5 tempo, you can really make something out of it?
Yeah,
because I'm very solid.
Fabiano changed his tune. He's had this position against Anish Giri in a recent game where, if I recall correctly, he went cd4. And that one, knight d4, bishop d7, something like this. And he managed to make a draw, but Giri got a little pressure.
This is really interesting that Fabiano, I think, between like 2012 and 2015 has almost exclusively played the Grunfeld with black, yeah? And now basically it seems like nobody really knows what to do against the Grunfeld, and suddenly Fabiano has given it up. I just don't know whether he really went so deep into the details that he discovered some problems, or he just decided that he wants to switch and try to experiment with different openings. It's kind of a mystery for me.
Yeah, I don't think he thinks the Grunfeld is bad. Probably was more about growing as a player that he started adding. Well, he's been playing all kinds of things, right? The Queen's Gambit declined, the Slav, now this Queen's Gambit accepted. I think he's just trying to mess with different positions. Maybe it's
Yeah.
also the bad influence of Rustam Kazimchanov.
That's what I wanted to say. That I'm not sure if it's a bad influence, but simply Rustam is such a great opening expert, and he knows almost all the openings extremely well. So if you have such a second, then you really feel like, why not to try to surprise the opponent in each game and come up with new systems? Because when you are working alone, you like to polish your systems in which you are feeling comfortable, and you already know that you know almost all the details, and even if you are faced with some new problem, you will be able to solve that over the board because you have all the experience and you have the understanding of the position. But working in a completely new field, it requires time. It also requires that you have to rely on the computer, and usually I read somewhere Svidler was stating, and I fully agree with him, that once you work on a new opening, it's ideal to work it over the board, because you really have to get a feel for it, that how you would like to treat this position, and then compare it how theory is going and how computers are evaluating the things. While if you are playing something that you have always played, then you don't really need the chessboard, because you already feel everything where the pieces have to go.
Sounds like a typical Svidler excuse not to do any homework to me. Like, no, this you really have to try out over the board. Come on, Peter.
No, but
We all
before the
know what you're up to.
candidates, no, but before the candidates, he was, or after the candidates, he was revealing his secret, how he was working all these Slavs and things like this that he had been. Okay, you know him much better, so you might know the truth. I just rely on the fact what I was reading.
I'm joking. Shout out to our friend, Peter Svidler, who, yeah, he doesn't get a lot of credit as a theoretician, or maybe he just doesn't get it from me. But he's actually, for these candidates, he puts in a lot of work, and he never comes empty-handed, because if he's
Definitely.
motivated, like he does his stuff.
Yeah, and okay, for example, in e4 openings with white, maybe you don't respect it so much because you don't play e4, but I know that he is playing all the best lines,
But
and
he's
that
playing
requires
one c4 every candidates tournament, right?
Yeah, maybe in the candidates, but in the meantime, during tournaments, he always plays e4, and he plays it very well. And also in the Spanish with white and with black, he is armed with such
No,
a
of
big
course.
knowledge that maybe not even just opening knowledge, but simply understanding of all kinds of structures, all kinds of positions. It's always wonderful to follow up his comments to all these games that he's commenting on.
Absolutely. Shout out to our friend Peter Svidler. And I shouldn't trash talk too much, because then I won't be able to beg during Thailand Open that he tells me what to play. And so what can we say about this position? After bishop b2, bishop b7, the natural white move is knight b2, but I've been thinking after knight b7, I'm not sure what my next move is actually. Because playing bishop e2 voluntarily feels a little sad. And it's
Exactly.
not obvious what I'm going to do. dc5, but normally you want to wait until this bishop at least moves to go dc5. So yeah, it's not that clear to me. Like, you can always play a setup like this. Put the queen on e2, and of course white is super solid, but it doesn't feel like you're challenging black all that much.
Yeah, I mean maybe a rook c1 waiting move makes some sense after knight bd7.
Oh yeah, so
Just
small
to see.
improvement. Then if the bishop moves, then dc5.
Yeah, whether that really makes a big change, we don't know, but at least it feels smart.
Right.
Okay, maybe we should switch to some other game because more action is happening.
Let's see what MVL is in store against the Rubinstein.
Yeah, he plays the main line.
And of course, Georg is a big expert, but he's a bit of a sitting target here as well, right? It's not a surprise. Like Maxime, this is what he's been preparing this morning, I would assume. Is this all theory?
This is all theory, and queen d3 is supposed to be the key move of the position.
What do you want? Just rook d1, rook e1?
Yeah, I mean the point was that you want to go rook a d1 quickly, and that's why you have to find a good place for the queen. But queen d2 runs into knight e4, and queen e2 you can't play, and you don't want to waste time for c2 c3. So basically, that's
Nice trick.
that's the point. So queen d3. Usually here, I think players were playing queen b6 in the old times when queen d3 appeared, and it turned out that with queen d3 this queen b6 is not so good.
Okay.
I already don't know exactly how, but
Maybe this?
this was not right.
Probably not this.
No, but it was not right. Yeah, this queen b6. So bishop c5 played. I think this is a very direct idea and probably a preparation by Georg. I can't recall this ever
A1
happening.
and e5. This is not what you do. You see this for the first time. He's also hardly spent any time, so clearly following his
Preparation.
homework. Yeah. What I can tell you is that knight f5 is a mistake. So where does the knight go? To b3? What options do we have?
I mean, the problem with this main line from the white side was that I always thought that since this is the latest trend and the fashion, if black keeps on playing the Rubinstein, it probably means that this is the first position he has really studied. Because if you don't find a good way to equalize or something that makes you feel comfortable, then you just don't really want to play the Rubinstein. But if like Georg keeps on playing it, basically forces him to kind of first solve this position. And now we will see that what did he come up with.
This is our queen takes d3. The rook d3 can go e4? I guess so, no?
Would be very natural.
I can't calculate.
There is also not so much to calculate. It's just
6
feeling-wise, it looks that it should be enough. No?
Here, worst case scenario, we can take with, I'm guessing, égalité.
Yeah, so probably c takes d3 should be played. And this is a very interesting structure because the pawn on d3 would be quite stupid, but here it serves a real purpose because black really needs this e5 e4 to block the f3 bishop, but after the pawn is on d3 this is gonna be really hard, and e5 pawn might be a target with rook fe1. So here black really have to be very precise, but it's probably doable if you are prepared.
It's nice if you can blitz out all the moves. Maxime blitzes out cd. This is the most natural square for the bishop,
Yeah,
as you mentioned. Then this could be.
But it really feels like with modern technology you are able to maybe work this out till something. Because if you don't work it out, you just don't go for it. As simple as it is.
What can we do? Some bishop g4.
Yeah, bishop g4, also knight g4 was a move or not?
Yeah,
but that
sure
looked quite
it looked
strange,
too funny,
yeah.
but
because maybe you just go rook e2 or
d4.
yeah, I mean no, knight g4, I just don't like it. Yeah, bishop g4 looks very natural, but okay, I take on e5.
I just thought your pawns are stupid enough that I
But I'm so active.
That is true.
I know this. I don't believe.
No. Okay.
No, so maybe you just have to protect the pawn with rook e8 first, because rook e1 was very good. But what is my next move? And after rook e8, you are still having all kinds of bishop g4s, bishop f5s.
If I go here,
d4. You can, yeah.
Maybe some questions to be asked.
Yes, we can, yeah. d4.
I didn't calculate after ed, but it feels like there should be
Yeah, then
something,
white
either
should be
bishop
better,
f6
yeah.
or takes knight d4. Both look nice.
My first feeling, I don't know if it's right or wrong, was that after bishop b6, look f1, I wanted to go bishop e6, sacrifice
Okay,
the pawn like this. But I did not fully believe that this is the way to draw.
And I believe
And
this
then
position has
rook
appeared on the board.
ac8 and rook ac8. I mean, just to give the pawns and try to activate your pieces and keep
Maya blitzes out h6.
h6.
He
This
has
is
seen
clever.
this position before.
Yeah, this
so
is
after
clever,
bishop h4, what does he want?
Well, okay, then h6 is really useful in a long run.
Now the question is if this is anything, but probably it's not a lot.
Yeah, and quite drawish.
Yeah. Normally the two bishops protect you from too much trouble, you know. I don't know, rook d8.
Yeah, this should be doable. Yeah. No, this white should not give up his bishop. And bishop h4, even bishop e3 is a move, just to change this. But you will not take. You will just keep it on b6 probably, because bishop b6 ab would activate your rook. And then the knight on b3 would be slightly out of the game for the moment, but later on after a3, knight d2, knight c4 is hanging in the air.
Do you agree that a knight on b3 is always misplaced?
Not always.
It was on b6. Someone said that. Some wise old man. Tartakov, Bogulyubov, one of those.
Really? Okay, probably he was just playing the wrong opening for, I mean, the right opening for that statement, yeah. Because usually that's how you draw such conclusions, yeah.
But I think it's true. In general, knights too close to the rim, they don't have a lot of squares to go to. You can't go to a -1, 4. But I'm sure there are exceptions to this golden rule. Okay, boring. Georg Mayer seems well prepared.
No, it's
Let's
not
see
boring at all. It's very interesting, but okay, it's preparation.
Yeah.
Because if it would not be preparation, Black would never play like this. And probably
Very
that's
move by move.
yeah, that's the reason why probably also it never really had been played, because if it's not your main opening, you don't really feel like you have to dig here because it looks already sad enough. But if you feel that this is so important for you, and you dig until you make it work somehow.
Gotcha. I'm not sure if Arkadiusz or Magnus Carlsen dug very deep in this position, but they have a fighting position which they will both be happy with. And Magnus did what we thought. He started with castles, knight f3, and now c5, because now there's knight b5, or I'm not sure how big a concern this was. But in this position it doesn't feel like an issue anymore, since black doesn't have to react with knight a6. Yes. Maybe you can even go knight e8 if this really bothers you.
I mean, I liked your comment that probably both players are happy about it. I'm not sure. I mean, it's not always the case that the position that you get, both players are happy with. Sometimes both people don't really like it, but it doesn't really matter. You have to keep on playing. And that's what you got. You also understand that if you are not feeling so comfortable, it's probably the fact because it's just so unnatural position. Then also for your opponent, it's not so easy to understand. Yeah, I think Victor Korshner was saying that if it's complicated for you, it means it's complicated for your opponent. And that's perfectly true.
I'm still... So Magnus's hair is so distracting. Like, maybe it's just a chess tactic that he's forcing his opponents to look at this. First of all, they can't see his face, so they can never read his emotions. And secondly, they keep wondering, like, what's in there?
I don't know. I have some different theory. I mean, I
What's
don't
your
think.
theory?
Well, my theory is that somebody simply just wakes up too late and there is already no time to wash the hair and things like this, and dry it off. and then you just think that, okay, finally I'm anyway in a chess tournament, let me still do this little bit of preparation that I want to do, and okay, unfortunately it happened. Next time I hope to have more time. Yeah.
I don't know. I like my theory better, that this is a well-planned psychological attempt at Arkady Nidic's mental health. And Magnus very fashion conscious. I'm sure he's put thought into this.
You can ask him.
We will. Matthias Bluebaum, in the meantime, decided it makes no sense to wait for this knight bd7 when black is fully mobilized. Took on c5. And this is always an interesting question. Does black want to exchange queens and keep the option of castles, or is it better, as Fabiano did, to allow queen takes d8?
Yeah, this is a question. I mean, I'm not sure Fabiano is really happy with this sequence that the queens are.
But that's what I've been saying. That's the risk you take when you play the Queen's Gambit accepted.
Yes, but to be honest, I was really shocked that by following Fabiano's games in the US Championship, because he was playing many games there with the black pieces, and he was really taking game after game risk and risk
Big
and
chances, yeah.
risk. Yeah. And I was wondering that, wow, I mean, this is quite demanding, and he has also not always been so fortunate with his choices, and the same happened also here in the first round against Hou Yifan. Basically, Hou Yifan played the rookie one Berlin, which is very, very drawish, and Fabian already has proven himself many times in super tournaments that he is brilliantly prepared there, but all that means in that position that basically just probably know a forced way to draw the position. And in the first round he was clearly in the mood to try to mess things up, and we have seen how it ended. And maybe after that he just decided that, okay, why should I do this to myself? Let me just play normal chess, and if my chances are coming, then I will try to use them, and if not, then I will just play according to the position.
I'm on board with that theory. Matthias Bluebaum shows he knows the typical plans in these positions. Bishop e2 might look like a strange move at first sight, but it's actually very typical. Ideally, you want your knights to go to d3 and c4 to make life more unpleasant for this bishop. You also want to keep this option, and this bishop on c4 never does anything in these structures, so it's a very normal move to my mind.
Yeah, okay, depends that what happens now. If knight bd7, how are you gonna react? Knight d3, bishop d6.
Knight d2, you're in time to go
d2.
b5, yeah.
Maybe I'm in time to play b5. Yeah.
Now my knight is a little silly here, actually.
And then rook hc8.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then
Nothing,
okay, black has zero problems whatsoever.
So what else can I do? I can take, of
You
course.
can take, but I can also take with the knight.
This is not really hanging.
Yeah, and
Also
then
here.
okay, but this looks completely empty. Now, in fact, it's not clear who has tempest because the king on e7 is perfectly placed. Okay, I just bring the rook hd8, rook ac8, and
yeah, it's not much here.
Okay, there is nothing happening.
That's true.
So okay, probably we should switch to let's see Levon. Let's see Levon because
Dr. Levon. I know he's not a real doctor, but I feel like he has the gravitas of a doctor, right? If there were doctor titles or professor titles in chess, he'd have these titles.
Definitely.
So I feel like we should call him Dr. Levon.
Dr. Levon, yeah. Dr. Levon seemed to have out-prepared another opponent. Yeah.
Again, yeah, because Hou Yifan didn't dare to take on d4. Started with a6, but now d5, and things get very dangerous already.
Yeah, this feels very, very dangerous. It reminds me of yesterday's game of Levon, yeah? There also after move 10 he was already almost winning. And this is very far from winning, but it looks really promising.
Also, we look at the clock. Dr. Levon clearly still in book, and Hou Yifan spent more than half an hour. This is not a good spot for her. So let's see what's happening. She played knight b6. My best guess is b5, de6 is not something you want with black. Knight b6, Dr. Levon blitzed out bishop e2. Clearly not too worried about losing this pawn on t5. After e d5, what does white do?
Good question. Maybe e d5 just.
That's
And
what I
play
thought
like a
as well.
Petrosian system in the Queen's Indian. Yeah, there are all these Queen c2 lines with the pawn sacrifice. And
It's very
castles,
fast.
bishop g5, rook a d1, rook fe1.
Hou Yifan is shaking her head a little bit there. She's...
Okay, she's a little bit surprised, I guess. I also don't recall her ever play this knight b7 setup, because we already discussed yesterday that she's playing the Ragozin usually.
That's true. I'm not sure if she's played it before. I know some Chinese players have started playing this, but I never know like how connected they are. Sometimes they share coaches, but if some Chinese guy played it, it doesn't really mean that he's worked on it with Hou Yifan, so it could just be coincidence. I'm trying to recall who's employed this, but I can't. Maybe Bu Shangji played some game.
Yeah, I mean, Bu doesn't seem to be the person who is preparing that much. I mean, Ding Liren, Yu Yanji, Wei Yi, and those are the guys who are really Li Chao, Wang Yue.
No, not Li Chao.
No, Li Chao is also, I mean, with the Petrov, he's very well prepared in the Petrov.
Yeah, that's true. No, he's a very strong player. All these guys are very strong.
Yeah, all of them very strong.
Still, knight b6. Bishop e2.
Yeah, so
Now
okay,
you
let's
kind of have
take
to
a look.
take,
Yeah,
right?
you have to take. Yeah, so let's take a look at this ED. For example, if I just reject this taking the pawn, no, let me not take. First, let me go bishop e7. So you would go castles, I castle, rook d1, and now maybe, but knight e8. Okay, knight e8 was the move I was counting on.
If I had any chess culture, I would know it's time to go d6 already. Let me
Yeah,
try.
maybe, because knight takes d6, bishop f4 can be
Very unpleasant.
really unpleasant. Yeah. Yeah, the problem black is facing that if I would put my bishop on d6, then the pin with bishop g5 is very strong, and the knight on b6 is completely misplaced. Okay, then I would do bishop d6 right at the start instead of bishop e7, but that's why I didn't do it.
Yeah.
Because bishop g5, and then all these knight e4s. I mean, this really looks like a very good Petrosian system.
So I'm greedy. Can we just see for 1 second what happens here? Castle, yeah.
I'm not sure, because you have after castle some knight before bothering.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not sure. Maybe I should take. And how you take back? With queen or with the knight?
Good question. Don't like either, but
Yeah, exactly.
knight.
And that's the problem of facing something like this, what Hou Yifan is now having, that you actually don't know exactly how those lines are continuing. And if white is prepared, then he very much knows that, of course, if you do this, I will do that and that. And if you do that, then I will do this and this.
There's a lot of dangers looming. So bishop g5, rook d1, but even castle, yeah. I can't see a win, but I wouldn't be surprised if there was serious issues here.
Yeah, I mean, the rook d1 is coming, and this pin can be devastating.
Just to make
And then
some
you
moves
might
here.
lose a piece,
We are probably cashing in now. Take some queen f5.
No, then bishop e6. You can start with queen b3, then b5, bishop d5, c4. But then bishop takes e6 is already at least 2 pieces. And cb takes, and very important that bishop takes b3 protects the d1 square.
Yeah, this is
and that's it.
More or less winning.
Yeah. I mean, so this is just a line to illustrate the dangers, but this really feels very, very shaky for black. You can maybe start with bishop e6. That's what I saw. Yeah, bishop c4. I'm not clear. Yeah, she takes ed.
Takes d5.
Okay, there she had no choice. But now after ed5, you again feel like you have to spend another 10-15 minutes.
And Levon blitz out e5. I was wondering about this, but it
that was the other.
felt less dangerous, but if Levon blitzes it out, of course, that changes things. If
Well,
here,
it does feel dangerous, but
how does he follow up?
Maybe just castles.
Castles, bishop e7. Kind of want to go 95, but you can't.
Also, I want maybe about a4. You go d4 always. Yeah, so a4. It's a4. Then I have d4.
Still dangerous. Like
Yeah,
anything
still
here,
dangerous.
a5 or knight e4.
Yeah.
This actually could be a very dangerous position.
Yeah, this could be.
Because of castles, some knight g5s are coming, or a5, bishop c4. There's
Yeah,
many things in there.
Yeah, if you provoke d4, then
Who knows? Maybe black survives, but it doesn't look like fun. Here, g6, e6. Oof, so many ideas. What's your advice if you run into some clear homework like this and you're sitting there with black in a dangerous position? Do you try to calculate everything and do you spend half an hour here, or do you make a move and hope for the best?
well, I try to make sure not to run into something like this,
Sure.
because this is absolutely total nightmare scenario. After move 6 or 7, after bishop takes e4, she was like out of book, and in a position like this where every move counts, on the highest level you just cannot do this to yourself, because if you run into something like this, it will be very, very difficult to survive against one of the best players in the world. So I don't know if there is any good advice you can give in such situation already.
She's played knight e4. She's taken door number 2 to blitz out a sensible looking move, more or less. Hope for the best. And at least it probably got Levon out of book, because now white can probably just be better by recapturing the pawn, and therefore has to think of it.
Yeah, I don't think that he's out of the book after knight e4, but probably after knight takes e4, d4, queen e4, he's out of the book. By
there's enough problems. Here you quit, you know, the computer says whatever,
exactly.
040, so why would you continue?
Actually, I would feel that it's more than 040. I mean, it really looks like 060 to me, at least. If we already start
Okay, now we have to check.
to discuss those. Yeah, let's check it. Okay, you can check it. Now you can check it.
Oh, 035. Come on, come on.
Yeah, wow. Okay, queen d5, it's clear, only move.
49, we're going closer to your mark. But I'm still winning because I said, oh, 070. No.
Yeah,
go back.
No, I mean...
61, 58. Wow. There you see the class.
Okay,
54. Okay,
that's
you're
what I
still
wanted
winning.
to
50.
ask.
This is a draw. I had 40, you at 60. 50. Let's end it here.
What kind of computer are you using? Yeah, which
This
depth
is-
and how many kilonotes? Yeah,
This is Fritz 2.
Oh, no.
I actually don't know. I think it's Stockfish 7, but not on a very fast machine.
I'm not very fast. But...
Anyway, Levon took on e4 after brief consideration. And after queen e4, queen d5 is the engine move, which now we have that information.
Basically, it's the only move, because you just can't develop your pieces otherwise. The queen is so strong on e4, you have to challenge the queen, yeah. And it reminds me a little bit of some open Spanish. It's of course it's a really bad open Spanish, but still this queen d5 trying to challenge this. But I mean, yesterday's game for Arkady looked like a disaster in the opening. This also doesn't look much better.
Dr. Levon came with his homework done. He's crushing people in the opening left and right.
Yeah, but that was clear basically from the beginning, since he got these wide games against the lower rated players. It was a huge question that how they will handle Levon's preparation, because Levon had been not showing so many great ideas lately, because he was just playing always against the very best.
Yeah, and there he normally goes c4 and tries to get a game, but he's lethal with it.
Exactly, but it's clear that he is very well prepared, and if he feels that the opponent is not this guy who is like prepared at least 2800 level, because usually I think if you are preparing, you have to get close to 3000 level, because 2800 is just not enough with modern technology. I mean, these guys are definitely at least like Levon and all the super guys, 3000 or plus in the openings. So in order to compete with them, you have to be armed.
And yeah, this is also the one criticism people, or by people, I mean myself, have had about Hou Yifan's game, that in order for her to reach the next level to become a stable 2700 player, she needs to, in my opinion, become a little stronger in the openings, because she often finds herself in slightly unpleasant situations, which then she handles very well. But of course, we've seen it against Maxime, where she suffered in a slightly worse endgame right out of the opening. Okay, against.
Yeah, also it comes to mind against Mamedjalov in the Grand Prix in the last round.
Oh
Basically,
yeah, there
she
she got
lost
killed out of the opening.
out of the opening. Yeah,
Sometimes
so
happens to her.
because she's a great fighter, and once she gets
That's
a
what I'm saying.
decent position, then she's really playing well.
I don't think she's playing worse than the very, or well, you could argue about this, but she can play with anybody in a normal position. But it feels like she's giving too many odds sometimes out of the opening.
Yes, but this is double-edged because basically, if you are uh, paying less attention to the opening, this means that probably your practical skills are better. Because if you are using way too much computer in your preparation and also your brain is full with millions of variations, it's not so easy to be fresh at the board. So it comes at a cost. Also, the players who are usually very well prepared have them problems converting advantages because they just are already kind of tired before the game, so and relying on the computer to solve all kinds of problems for themselves. So it's very tricky. That's what makes the absolute top 10 guys really unique, that they have the fantastic preparation and they're also extremely good at the over the board play, and this is what you need in order to be like top 10.
Can't win. So hard. But yeah, I do agree with your point. And also, it's not only the converting advantages, but also the defending worse positions. If you're a theory nerd like I used to be when you're more active and then you end up in a bad position, the good news is it doesn't happen much, but the bad news is you're not very good at defending those. Well, for to Hou Yifan, it happens more often, but that's why we're saying she's a fantastic fighter, even in these
Exactly.
bad positions.
She is also used to those situations because if I guess for you also, I know for myself, if I'm getting finally out prepared, I'm really kicking myself that how could this happen, and you feel like you kind of lost the battle already. Not the game itself, but the theoretical battle, and it feels like your opponent was somehow superior to you, and you don't really wanna. Ah, my line happened. Yeah. I really felt that this has to be the 21st century play. You just have to ignore and go for the maximum.
Get the pieces out.
Yes, give the pawn, but
Monsieur Maxime did not take it instantly, but he went bishop g3. He wants to
bishop
capture with the
g3.
bishop. And rook ac8 played nonetheless. What's going on if takes rook c2?
Okay, you have rook e2.
Many moves.
Probably, but I mean, yeah, you have all the
Also
activity.
knight d4.
Yeah, you have knight d4, but
Or
knight
rook
d4.
b2 works. Eh?
I don't know, very hard to calculate.
What goes where? Maybe it doesn't work. It's not that hard. Yeah, it just doesn't work.
Yeah, doesn't work.
Because of rook f2, I can interrupt.
Yeah, probably also knight takes f8 was possible. I mean, any move is possible that does not blunder.
That's
Something
a good
big,
rule
yeah.
of thumb.
Yeah, because bishop c7 is also.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this does not seem to work.
And hang on after bishop takes d5. So I have all kinds of moves. I have rook c2. I have bishop takes b3 followed by rook c2, knight g4.
Maybe it's a quiet move, rook e8. Who knows?
No, but no, for quiet move I don't think you have enough time.
Okay, let's try a loud move. Takes here. Rook e2. But rook
Yeah,
e2
then
I
takes
can take.
rook e8. Yeah, exactly. This might be one of the points.
Guess I can take this. No?
Behind. Yeah, you can.
This looks like a typical computer homework. And then actually it's still 0-15. This is dropping.
You think so? Rook c2?
No, it's not. Yeah, draw. Would you end your file here?
Well, I would definitely end here. Yeah. I would end it a little bit earlier already. What I always thought actually that it's very tricky that when you play e4, then the possibility that a lower rated player is move per move better prepared than against 1d4. I always thought that this is the case because 1e4 leads to much more direct play and easier to work it out.
Is that true though? Like the Grunfeld play seems pretty direct to me on some semi-Slav lines, or actually in many lines. Queen c2 Nimzo is very move by move.
Yes, no, I understand, but still, I feel like you have, like for example here, Georg, he's a master of the Rubinstein, and okay, he knows all these positions and he has worked them out to a great deal. It's easier to do that than against 1d4.
Maybe. Then again, I don't know. What is the equivalent to the Rubinstein against 1d4?
Maybe the
Semi-Tarash,
semi-tarash,
maybe?
yeah, semi-tarash, yeah.
Play Gimeshi and he knows the semi-Tarash. That's not so much fun.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's a nightmare. Maybe. When Kramnik plays the semi-tarash, it's not such a disaster because in the worst case scenario, it's Kramnik and okay, draw, but
Also, he loses it sometimes, surprisingly.
sometimes, yeah. But probably because he plays way too many games with it, and then it's just natural for the statistics, yeah, that you have to lose sometimes.
No semi-Tarash in this game. This is not even a quarter Tarash, if you ask me. After dc5, queen a5. It's a mess.
Well, I even don't know if we can call it a mess. I mean, a mess is when we don't know how to evaluate it and everything is hanging or not.
It's equal.
I don't know. It's just something that hard to say. What is it? Yeah, I mean, feeling-wise, it seems that black is perfectly fine. And okay, what is? And then we come back to this: that what is this knight on c6 doing after all? I mean, compare this to a Grunfeld. Yeah, show it to a Grunfeld player.
Speaking of Grunfeld, maybe Akari has watched Magnus's game yesterday.
Yeah,
he remembers this maneuver.
Yeah, no, this is one of the only things that he can probably do. But since b2 is hanging, you are not really...
Not even threatening.
Threatening. I mean, I just go queen b6 and...
Yeah, and bishop e5, even knight c7. Maybe knight b7.
Yeah, bishop e5, knight b7, then knight takes d5. Can you take on d5? No, then I have knight takes e3, yeah? Knight d5, bishop g7, knight e3.
Zwischenzug, as we say.
Yeah.
In German.
The famous Zwischenzug.
Is your German or your English better? Or
my German.
German is better.
My German is much better actually.
Because you speak German at home most of the time.
I speak German at home, yeah. So for me, German comes very natural. But this Zwischenzug, I think even in Hungary, when I started going to chess club, Zwischenzug was taught to me when I was like age 7 or 8 already. I mean, and then later I heard intermezzo, and I also liked intermezzo very much. I think that's what I picked up when I was like 11 or 12, and intermezzo instead of Zwischenzug.
But is that the same thing?
Yeah, kind of.
Intermediate move, but intermezzo? Slightly different, no?
Yeah, but that's at least what we are using. Okay. I mean, for example, I also use a lot Desperado.
Desperado, I like.
Yeah, Desperado is just.
Desperado. The knight takes e3 is some sort of Desperado. The knight is selling his life for a pawn.
No, that's not a Desperado.
It is.
I mean, knight takes e3 is just the most natural Zwischenzug, yeah, but Desperado is in other positions.
I disagree, and I have watched the movie. Knight takes e3.
I really like to use those words because I think when you are working over the board with a partner, it's really nice to use some language, and you also have to try to motivate yourself and the other to have a nice atmosphere to keep on working, and it's very natural that you try to spice things up with such small
intermezzi.
Exactly, you see, I'm already laughing, yeah. Usually I'm not laughing that much, but such small things like Desperado, intermezzo are doing their job.
Yeah. The German words normally don't make people laugh, though they sound sort of nasty. Zwischenzug, Zugzwang, Zeitnot, all these Z words. Like, not a lot of laughs in there.
But I always wondered why people thought that the German language is not nice. To me, it was always nice. I don't know. Maybe because I have simply very nice memories of Germany right from my childhood, and it's close to my heart. But I never understood those complaints.
I don't know. I don't think it's the prettiest of languages. Like, I mean, it has a lot of words and a lot of history, so you can say nice things, but the way it sounds, like, I'd rather hear Italian or French or
No,
Spanish.
okay.
Or,
Okay, that's...
like, you're Hungarian, so I understand the bar is low. No offense, Hungarian viewers.
No, Hungarian sounds actually just brilliant. But...
Okay, actually, I enjoy the way it sounds. I like better than German.
And also it has a huge benefit that very few people really understand it.
Yeah. It's not connected to anything, is it? Anyway, we have a question by Julian Apostata, or Julian Apostata. Nigel Carlsen, I never thought it possible to see such a setup in a top tournament. Are the main openings exhausted? You haven't watched many top tournaments, have you, Julian? Like, this has been played all the time.
This one? No, bishop f4, yes, but exactly this hybrid knight c3 and then h4 somehow, this is completely new to me. Usually white is trying to play for some central break in this system. But we also haven't seen such positions on the highest level, yeah?
Yeah, that is true. If we don't count Jobava. Jobava and some Vike, I'm sure he's done something similar. But anyway, are the main opening
sure.
exhausted?
Not fully, but they are on their way. And it's, I think, quite natural for Arkady, for example, that he considers simply that, okay, why should I play something which my opponents have much more experience with? The only problem is that these top guys have experience almost everywhere because they have really started to, like Magnus is doing this in Rapid and Blitz, which already means that probably at home he has played hundreds of Blitz games for these setups because he always likes to feel comfortable what he is doing. So I'm not sure if Magnus was exactly the right guy to do this.
Only Magnus is not the type of guy where you think, okay, I need to take him out of book. He's all theory, right? It's more hard to say.
Yeah, but also I think he has a very funny image because people think that Magnus is not that good in openings.
No, he's
but
not that bad either. Like,
he's just
there is
brilliant.
work being done.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's just brilliant. I mean, what really surprises me or fascinates me that in the Blitz games, he is incredibly precise in the opening. So basically, if you are playing a 3 minutes Blitz game and you are able, you know, all the move orders of every strange setup also, this already shows that you are very well prepared.
Castles, queen takes c5. On the board. White is actually, I know the position looks funny, but it's kind of solid because he's controlling this e5 and d4 square, right? And so it's...
Yeah, but black won the opening battle. I mean, I think black has zero problems whatsoever, and it's also a beautiful position to play. You have no opening problems, very playable position, all the pieces on the board, and you really know that this position has potential.
Fair enough.
I mean, you can go rook d8, you have all kinds of, and this included h4, h5 seems to favor black now because
yeah, after you had to
square,
castle, like it's not ideal for white.
Yeah, g4 square is much more in black's hand than g5, and basically white cannot really use this g5 square. I mean, there is no point of placing the knight on g5. You have to control the central squares, while for black it would be just very natural to go bishop g4. So white needs some very special treatment here.
Here we go, knight b5.
Yeah, that's in the spirit.
Threatening knight c7. Pretty sure Magnus does not want to go knight a6 unless he
not
really has to. One question is here. Does black have anything better than a draw?
Yeah, this is a question.
My best guess is no.
Yeah, but it's already not something black wants in this position.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, knight b5 was a good move because it also indicates that the knight on c3 was kind of misplaced.
You can go knight e8.
Yeah, knight e8 was my first feeling. I mean, and I thought that you wanna go bishop e5.
All right. Doesn't look terrible to me.
Yeah, knight c6. Bishop g7, king g7.
No, whatever.
Okay, only that by exchanging these bishops, white also gained further stability.
Yeah, I don't think white is worse here.
Yeah, white is not worse at all.
e3, b4.
Yeah, no, changing these bishops is... Oh, knight b5 was a good move. Knight
Yeah,
b5
Magnus. Yeah, he's not gonna want to do that, but maybe objectively this is how it should all end. Okay, 8 and draw.
Yeah, but that's really something none of the players want.
It's not gonna happen.
No, it might even happen, but it's not something they are looking forward to. So they're definitely gonna try to.
Next question. Sorry. Can go a6.
Knight c7, rook a7, knight takes d5.
Knight takes.
Bishop takes b8. Rook a7, rook a8. Yeah, and bishop e5 again. This knight takes e3 at the end. Yeah.
Intermezzo.
The intermezzo. Yeah.
Good work.
Aha, so a6. Yeah, a6 then is a sympathetic move.
Of course, white can ignore it and go knight bd4, and the game continues. But then, at least the game continues.
Yeah, then it continues. Then maybe
knight.
Make
some fancy moves. Like...
Knight fd7.
No, knight
then
b3.
knight b3. Maybe also just bishop g4. Yeah. Knight e5, bishop e2, queen e2.
Égalité.
Strange position.
But black is fine, you know.
Yeah, black is fine. Black is perfectly fine. I mean, only black can be a little better. Maybe it's not better, but if somebody is better, then only black. Yeah, e6 is a nice move. So there is no way to punish a6? It seems not, yeah? But hang on, maybe I have some intermezzo. Let's go back to a6. a6. Knight c7, okay, let's try knight c7, rook a7. Does queen d4 make sense? Not really.
I thought about what takes knight c6 and your knight is kind of behind enemy lines.
It doesn't.
Matt Damon style. Yeah. No,
behind enemy lines was a good movie, I liked it.
Which one is that?
I think with Owen Williams.
I'm not sure I've seen it.
I mean Owen Wilson, sorry. Not Owen Williams, Owen Wilson. I mean it's a army movie in former Yugoslavia.
I haven't seen it. Normally Matt Damon gets stuck somewhere, like James Ryan, and then on the Mars, and like he always lost somewhere.
But why is that behind enemy lines?
So yeah, technically, the Martian is probably not behind enemy lines. That's true. People used to say that Magnus looks like Matt Damon, but I've never seen Matt Damon with
such hair.
Such hair.
Fair enough.
In the position, yeah, I don't see anything. I think a6 you might have to go.
Yeah,
knight bd4 or maybe queen d4.
Yeah, queen d4, but
queen c2, bishop d3. Maybe there's some intermezzi. Because generally, such an endgame, I believe white would be happy to take the queens off. It seems like.
Yeah, and then he can break the center easier. Yeah, with
c4
c4 and all this.
Fine.
Yeah, so a6, queen d4. Can you do some knight bd7? But okay, even then, yeah, this is perfectly fine.
Well, unless we can do something very specific. But...
yeah, knight g4 is nice. Yeah, looks nice for white. I mean for black, sorry.
Yeah, once again. Without h4, h5, h3 would be good.
Yes.
This is so distracting. Can we change the camera? I'm also wondering if Magnus was a 100-meter runner and he crossed the finish line with his hair first, would that count, or do you have to cross with your feet? Like, look at this. Why doesn't Usain Bolt have that hairstyle? His hair is like on the 6th rank, while the rest of his body is behind the board.
Yeah, but somehow I have the feeling that if Carlsen wins this game, then he doesn't care how his hair looks.
Maybe he does care, and it's gonna be like this every game from then on. A lot of questions to be asked there.
Yeah, let's go to Levon.
Levon is also asking some questions. Queen d5, queen f4 plate, bishop e7, castle, castle, very natural, rook d1, queen e6. And now it's time to show your cards.
Yeah, more or less all the moves had been quite natural. Yeah?
What do you want to do here? Bishop d3?
Yeah, bishop d3 comes natural, but then can you play queen g4? Yeah.
Me, yeah.
Exactly. And this is typical open Spanish business. Harassing the queen on these diagonals. And I could go knight g5, queen f5, queen g3. Can I do this?
Unpleasant.
Okay, you have h6.
Bishop g3.
Then queen g4. You still have this.
Still.
This is the defensive mechanism black is counting on, yeah? Yeah, so... that one is about to move. Now it's a very important moment, yeah. I mean, if white can come up with some very precise move, then black can be in real trouble. But if black managed to...
He's played knight g5.
Knight g5 played.
Queen f5 looks natural. Because takes, this is just good for one.
This is just
bishops.
bad, yeah.
So this looks very natural.
But do I? I know. I was thinking if bishop d3 is possible here, but it is possible. I don't know how much it gives. Yeah.
This doesn't work because
this doesn't work. Yeah.
We lose a piece. So
bishop f4, h6, knight e4 also looks quite promising.
Here it's but it's still unpleasant.
This is very unpleasant. Bishop is rook c1.
Yeah, this is bad. h6, knight e4.
And then the knight is heading to d6.
Still bad, yeah?
This looks very unpleasant. This looks really unpleasant.
Interesting.
But I don't know if black has any other choice. I mean, after knight g5, it doesn't really seems like... Oh, hang on, do I have queen f5, bishop d3, rook d8?
Whoa.
I cannot believe, but let's just mention
Tactics.
it. But you can probably just do something.
Can you?
Maybe you have... No, I don't know.
It's a nice shot.
Business.
Very nice.
It's a tricky because I thought that you can meet it with a stylish bishop e3, but then bishop takes g5 happens. Yeah? Because rook d3 will just lose. I know, even rook d3, bishop g5 is possible.
Point is, this doesn't work because of this, but...
But you have all the intermezzos, yeah?
Do we? Yep.
Yeah, seems to. So there is a rook d8 move, yeah? Hard to believe.
Nice shot though, easy to miss.
Yeah, you already think about all the finesses in the resulting ending. So knight g5, queen f5. If we assume that bishop d3, rook d8 works, then what else?
Queen g3. What do we do? h6, bishop d3, queen g4. Eh?
Yes, that was the line.
And here are there other moves. If not f3, still queen g4.
Then queen
probably.
g4, yeah. because when the knight is not landing on d6, then the endgame should be more or less fine.
Yep. Yeah, then nothing there, no?
Yeah. I mean, there is a nice line: knight h7, king takes h7, bishop d3, but you can take with a queen, of course, and bishop d3, bishop f5 just blunders a piece. I just wanted to mention because it was funny.
Unclear. What's going on?
Knight
Hou Yifan
g5,
back at the board, thinking.
Because if there is this rook d8 idea, then maybe there it exists also with queen g6, or not?
Here?
Yes.
Oh, the queen g6. Then you don't have these exchange
Yeah, then bishop
mechanisms,
d3,
like,
rook
or
d8.
something like this.
Yeah, but also bishop d3, rook d8, queen f3 is strong, yeah, because then you just maybe win.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. No, the queen has to be on f5, yeah, in order to control the.
So this looks forced.
This looks forced, and okay,
No,
white can
just
also
some
maybe just take queen takes f5, bishop f3 is also possible.
Sure. It feels a bit slow, doesn't it?
Yeah, feels a bit slow. And I can also do bishop f3 instead of queen takes f5. That's maybe a very natural move.
This I like.
Yeah, this one I also like.
Yeah, this looks like it keeps
this
pressure.
looks.
That's nice.
And then all the endgames are still there, and
still this.
And no cheapo, no rook d8 cheapo.
Yeah, it's a nice move.
Yeah, this in fact looks really bad for black.
It's probably because knight on b6 is always misplaced.
And in this position, definitely.
Queen f5 plate, and let's see. It's very possible this move is what Levon has in mind.
Yeah, it's typical Levon.
Very much in his style too.
Yeah.
To keep the pressure.
Because Levon is very good in attack, but if there is no direct attack, then he's also very good in just keeping the pressure with small little moves, improving the position.
He's very good at everything, but you know him well. What's your theory? Because he was clear world number 2 for a couple of years, really, like five years ago. He's dropped off a little bit, or nowadays he's still world class and he can win a tournament like this, but he's not set himself apart from the rest of the top 10 anymore. Do you think is the other guys getting better, or what's going on there?
Yeah, that's what I think. That's simply way too many players who can claim this number 2 spots, kind of. And okay, you have 1-2 tournaments which doesn't go that well. Also, somehow the other guys are younger, and for the younger players, probably it's easier to play one tournament after another. And now the top 10 players are basically traveling from one tournament to another since many years. So you need a lot of energy. I mean, with all these
Magnus,
Grand
this
tours.
is his second tournament this year, right?
Yeah, okay, but Magnus dropped out last year from the Grand Chess Tour in order to focus on the World Championship match. But otherwise, I mean, the top guys are playing way too many tournaments, so it's not so easy to do your preparation, relax, be fresh, so on. I think this is a little bit a problem also what Kramnik is facing, and that's why he's not playing so many tournaments, and he wants to keep his energy, and he knows that if he has the energy, then he's capable of beating anyone, and he's favorite. Favorite, not like favorite to win, but basically has nothing to worry about anyone in any tournament. So
gotcha. So you have to be more restrictive with how many events you're playing.
Exactly, yeah. But all these young guys somehow they handle these situations perfectly, and also those who play maybe the Grand Chess Tour plus the FIDE Grand Prix. This is plus some other tournaments. This is, I think, what Nakamura is facing, yeah, this year.
He's playing a lot, yeah.
He's playing a lot. Maxime is also facing the same, but of course, the FIDE Grand Prix with the stakes of qualifying for the candidates is really very important for the top guys. And we have seen like Wesley Saw Fabiano, Kramnik, Vichy, they are not playing. They are not playing the.
Is Levon playing?
Levon is
the Grand
playing
Prix.
the Grand Prix. Yeah, it didn't go well the first one, so now he really needs to play very well in the last two
Right.
stages for him to have a chance to qualify from there. But basically also the other guys, because too many players dropped out of the Grand Prix and not every one of them can qualify by rating. Yeah, so there is a really huge battle there for these two rating spots.
So what we're talking about is the candidates tournament where you can't qualify for a match against Magnus Carlsen. The system, I think it's unchanged probably. It's 2 spots by rating.
Exactly, and
it's 2 spots from the Grand Prix.
And
is that
2
correct?
spots from the
2
World
from
Cup.
the World Cup, the 2 World Cup finalists. Then 1 wild card, I would guess, organizes wild card. And I'm missing 1. That's probably the loser of the World Championship match.
Yes,
Kayakin is in
exactly.
already. So that makes 8 players, and of course that is the big goal.
Yeah,
all
so
the players.
basically from Kramnik, Maxime, Vesliso and Fabiano, those are the 4 candidates for the rating spots.
Right.
And only 2 of them can qualify. This basically also means that every single game played by them, they are under serious pressure because every rating point counts.
Are there requirements to play any games, or can Kramnik just say, I see you guys aren't doing so well, I'm just not going to play any tournament this year?
No, I think there should be some restriction.
There probably is some
How many games you...
activity rule. Huh?
Yeah, you have to play.
Let's show some activity and go through the ongoing games today. Georg Meyer, he's taken some time, so maybe his preparation is over. But he went down this line we looked at, bishop e5, bishop b3, takes rook c2, and rook f1, because rook e2, there was this tactic which we've seen. Rook d8, probably still homework, bishop b7, knight g4, bishop g3, rook b2, bishop f3. What is the status quo?
Okay, feeling-wise it should be fine for black. I mean, black has a very solid position. Probably black will get the pawn back, and
Knight f6,
then the 2 bishops in this position don't seem to be of such an important...
Nice.
I mean, it's not a huge factor. Usually the 2 bishops always give chances to fight for an advantage, but here it's somehow hard to believe. Black is way too active, and that bishop on b6 is really nice. I don't know if some bishop e5, rook b3, d4, maybe I can try to play, but I have knight d7 or not. Okay, but then you move back the bishop, maybe bishop, I don't know where, yeah. Bishop f4.
Game continues, yeah, but of course black should be okay.
Yeah, maybe this is also the best what white could get. I mean, already, if black is not able to liquidate by force, it's already kind of some achievement, because it really feels like black should be able to make a force draw.
I have a evaluation question. How is this position? Does white have any chances here?
I think so, yeah.
Probably. Yeah.
I think so, yeah. Here white has chances, yeah.
So we'll see if Georg Meyer, well, still has to solve some problems, or if he's just shown very good homework.
Definitely has shown, yeah, definitely has shown great homework, but maybe the game still continues. And Magnus has gone for a6.
He's a strong player. I like saying that when they see my moves. You know?
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, Giri. He has a choice. Queen d4 looked like a sensible move. Knight c7 we couldn't get to work. Okay, 7. Unless there's some trick here, but I don't see it. No. Bishop e5.
Yeah, but then knight c6.
Yeah, then takes, but...
Yeah, takes.
Nothing special.
Takes.
Yeah, it's fine. Probably it's better for black.
I mean, it's better for black.
Yep.
Yeah, so knight c7 doesn't seem to work. And then probably queen d4. But, I mean, when you are from the white, if you would be black and you would, we would have the reverse disposition, then queen d5 move would come very natural. Yeah, because you feel like solid, you kind of equalize. But to play it with white, it's a little bit sad. Yeah, I mean, then you acknowledge that you didn't achieve anything, and maybe black is slightly more comfortable.
This move looks very unpleasant.
Yeah,
It's
knight
e5
g4 is.
threat is someone.
Yeah, you have to go bishop g3 or what?
Yeah. Maybe still e5, then knight to c6. Not the end of the game, but a little.
Okay, now rook fd1. No, I mean I can maybe target your pawn, or rook d8 you have. Rook d8 and then I play c4.
I missed the should we 6 knight g5.
Yeah, I mean somehow it's, if you get over ambitious too quickly,
fair enough.
Can maybe backfire.
My one weakness, the over ambition. Yeah, f6 looks very artificial. This is also nice. Yeah, fair enough. Maybe not as great as I thought yet.
I think it's a typical mistake of solid, stable players to get overexcited when suddenly you have a good, I mean, nice looking position, because you then really feel like this is the moment to try to make maximum use of, yeah, because yeah, not having that many, I know this very well, yeah. So whenever I feel that wow, now it's better, I'm very excited, yeah. Because by playing objective chess, you don't really get too many chances. That's one of the problems.
Speak for yourself. I play board 8 in Bundesliga. I get chances.
You get chances. Yeah.
Not many. What else can we do? Looking for some funky move here, but this doesn't. I'm not sure if this is better. Okay, this actually could be a better version, no?
Yeah, this is what we discussed last time.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out if this.
And I don't know if you really need to push e5. But here you also have this knight e4 idea. I mean, harassing the bishop, so nice you can take the bishop. And that's what really... No, this... Only bishop c7, but okay. This cannot be.
This feels like we might be getting somewhere. e5, bishop f5.
Yeah, no, I'm not liking this for white. Yeah. No, queen d4, knight bd7, that's the most natural.
This is a little sad too somehow. Could argue the knight is misplaced here, but doesn't matter much.
And also Levon has done bishop f3. So we have the...
It's your turn to praise him as a good player.
No, okay, it wasn't that difficult. I mean, it's easy to find good moves in good positions. It's now very tough for Hou Yifan, because this position really feels like if we continue in these terms, then it's like +1, it seems. I mean,
it's
0-90.
Yeah, hard to make natural moves. You can't hang on to this.
Yeah.
How could...
Yeah, it's just very bad.
Yep. Might not look like that much, but this knight really will cause all kinds of...
Yeah, and then if it's bad, it's just really bad. I mean, it's...
When it rains, it pours. Yeah. I have no idea what that means, but they say it in these situations.
Yeah, I was asked yesterday that what should be the strategy of Levon for today's game. Basically, what I thought for myself was that okay, he just wants to get a very good position out of the opening, and then that's what he
just blitz out preparation to a +090 position and then take it from there.
Yeah, because that's the dream scenario. You don't have to take any risks. You just present it with a perfectly solid and very good position, playing for only 2 results. And in fact, it's even very hard to see where is this second result, yeah, because it was just so bad. Once the knight gets to this, but even how can you develop your pieces? It's not obvious, because rook b8 runs into all kinds of e6 also.
They sound not pretty. I also don't.
How to get your pieces out?
Desperation.
Well, that's a desperado. F6 is a desperado.
It's not a pretty sight either.
I mean, first of all, it's kind of you are forced to take back with G pawn, or you are just losing a pawn. Yeah, otherwise.
That's my plan.
That's the real desperado. Yeah? EFGF.
Yeah, I'm not really gonna
Looks
defend
very
this.
bad. Yeah, I mean, knight e4 and nothing good happened.
Queen e3 maybe.
No, this I even refuse to analyze. Sorry, but
You've seen enough?
this one is so bad. Yeah, this is. I'm really feeling sorry for the black side here.
Okay, so Hou Yifan in trouble.
Hou Yifan in trouble. Yeah, big trouble in fact.
Is anybody gonna get in trouble here? Because I know myself,
Yes.
these are the positions where, like with white, I wouldn't be too comfortable against a 2800 player.
Yeah, because this is already slightly out of control.
And you feel like, ugh, now I have to start being precise, and why am I such an idiot that I have to make precise moves in this DC5 position?
And that's what we discussed at the beginning, yeah, that we reached the endgame, and suddenly with the king on e7, maybe black is tempi up previously. So this d takes c5 plan with changing the queens.
Well, he tried to be super solid, but yeah,
In
bishop
the-
f3 feels a bit too humble somehow. Anyway, let's see.
And black goes f6, e5, yeah, immediately shutting down the b2 bishop.
I had the same problem in my game in Thailand Open. They went f6, e5. I had this bishop, quote unquote, the good bishop, but it didn't really do a whole lot on b2, this idiot.
Yeah, in fact, this is not
A5.
just slightly
It's
unpleasant.
now a4, you start wondering,
Yeah.
so knight d2, a4, creating some tension. Still has to be defendable, but it's
Yeah, but knight takes c5, this looks very bad, no?
very bad already.
I mean, very bad that it's really you agree that you are just worse.
I don't want to agree.
Knight d3, bishop d4, what? Trying to... Knight takes f2, it's still... This is still worse.
I was hoping I could trick you with this, but no.
No, in this position you will not trick me. I mean,
This
is a
in
technical
Lake Town.
position, yeah, this is... Yeah, and then king on d5 looks here. No more tricks
Just
here.
suffering.
Yeah.
What else can we do? B8 is also not pleasant.
Yeah,
No, it's
anyway,
just
no.
worse, yeah.
No, you just cannot take this bishop. You have to keep the knight. Maybe just go king e2. I mean, get a bit closer.
I'm worried about
Bishop
this
e7.
bishop staying alive.
Yeah, there is a reason to worry him.
I will play g4.
But
After
but
g6,
that's another
I will not
weakness. Yeah?
praise myself too much.
Yeah, you are facing all kinds of things that you cannot go rook ac1 so
A3 is
comfortably.
looming, rook c8, and some small move.
Maybe you can
nuisance.
go rook ac1 though, but it's not something you want to do because you are getting pinned, but maybe that pin isn't end of the world. I mean, AB, rook a2, then rook c2.
It's also nice if black has to go AB release attention. I can stop worrying about a3 at least.
Yes, exactly. I wanted rook c2. Probably doesn't matter. Rook c2.
Okay.
Yeah, this one already feels nice. I mean,
Now it feels like we should
Yeah.
survive.
first of all, there was even a check on c6, but okay, we are not discussing this. So king e2. King e2 is a natural move, and if you go back bishop e7, then I go rook ac1, I get stability.
So bishop a7 is maybe a little too meek.
And I just claim that I ignore you. Then maybe white is solid enough.
We overstated the problems.
No, okay, just the tendency, yeah, that again, if you would be having this position with reverse colors, you would think that, okay, black is quite solid and white didn't really achieve much out of the opening, but here it's tricky because white got this slightly passive position and black feels like, okay, maybe I have nothing yet, but it's still much better than a false draw.
Yeah, psychologically it's nice for Fabi. He's thinking, okay, maybe I can make something happen. And Bluebaum sitting there taking time. He's an hour behind on the clock already.
Exactly.
And yeah, I've been in these spots. You're an outsider, you have 1 out of 5 in the tournament, things aren't going great, then you think, okay, today at least let's be super solid, but then have I been too solid? Is he going to start pushing me? It's not fun.
Yeah, it's not fun.
Especially if you're a weirdo like me and you start playing these mind games. Ideally, you should, of course, just look for the best move all the time, but it's never easy.
But it's not
Get
easy.
a
I
bit
mean,
punch drunk.
yeah, that's the problem. When you start losing some games at the beginning of the tournament, you get disbalanced, yeah, and then it's very difficult just to play your game. Yeah, you really want to get some points, but to get points, you have to focus on your game. And if you start to think too much about the results, it's usually never
B.A. Baracus.
never helps.
Rook a4, knight c5, I'm guessing, is the idea.
Yes.
BC, this bishop is still an idiot. Oh no, knight c3.
Knight c3, yeah.
That's probably a smart choice.
Okay, smart. I had this in my mind, but I was not sure that when white puts the pawn on a4, basically I thought that's the idea of this regrouping, and then try to go knight b5, but still this pawn on a4 can be a weakness. The only question that maybe the king on e6 is slightly vulnerable. Once the knight gets to b5, then all these knight c7 checks black has to worry about.
Yeah.
Okay, solid.
I feel like this might be a solid moment to go for our first break. I brought you tea today, so you don't have
Wow.
to just watch me drink coffee.
Very nice.
We will get caffeinated, tea-inated, and hydrated. Thank you guys for watching the show, and we'll be back with you in a couple minutes. Welcome back, everybody. Round number 6 of the GRENKE Chess Classic. We are much wiser than before the break. Because not only did we consult the computer, we also consulted Christian Bossert and his computer, who gave us all kinds of information, especially about the Carlsen game, didn't they?
Yes.
So let's recap what happened. After knight b5, a6, we sort of ruled out knight c7, because after rook a7, this knight looks stuck. But the mighty computer apparently said that a3 was very possible here. Knight c6, b4, queen b6 and b5. And this knight gets out of jail. White seemed to be doing alright. Instead, Arkady chose knight back to b5, Peter. And Magnus did not want to repeat moves. Are you surprised?
No, not at all. Basically, the move a6 was clearly intended to continue the game because knight c6, knight c7 was facing this repetition, but after knight b5, of course, a b5, it's not that black is better. Maybe black is not better, but black is definitely not worse, and still everything to play for. Yeah, b4 was played, fixing the structure, and okay, humanly speaking, one can find arguments that why black has some chances. Yeah, I mean. Okay, it looks like more or less equal, but
still, let's say c3. This bishop is good enough on this
it's very
diagonal.
good. Yeah, this is the exchange of one pair of knights clearly helped white, and also the knight from c3 vanished finally.
Right, stupid
so
knight is gone.
Actually, sorry if I'm a little harsh with this knight on c3, but I mean that was the reason why I was overestimating black's position, because okay, it's clear that black cannot be worse. And this knight on c3 was ugly, but now that it exchanged, it already reminds me of some normal position.
Yeah. The pawn on h4 is a little funny, but not the end.
Yeah, but probably white would prefer to have it on h3.
For sure.
Yes, that would be nice, but apart of that, everything else is kind of set for a normal game. It should be fine.
So that's that. Then in the Aronian game, where we were claiming a clear white advantage, Hou Yifan actually found a nice resource. I'm not sure this is an equalizer, but at least it's a way to continue the game.
Yeah, it's the only move, yeah.
Knight c4.
I mean, black really needs to use that moment, or this moment, to change the character of the position, because if this tactical puzzle would not be
One more
available,
tempo and it's relaxed.
yeah, or knight e4, then it's just game over. So knight c4 is practically really forced.
And the point, of course, of this sequence, winning a pawn.
Winning a pawn, but not fully solving all the problems. For sure not, because the two bishops are extremely strong. But black's position really improved in the last 3 moves, because before it looked very bad. Now one has the feeling that this
Slightly
could be
worse, maybe.
Yeah, but it could be with precise play. But the next few moves will be really decisive.
I forgot to ask Hou Yifan yesterday, what is inside her secret, let's call it a water
No, it's
bottle
tea.
for now.
It's
You
tea.
think it's tea?
It's tea, definitely.
Because there's also a glass of water standing there which she ignores. So it's probably not water, actually.
Yeah. If you can have green tea, then why should you have water? I mean, okay, I'm drinking both. I'm not, but basically in some thermos, then it's clearly tea.
Magnus stopped drinking his orange juice, right? He's more of a water guy these days, I believe.
Yeah,
So
probably.
he used to be famous for the strange mix of whatever was in there, but at least some orange juice color. Nowadays, I think he's more watery. Okay, let's continue our tour. Matthias Bluebaum, Fabiano Caruana. Matthias still some precision needed. His pieces are a little loose. The bishop is still a little passive on b2. So I would not be all that surprised to see Fabiano generate something here.
Definitely. I mean, he's also almost 1 hour ahead on the clock, and Matthias is down to 30 minutes. I mean,
Every day he runs out of time.
Yeah, it shows that he's not feeling comfortable. I mean, it's of course, when you are playing your first super tournament and the start of the tournament was rough for you, it's very difficult, because you start to doubt yourself. You don't know exactly what you should be doing in order to improve your result, and you little bit start questioning yourself. Every decision you are about to take, you are double checking, and that's not ideal. That's not ideal, and this is a position where with little time it might be unpleasant to play.
For sure. I'd already have blitzed this out, and here I'd start to really worry.
Well, here you lose a piece.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's some magic, but it's not
I mean, there is
ideal.
some knight d6,
Yeah,
but okay, rook c6.
But something's gonna.
Yeah, this feels
Give.
bad. Yeah.
How do we do it though? Let's you maybe. Good enough.
Yeah, no. I mean, this is. This looks bad. I mean, this rook c4 and rook c8 is really clever, because the a pawn is now not so important. Much more important not to allow white to coordinate the forces.
a4.
There, rook c2. Bishop a3. Yeah.
Here,
This might be a way to play.
takes.
Maybe rook takes.
Rook takes. I just want to
Rook bit.
double.
Okay, rook a d3.
You won't allow me to double.
Rook d6 check. Because now rook takes b6, you are in some fork.
Managed to lose the
But-
poor position.
Yeah, because knight e4 runs into knight d6 anyway.
Okay, so this is a way to be worse within a couple of moves.
No, okay,
Not
not
that
to be worse.
well,
I mean, you
rook
can
c2
go rook
draws, of course, but-
c2, yeah, but
That wasn't the plan. Unless we can win here, but I don't think we can.
yeah, it was kind of tricky. No, that's mate.
Oops.
Rook e2.
Really? Losing it.
Yeah, so easy to. Yeah, now you are taking all these pawns. Slightly scary, yeah?
Normally you need the h-pawn to run here in order to checkmate. Do we have time for that? I'd be worried. Maybe e4.
Yeah, I was also worried when I saw rook a d3, rook c2, and
E4 is good.
I believe that it should be fine, but it's more dangerous than it looks at first. Yeah, E4 is good, yeah. Just in time to threaten mate.
White should survive.
Yeah, white should survive.
Anyway, Matthias Bluebaum still has problems to solve, and he does not have a lot of time. So
yeah, this combination together is not so pleasant.
I would say, I'm not sure. I would say Fabiano might be. Nah, maybe it's too much. I was gonna say he might be a favorite to win this compared to a draw, but maybe that's too strong a statement.
No, that's
The
too
position is
strong.
equal.
Yeah, it's because the position probably objectively is close to equality.
Yeah.
If maybe even not fully equal, but with some precise play it should be.
Just look at the body language. He's sitting there holding his head. It's not like he's feels like he
comfortable.
can make some natural moves and then shake hands.
Yes.
And I do have a body language doctorate.
I mean, black is in total control.
This we've seen. I'm expecting c3, and here
Yeah, we
it
haven't
does
seen
not
this
feel
one,
like
no.
Maxime can be better, no? Hang on, can he be worse?
Worse?
Probably not.
I mean, let's see what happened, because then we can judge much better.
Alright.
So we have left it off after bishop f3, return move 24.
F5.
f5, it's a nice move, yeah. Not to let this bishop e5 d4, because that was...
And also introducing some f4 ideas.
Yes.
h3, f4, there he goes.
Bishop h4, knight f6.
Threatening g5. So we have to take, takes. This is equal, you can't keep both pawns.
Yeah, now he went rook d1. Rook takes d3, and now I wonder if he wants to enter somehow, but...
Black is super active too.
Black is super active, yeah. But can white go rook e4 maybe?
For
Ah, it's been played, yeah, rook e4 been played. No, rook e4, this is the plan. And try to claim that if I take on f4, then can I get to your king? You have rook dd2, of course, hitting my f2 pawn, but rook f4. Rook f2. Okay, this should be just a draw, yeah? No, then
Don't
bishop
blunder
d5
this.
check, yeah. Yes, you should not blunder.
But this position is hard to believe.
Yeah,
There
that's
is problems. I don't know. Will we go?
No, okay, as you said, black is so active, yeah, it just cannot be that he has any problems, yeah.
Still, I'm tempted to blunder pieces all the time. Like, here I want to do this. But if you can
Okay, king g7 you have to play.
refrain from that.
Yeah, king g7, nevertheless, some rook g4 check, trying to harass you. Bishop d5.
But what do you want? What's the best case scenario here for white?
Okay, I wanted to win a pawn,
Ah, okay.
which I might not be able to, yeah, because rook g6, rook f2 check, and then you go h5. Yeah, okay, this is all very
It's
drawish.
equal. Requires maybe some precision, but it has to be equal. Okay, Meyer also thinking long and hard there, but I believe he's going to hold this. He's a good technical player.
But this rook e4 was a nice way, because also gives white stability. Because without this elimination of the f4 pawn, this pressure on the f2 guy was really unpleasant, yeah? I mean, it's a nice way to get out.
Right. What else is going on? Levon has put his pawn on f3.
Protecting the bishop. Yeah.
And stopping. I don't know if you need to stop this. Oh yeah, just controlling the g4 square. He's a pawn down, but he can never really be worse because the black queen side is so vulnerable that it feels like he's always gonna get one pawn back.
Yeah, Hou Yifan down to 25 minutes. Yeah?
How should she play?
Okay, with 30 seconds bonus, if she knows that she is able to hold this, time will not be such a huge factor, but if you have to make up your mind all the time, it's not what you really want.
I want to play this.
Yeah, f6, bishop f4.
Bishop f4, huh?
Yeah, bishop f4.
Expected bishop e3. That ruins all my plans.
Yeah, I just want to keep the pressure.
I see.
Rook b8, I was expecting you to.
Yeah.
Because you didn't need this b6. And now rook c1, b6. Looks solid enough.
Okay.
Looks solid enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, f6 might be a nice move to make.
Let's make some bold predictions. I'm expecting 4 draws today. Just to make it more exciting.
Sounds more or less correct, to be honest. I mean, this game looked very unpleasant for black, but maybe we were carried away by the fact that Levon really played so fast and so convincing in the opening, and she was really a bit shaky. And the
I was
position
mainly carried away by missing knight c4, which is key. Like she doesn't have this knight c4, she really is lost. But
yeah, and against bishop d3 there was this rook d8
Mm.
idea, so maybe then the position wasn't that bad. But still, it feels like Levon could have got more. I don't know if maybe he was also enjoying himself too much and he missed some detail.
Very possible. And once again, using my body language doctorate, Levon doesn't look as happy anymore. It's not like he's walking around.
Yeah, and somehow Hou Yifan looks a little bit relaxed.
She takes a moment, she studies what is this GRENKE leasing bank factoring. What does factoring even mean? That's what she's wondering about. Not the h6 or f6. GRENKE leasing, of course. The main sponsor, not only of this tournament, but also of the Baden-Baden Bundesliga team, which unfortunately we did not win last year, but before that I believe the team won 9 or 10 years in a row, so they've been dominating the German league. And I believe they're also involved with the team you're playing for, is that correct?
Yes, I think so. Yeah, I'm playing for Daizizao, and we are very close of getting into the first division, to the Schach-Bundesliga, Erste Schach-Bundesliga. So actually it's really shocking that the second Bundesliga showed how strong it was. I mean, we had that clash against Vilheim with Grishuk Mamedjelov board 1, Malachov Leko board 2, Kamsky Smirin board 3, and Krivoruchko Gupta, then Krasenkov Korobov, Kovalenko Dautov, and seventh board was Lagarde for us versus Fedorchuk, and board 8 Mazet against Graf. I mean, it was
both teams 8 grandmasters, yeah, in the second league.
Yeah, I mean, basically I felt like any of this team would be able to fight for medals in the first league as well.
Sure.
So it seems like next year we are coming to the first league.
But I'm hoping that the big strategy is not to make life difficult for Baden-Baden. Maybe it is, yeah, I don't know. Stites is our team. Already very, very strong.
Yeah, I mean, okay, we are very motivated. We are very motivated.
I'm number 16 on the Baden-Baden list, so I'm just scared that they cut me. That's really my main motivation is fear. Bishop a3 played by Bluebaum. By the way, you're an expert on the German language. I keep wondering about this. Bluebaum, I would guess it means like blossoming tree. But Blühen you would spell with an H in German. Would be B-L-U-E-H-B-A-U-M. So this Bluebaum without an H, the name doesn't make sense to me. I have to ask him about it, actually.
Yeah, you should ask him. I mean, basically, if you would ask my wife, then you would have the right address, because she is very good in German grammar and everything. That's not my main asset.
Mine neither. I'm pretty sure Blühen you would have the H in there. So
yes,
I'm
I
curious
was also always
where it got
wondering
lost on
that
the way.
what is it exactly, but okay, I thought there should be some sense.
There must be.
Usually on the internet you have this problem that if you want to use the U, then you have to use UE.
No, that's common, especially in chess. You always use UE because it's better for all kinds of databases to not have this U. But I'm missing the H. That's what's confusing me. Caruana, he's come of age as well, and he's putting some pressure here. How do we proceed though after bishop a3?
Yeah. I mean, bishop a3 is a move white really wants to make, because this bishop on b2 was stuck. We tried with a4 and then bishop a3. Bishop a3 makes a lot of sense.
Takes. Now I want to embarrass this knight, but I might not have time.
Can you go rook a4, knight b5, rook c2, something like this? Or you will be
Try to be
in
active.
time to be active. Yeah, rook d6, king e7, rook a d1, knight c5.
Still some questions, huh?
Yeah, a3, but rook f2 still doesn't work.
No, this doesn't work.
This doesn't work yet because your rook is protected. So
Maybe knight e4. Who can calculate all these things? It feels like white should be sort of okay.
yeah, this feels okay.
F3.
No, this feels okay because you also have your game. So unless
Can I try to cut this off? That's too slow.
yeah, you can try. But then the rook a b1, or then you wanna go rook a4, yeah. But then rook b3. Then knight b5.
Ah, that's
That
that
was
was
my-
c7, of course. Yes.
That was my cheapo. Feels that black should be fine. I don't know. I mean, knight feels I have time enough. I change this bad bishop and not clear how you're gonna make progress because knight c5 runs into rook c3 pin.
Still feels like this is the moment after bishop a3.
Yeah, after bishop
where we
a3.
can
No, after
maybe
bishop
still
a3 I
ask a
agree, but
question.
here black has to be very precise.
Here you take.
Take.
Rook takes a4. Maybe it's fine. Oh, and we hear that Wesley So's 67-game unbeaten streak ends with a move 39 blunder and huge time pressure. Wow. Where's he playing? He's playing in Shamkir?
In Shamkir, yeah.
Oh, okay. 67 unbeaten. What's your longest streak?
I don't know. I actually never really counted those things.
You don't have a signature streak like Kramnik had 85 or something at some point?
No, I probably had also some very good one, but that's something for the journalists. I don't think that players really pay that much attention to, because you always take one game at a time, and just to think about all these streaks. I think I had some unbeaten streak, and then when I lost one game I was really relieved and happy that okay, all this nonsense about counting all these games, because finally what does it give to you?
That's what Magnus said. Magnus had, I think, like 45 last year during Norway Chess, and then when he lost, he said it's good because now he can take some more risks again because it was
Exactly,
getting
that's the point. And then suddenly you start making draws, and it does not help. So in this sense, maybe it's also not that bad for Wesley that it happened, and he can focus again quietly on his performance.
Longest streak. Normally the books say Tal had the longest streak, surprisingly, right? In the 80s.
Really? I don't know.
Tal had like 100 games unbeaten. Not the first name you would think of, but it's older Tal when he decided to be solid.
That comes to my mind is actually Wang Yue, because he
Wang
had
Yue
some
also, yeah.
2008, 2009 period when he was just not losing for, I don't know, 80 games or maybe even more.
He had a long streak as well, but
That was amazing, yeah.
not as long as Tal. Tivyakov, but that doesn't count. He plays all these opens and
Yeah, some weaker opponents. Yeah, this
that's
helps.
possible. Yeah. Maybe it does count.
So maybe let's go back to the Hou Yifan position. Because h6 and bishop h4. I just wonder why did she play h6? I mean, what's the point behind? Because this f6 looked a little bit more natural.
Stabilizing, no?
Yeah, stabilizing the knight also. But maybe f6 after all, bishop e3, because bishop f4, rook b8, we haven't really seen how to proceed.
Yeah, but this move just to not give time, maybe.
Yeah, then
I was
if
thinking about this,
c4
but,
is kind of forced, then yeah, it's not something you really want with black. Yeah? But okay, you get rook a c1. Somehow white gets files. Yeah, no. This
here f6 can backfire one
exactly.
day.
Yeah. No, already probably backfired here. Yeah, if after f6 bishop e3 you are forced to play c4. Why I did not like bishop e3, I was worried that you might have some knight takes f3 idea somewhere, but this simply does not work because of the bishop d5 check.
So h6, bishop h4 on the board. Black still has his headache how to get the bishop to e6. If we go rook b8 here, what's going on?
You also have some bishop d8 now, no?
Yeah, I thought about this. Bishop rook b8 somehow invites it. I'm not sure it does anything. It's a nice move. Can I be sneaky?
Yeah, that was my concern. I don't know if the move itself or that you are sneaky.
I try to be sneaky, but normally it works against me.
Yeah, but here it seems to work.
Here it's fine, yeah?
Yeah, so bishop d8, bishop f5, so it's too much. But can I go bishop e7? Super smart. Instead of bishop d8?
Oh!
Bishop e7 just to be sneaky myself.
Even sneakier. Sneaky Pete.
Yeah.
It's a TV show running on Amazon.
Maybe I can get sneaky with bishop e7. Just to shock you. Are you shocked?
I am shocked.
Okay, good.
I'm even more shocked now I saw that my rook has no squares.
Yeah, which is natural in these positions. With the two bishops dominating.
That is a nice move. Yeah.
So the same bishop f5 does not work because then the bishop on d6 is protected. Let's just show this. That's the difference.
Still... Nah, but it's not good enough.
Yeah, those bishop e4s. Bishop b8.
Wondering about this, but no, it feels bad. The rooks are too active.
Yeah, I don't know if you can start with bishop takes f3 though. I mean here bishop f3. Because this might be good drawing chances, no? Rook e1, rook b8. Rook e5, bishop c6. Rook takes c5, rook d8. These are excellent drawing chances.
It's a nice bishop, yeah?
Yeah, nice bishop. That's a fortress.
Yeah.
What? You kind of agreed with or was it? There was some question
some doubt
mark.
Was in the but mainly.
Then I heard it correctly. But okay, black should have really good drawing chances here.
Hou Yifan played c4.
She played c4. Yeah, trying to get rid of as much pawns as possible on the queen side. This fits into the concept with h6 because now at least the black's king is very stable, and if she is able to take cb and then bishop e6 getting out, but
He probably wants to activate to the max. Yeah, still unpleasant, no? Don't be fooled by the black extra pawn. This is still fighting for survival.
It nevertheless feels like black should be able to survive.
Alright. But how? Knight a5?
I was wondering, can I give back the material with bishop e6?
Please, gimme.
Yeah, rook a7. I don't like it, but there is some point behind. Bishop c6, then rook c8.
Rook c8 and...
I might coordinate my pieces.
Or even such a position. I'm gonna play, right?
Yeah, you're gonna play. That's for sure. My rooks are. I mean, the two bishops are just way too strong. No, this is really long suffering, and the suffering might not end. Yeah, but after bc, knight c4, rook ac1, then really knight a5, but this knight a5 move looks ugly.
I agree, but at least it's the most stable square.
Okay, but I go rook c7 and then you can never get out. No, this is... I mean, imagine then you would love to have given up that pawn already.
That's true. If I can't get my bishop to e6, I won't be too happy. Yeah, still unpleasant. I need to hope for rook b8 and then bishop e6, but it feels like you can stop me from mobilizing. No, let's see.
Yeah, rook ac1 on the board.
Wants to consolidate.
Yeah, and you see, I mean, 70 minutes for 50 moves. She really needs to find a way to play practically. Yeah? I mean, because if every move she has to make decision, then this time is just way too little.
It's running out.
I mean, in this sense, this bishop e6 plan, giving up the pawn, but being able to make 2-3 moves almost instantly.
Yeah, maybe it's the best she can do. It still feels unpleasant to me, because the knight doesn't really have an outpost. This could become a target. The rooks are loose.
Yeah, really unpleasant.
And Levon, he's going to enjoy himself here. It's just a free roll.
Of course, yeah.
Move around. Shall we have a look at the world champion? So we left it somewhere around here.
No, we left it after b4, no?
Yeah, somewhere around.
And then we put c3 on the board. So bishop d4, queen a5, c3 had been played. So very similar ideas.
White looks fine, no?
White looks fine.
Is black still fine? Is another question.
Well, you're asking the wrong person, because this already feels like some Queen's Indian to me. So I'm liking the white's position, yeah? I mean, because, okay, usually with black, you are satisfied just to have a normal position. I don't know if here now how to evaluate it. But seems like white is in total control now, yeah?
To me, it seems like white is better. Like these pawns on d5 and b7 might be a little weak. Something's gone wrong for Magnus.
Yeah, it's a question whether, objectively speaking, really avoiding the repetition was objectively the best or not, yeah?
Yeah, fair enough. But still, because this position looks solid. I don't know. Maybe queen d6.
Yeah, with this queen a5, it seems like he's losing some tempo.
Far away. Why not here? Maybe he once again wanted to avoid some repetition.
Yeah, maybe, yeah, that's what I'm...
Because this feels like a more natural way to do this. No, this...
Yeah.
Some bishop f3, e5 ideas.
Hanging in the air, yeah. No, yeah, this queen a5, c3. Bishop g4, queen b3. It really feels like white achieves something, yeah?
Now it's all coming with tempo. Queen here, rook here.
And he has played queen d8, yeah?
Yeah, it's not a great sign.
But this is desperation, because the previous move was queen c7, yeah? So we are really getting right, yeah?
Well, maybe his point is that queen d8 you can take, so he has to provoke rook ac1 in order for a2 to hang.
Yeah, but this already means that he is thinking about how to...
No, of course, there's problems. Rook fd1 or takes, and then rook fd1. Wow.
I think maybe he also got carried away that Arkady had less time, so he was trying to keep as many options open as possible, but suddenly these options backfired, yeah?
It seems like it. Even though the hair hides most of his face, it doesn't look like he's happy from the body language.
No, right now he's certainly not. I mean, now it's just clear that he's the one fighting for the draw, yeah? He avoided the repetition, and now he's...
White has some pleasant choices. You can just
really
position,
pleasant,
rook fd1.
And ask some question. How are you going to answer this question?
What do you do? You have to go e6 maybe, no?
Yeah, probably, but...
At least this bishop is stable normally after e6. This would be an issue. And we are being joined by Georg Meyer and maxime-vachier who ended their game. What happened? Good homework by Georg.
Yes, I mean, I'm not even sure if I have something in this position or if I just couldn't remember it. So it's generally a bad sign.
Yeah, basically, there had been a ton of games, including my own, where black goes queen c7, a6, rook d8, and this bishop c5 was not played by anyone strong.
But it was played already.
Well, some amateur games. Nowadays, you find games on every move, either in correspondence or some 1800s who randomly stumble upon something. Yeah.
How long were you in book? This h6 you still blitzed out more or less,
Yes.
right?
Well, I obviously knew the position until bishop e6. And there I had looked at three moves: bishop takes b7, rook takes e5, and bishop g3. Yeah, after rook e5, which, well, looks like most obvious, there's rook ac8. And after rook e2, the idea is to go rook fd8. So now if white makes a neutral move, I will play rook d7, rook cd8, and I have full compensation. Because the knight on b3 is just badly placed. So,
Yeah, I didn't feel like going for this.
So instead of h3, white has to take on b7. And then we get bishop takes b3, b, rook d3, rook d1, rook c7, and now I take the other pawn back. And since my bishop is very stable on b6, I think it's quite easy to make a draw.
And in the game, were you worried at any point, or was it just move by move view?
Well, if anyone could be worried at some point, it could have been me, I thought, because Georg's pieces are just too active. Here, maybe I should just have played either rook e2 or d4 and just make a immediate draw. Rook e2
Here
take
takes rook
and
e8,
rook e8.
Yeah, d4, bishop takes d4.
Because in the game, somehow it was not so pleasant. I mean, of course, it's well within drawing margin, but if anyone has to be careful, it's me.
We like this f5 move.
I actually thought it's not necessary at all. I thought.
Yeah, it's not necessary. That's why I started thinking, because whatever I
f6 is
do,
also
I'm okay. And here again, after bishop h4, I can consider g5, but, well, I just have always enough compensation. I didn't see any reasonable hopes to play for a win.
It petered out.
In the very end, okay, I could take on b3, but instead of taking on e2. But again, it's hard to be too optimistic about this.
Yeah, I think I wanted bishop g4 and rook e4.
Yeah, makes sense.
So nice to catch a break and get the preparation in after yesterday.
Yeah, after yesterday it looked like I'm not studying any chess anymore, but it's not true.
Maxime, what about you? Are you still studying chess?
Yeah, but apparently not well enough.
How's your sports activities going? Are you successful in those fields?
Not that much, but luck doesn't go to those who don't try, and that's why I still try.
What's that? Luck doesn't go to those who don't try?
Well, I mean, if we're talking about the same thing...
We are. I'm not sure how openly I can ask. Let's change topics. All right, who you got last round, Gil?
Matthias, so actually it's kind of an interesting game to look forward to. Since we are deciding who has the honors of finishing last.
Fair enough. Matthias, do you guys think Fabiano has any winning chances here?
Well, not anymore. Knight c4 should look safe enough. Ah, take knight b6, knight c5. Doubtful that it's enough, but probably rook d1, yeah.
And after e4?
Knight d5. Is it safe enough for Gusti?
I'm still worried. But yeah, looks like he should hold. Who do you have last round?
I have the Norwegian kid.
Ah, the Norwegian kid. The Norwegian kid could be in some trouble, maybe, no?
It was a very strange game. I mean, for instance, if queen a5, knight d2 was sort of, you know, thematic. No, on move 8.
Oh yeah, that's what we thought. Knight b3.
But then queen c5 was possible, eh?
Yeah, knight b3.
Queen b6.
Yeah, but it looks quite good for white already. I know.
Bishop e5, yes.
Yeah.
Then knight bd7.
Bishop d4.
Okay, queen back to d8.
No, bishop e5. Maybe not. But okay. Anyway, in the game now, it's turned out that white shouldn't be in any trouble, at least.
Right. Giri, does he look confident? He normally looks confident, right? It's hard to
He's always confident in his chances, but you know, maybe this time he has a good reason to as well.
Alright then, thanks a lot guys and best of luck for the final round.
Thanks.
Posted. Thank you. Kind of missed the final there, but it looked like it was gonna.
Yeah,
end
it
this
was
one.
close. Yeah. We should just close the door, I think, because
Let's
because
lock
the
them out.
players are going to the bathrooms and.
They might hear our expert thoughts. That would be.
No, okay, just doesn't matter. Just to make any judgment is very
No,
unpleasant
of
when
course.
you know that.
Even if you hear anything, like if you walk by and you hear so and so is in trouble or whatever, like it's not what you want to hear when you're playing.
Exactly.
Or even worse, so and so is doing well. But maybe I overstated Magnus's problems a bit, right? Because
Yeah, and after
Queen b7,
e6,
rook a2, his structure is still perfectly solid. So.
Okay, now white is facing a choice. Yeah, that's how to. Should he go for this queen b7, rook a2 when black got rid of his only weakness?
I want to play for tricks, but I have a feeling they don't work. Because bishop b4, there's rook b2.
Yeah, you
I
wanted
want
to
some
trap the
bishop
rook.
b5 business, but rook b2 just seems to work.
Yeah.
I was also thinking about this move here. Rook e8 and
then
now
bishop b5. Yeah. That's a critical line, I guess.
No, I couldn't find anything after just knight d7.
Now bishop b4 played.
Okay.
So rook e8 will be played probably quite quickly. Yeah, what's the idea? Bishop b5, knight d7.
Yeah.
What are we missing?
It looks a bit clumsy, but there's no follow-up. Maybe there doesn't have to be a follow-up. Yeah, maybe you just place a move, whatever, a4.
Yeah, only that with this pawn on h4 it feels a bit strange, but black is
But there's
quite...
not enough pieces to...
Yeah, exactly. I mean, black is pinned and doesn't seem enough to go for an attack. However, still, there are some ideas, no? I mean, bishop takes f3, f knight e5. Can I try to... Really, yeah? Then I'm gonna take queen h4. You're really provoking me. Queen takes...
I'm more brave when it's somebody else's king on the line. Yeah, this looks like good compensation.
Yeah, also I had knight takes f3. I don't know when.
Yeah.
Yeah, but probably I'm not threatening. Then it's mate. Yeah, but I'm not threatening anything yet. Yeah, after knight takes f3, so you might be able to remove your bishop. Even though it's very scary. Queen g4, knight h2, and then I can always have some knight f3 checks. Maybe it's perpetual.
At least it's a perpetual.
It's a perpetual.
Maybe you can play on.
Yeah. Yeah, but somehow, I mean, it feels that if white just ignores everything, it can be tricky with this
Okay,
Weekend.
a4 was maybe a bit too much. Huh?
weakened queen side, king side.
Interesting. That bishop f3, knight e5 is nice.
Yeah,
Fine.
this bishop f3, knight e5.
Rook e8, bishop b5 is on the board. Arkady, yeah, typically.
Yeah, Arkady
Not
likes
scared.
to go for the maximum, yeah, but this is always double-edged approach, yeah. I wonder if after knight d7 maybe bishop d6 is the idea. To get that bishop on this diagonal and then some rook c7 is threatening. Maybe bishop d6 is an idea here. Because in fact maybe I can even put this bishop back to g3 to guard my king side and claim that on the queen side there are already enough holes.
That's a nice move. Yeah. Also preparing some rook or
Yeah,
bishop
maybe-
c7 if it's needed.
And if you go rook c8 then I might have some queen a4
Yeah,
at some
c8
point.
feels very claustrophobic.
Okay, queen a4 maybe not yet because it runs into some knight b6, but
Even that, like,
yeah, queen b4.
to go back.
No, here can I go bishop f8?
Oh, that's cute. If it works.
If it works, yeah, I'm not sure because you have bishop e8, bishop d6, rook takes c8, intermezzo.
Some intermezzi
Yeah.
might mess you up.
Yeah, now you just have queen a4 or whatever.
Ah, just keep it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just keep it.
Mhm.
And okay, still I have this bishop f3, gf, queen takes h4, but knight doesn't seem to give much. You just walk away with king f1 and that's it. Probably there is even no strategy, just these lines.
King is safe.
Yeah, so...
So how do we do this? But bishop d6 looks like the right move. Just
Bishop
to
d6
keep an eye on the
feels like
king.
the right.
Mhm.
Arkady down to 80 minutes, however. Still 70 moves to make. But we know that just the time will not hinder him to decide to go for all in. Yeah?
No, for sure. Also, they do play with 30 seconds increments, so
Yes.
you really, instead of 18 minutes, you have, I can't do math, 17. This is, yeah, whatever. You have more time.
Yeah, and Magnus is thinking now after bishop b5. This is a very interesting moment because knight d7 seems like the only move.
You can throw in bishop f3, but why would you, right? It doesn't run away.
Yeah, kind of. But it feels like he had maybe underestimated this bishop b4, bishop b5 possible, thinking that this is too dangerous. Who would play this with such a little time? But Arkady clearly believes that he has chances here.
None of this makes sense.
No, I mean
No,
it,
you gotta go knight d7.
it really makes sense, but it might not work
Yeah.
because every
I'm saying it's not
sacrifice is
enough.
very very tempting in this position. Yeah?
Yeah.
You don't want to be pinned with knight d7, but it don't seem to work. Yeah, so bishop d5.
Maybe you can just play this. Pretend. Deep understanding says.
Tigran Petrosyan, yeah?
But
Just,
then why play rook e8 in the first place? Yeah, then better do it here.
Yeah, no, I mean, rook e7 is a desperate attempt. It's a desperado.
This move I have some sympathy for, though, I have to say. It's probably not enough, but we have nice pieces.
Magnus stretching a bit.
Ah, now you're the body language doctor.
Okay, I know, because I also like to stretch, you know. If you are doing a lot of sports, somehow everything aches. And you have to do things like this.
I think it's just the weight of his hair. Like these 5 kilos are dragging him down.
But what is he thinking about? Your rook is hanging, Magnus. You must put the knight in the way. He's clearly considering some alternative. I just can't think of which.
No, he's maybe. I think he just realized that this bishop b4, bishop b5 is a serious alternative. He had definitely underestimated
bishop d6
it.
from far away or something.
Yeah, maybe because he just assumed that there should be, and it cannot happen, and now he's fully concentrated to figure it out. Maybe also trying to understand exactly what Arkady has in mind. Because after knight d7, white has many moves. Yeah, okay, bishop d6 looks like a professional move. Yeah, just in case, be ready for any kingside counterplay, and the pin is still there. But somehow I do feel that black should be able to sacrifice the exchange somehow. In this. Yeah, e4 is
Go for some action. Also,
e4 is the most natural move. And protecting the f3 knight.
Maybe that's why he's thinking about bishop f3 first.
Exactly. Because this is not. This gives stability, yeah? Or does it?
Yeah, I don't know, but it's also putting some pressure, no? I want to go ED.
Yeah. No, I just wondered that, for example, bishop takes f3, you're really gonna take queen f3, because
sure.
I might go rook takes a2 or not.
Be my guest.
Mm-hmm.
I have a feeling I will eat more than you.
Yeah, no, definitely. This is a super nice position.
Yeah, still more.
Yeah, so knight d7 is bad by e4, so
maybe that's
I
why
have
he's
to
thinking
take
about
bishop
this, no
f3,
knight
g,
d7.
knight d7. But usually you would like to postpone this, yeah?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, but maybe it's
Now
forced.
white can
White has many moves.
stabilize much easier.
Yeah.
Even king f1 now that you know what's coming, like you can always run to e2. I kind of like this move. Maybe it's a bit too slow, but...
Okay, but I also have some bishop f8. I mean, I can probably unpin myself.
Yeah, fair.
I should be able to unpin myself, and okay, if I unpin myself, I will be doing great, yeah?
So I must keep you pinned. Maybe still this move. This looks natural. Just to go.
And then if bishop f8, rook e8.
Once again, you're unpinning.
Yeah,
I don't like these unpinning activities.
Yeah, then suddenly my knight starts to move. If you go queen b5, I also unpin myself. I take knight f6.
So
I'm good in
tricky with the
stabilizing.
unpinning.
Yeah, I'm usually a master of stabilizing, but
Yeah, you might still be worse.
yeah, I still might be worse. That's true. Yeah, okay, rook f8. You have to lose a tempo, yeah, e4, and then can I go knight e8?
Yeah. Still looks like you're worse, but
Yeah,
not.
it looks like I was, but I'm fishing around.
Still jumpy.
Yeah, the knight
Like comes
jumps.
to d6 all of a sudden. And
Okay, you will have to break me with e4, but okay, it's
yeah, but h4 is also
Yeah.
it's like I'm no longer so happy.
yeah, definitely. Okay,
It's
very
nice.
unclear position. So black has all kinds of resources. The only problem is that he thought probably that he has a very stable position, and all of these lines require already very precise calculation, and
It's not clear. You're fine. Like
Exactly,
even this
because
a4.
this
like,
endgame
only
can
white
be very
be
bad,
Or a3. I'm not sure.
exactly so. Magnus in deep concentration, and rightly so.
No, I just can't stop staring at Magnus. And there's a little monitor over there. Well, he stares at the position. Arkady is also focused. Well, he looks
Yeah,
quietly
okay, Arkady is
confident.
always
Calculating.
very focused. Yeah, that's he can really concentrate very well. And also probably these victories against Magnus gave him a lot of confidence because these encounters against each other are always very important. Yeah, if you are already
backstory.
able to win games, then it puts pressure on your opponent and gives you a lot of confidence that I could do it once, I could do it twice, why can't I do third time? And also you know that your opponent knows that yes, you can. It puts pressure. So knight d7 had been played. No
What
respect
happened
for
after
e4. Okay, in the meantime I realized that I do have this d4 possibility. I don't know where does it lead, because this change of structure is very double edged for both sides.
It's a mess.
Yeah, hard to say.
Interesting.
Yeah, very interesting. I don't know what to think of it. And another idea is to take on f3 first and then to go d4, but
Yeah, that I thought about, but I
it
thought
feels
this
wrong.
way.
Yeah, no, it feels wrong.
Yeah, this looks nice.
Okay, I don't know. Here I can take knight e5. Look, queen b8 or rook b8. Queen b8 maybe.
Queen b8.
Maybe I can go queen b8 now. Then takes take. No, rook b8. a4, rook takes a4. That was my idea.
Your Petrosian education is
Of
showing.
course.
Yeah,
I'm
this is
usually
nice, of course.
extremely happy, even if it's not so good, but here it should be good enough.
Yeah, this looks
I mean,
good.
black can never be worse. Yeah.
Lots of resources.
Yeah, but still, this decision to give up the bishop or not, it's very difficult.
Magnus, he also wants to keep the pressure at least clockwise, so he took it reasonably quickly. But now, of course, is a key moment. We see Arkady in super focus mode.
Yes. But e4 is very much Arkady. He likes to make such moves. He likes to break the structure. He likes to change the...
It's a nice multi-purpose move too, no? Defending
Yes.
this and opening. Just have to calculate the consequences of this d4 business, yeah? Like this line you just showed after even here e5 we can take. This
Yeah,
not
we
bad.
can take, yeah. Yeah, I mean, black should not take immediately. Black should play d4, and because you can take whenever you want.
Exactly.
Yeah,
trick.
this is really nice. And it's forced.
Yeah, this line looks very forced.
Yeah, and
I
if
thought
not,
white was better, but yeah.
if
okay,
not,
for-
if you are
for-
in time to play b3 or your pawn would be on b3,
six,
then
or-
it would be almost over. But with rook a4, I'm doing very well. So, which brings us back that maybe e5 is still bishop f3, queen f3, knight e5. Can you just play some queen e4 or something just to keep the position? Trying to claim that. But I do have knight c6, yeah? And it feels that this should be
So
already
this
okay.
pawn is still hanging.
Yeah, no, this
Should
should
lose another tempo.
Yeah,
That's
so
fine.
so queen b7, queen b8, then rook c7 is kind of forced. And I have rook c7, this is very important.
Alright.
Because for some reason I thought that a2 is hanging, but the e8 rook is hanging.
You can still do this.
Yeah, bishop e8.
No, it
What?
doesn't work at all, sorry.
Yeah, doesn't work. Yeah, and takes rook b8 is exactly what we were dreaming of before, yeah? That just
No,
takes
no,
and
okay,
a4.
four.
This is plus minus. Yeah.
This knight is all of a sudden very stupid. Rook c7 changes things, but then maybe rook b8 deserves a second look.
Yes.
I have to go queen a6, I'm guessing.
Yeah, but okay, then feels...
First of all, it's rook a8
and
already.
then queen d6.
bishops are still all up in my grill. Akari played e4, no surprises there. And the game is heating up.
Yeah. It's extremely interesting. And we'll also see some real time scramble, yeah, because 14 minutes for 17 moves in this position.
But I believe Magnus will make an effort to stay ahead on the clock and at least put pressure there.
Yeah, because that's his advantage, yeah. He might like or not like his position, but he likes the clock situation, that's for sure.
Of course, you've mentioned yesterday he might have more of an image to be like a Karpovian positional player, but he's a very, very fast calculator. Like
Yes, and he feels dynamics incredibly well.
You don't get to 2880 or whatever his rating was without calculating. That's another topic maybe for another day, like what happened to Magnus's rating, because he's 50 points below his top. Is the other guy's catching up, or did he lose a step? Hard to say.
Yeah, I mean, definitely the other guys are catching up. I mean, it's getting more and more difficult for everybody.
Yeah, it's also natural that you can't keep your such a dominance forever, because they will figure you out to some extent, right? It would be unnatural to be so much better than the rest.
Yeah, but which actually also shows that what kind of out-of-planet achievement was that? I mean, that 2880 or 70, 78 was maybe, no?
No, I think
78,
81 or
something.
something.
Yeah, I mean, it's. I mean, Kasparov record used to be 2880, 48.
48.
Yeah, 48. Sorry, I just mixed up here. 48. Okay, of course,
Because
time has
inflation,
changed.
so
Yeah,
this is
I
equivalent.
mean,
But yeah.
when Kasparov was playing, then he was not playing against either 2800 or 2780 players. There were only 2 or 3 probably, Vichy and Vladi, with such a high rating.
No, it changed a bit, but yeah,
Yeah,
the
but-
level of domination both Kasparov and Magnus had for many years. So
Exactly.
very impressive. And done very differently, because Magnus is not crushing people with homework and in the opening, but somehow.
Yeah, but also times
Okay.
change. You just can't. You just can't do that anymore.
That's true. But even in the Kasparov era, Magnus wouldn't have been like a guy who crushes people in the Najdorf or the King's India. Right?
Okay, who knows?
Who knows? That's fair.
Who knows if he would have been in that age? But all those comparisons are, of course, just.
Yeah, I don't like era comparisons.
Yeah. Difficult decision what Magnus is facing. But yeah, let's switch.
Just for a minute, I want to get back to the Magnus game, but just to give you guys a quick tour. Levon has won his pawn back, and he does have the 2 bishops, which is a significant advantage here. But Hou Yifan at least got her pieces up.
Yeah, but the torture is on. Yeah, the torture is on. So basically, yeah, after rook a1 where we left it, bishop e6 had been played. So everything according to plans.
Yeah, this is what we had. A5.
Yeah, I mean, it's really very unpleasant position. Very unpleasant.
What do you do here? You don't take yet, right? I mean, it's nice to have the option, but you better win a pawn once you do.
Yeah, you take it when you know that it leads somewhere for sure.
Because here, yeah, rook c5, there's still a4, and it's not obvious.
Okay, you do have here rook c7, maybe winning a pawn, no? Where you put your bishop, strangely enough.
That's weird. Oh, yeah. Bishop e6, rook
Then
c5.
rook c5,
Oh,
yeah.
that's cute.
But you don't have any other good square.
No. Rook d8.
Then also rook
c5.
c5.
Yeah, this could be trouble, no?
Yeah, I mean, the bishop on e4 is just beautiful, but with this a4 pawn you always have counterplay, because the bishop on d7 protects the a4 pawn, and you might get the new target on a3. And you have the 2 bishops, and I don't really feel that white is happy to change the character of the position.
Also not Levon's style to cash in too early. He enjoys it too much. That's one advantage of the 2 bishops. You can simplify to such things.
Exactly, yeah. And this g3 bishop can do very nice job on the e1 a5 diagonal, yeah, just to, because if the black pawn is pushed to a4 with the dark square bishop on the board, then you get a very nice lovely b4 square And then if the rook enters to c7, it's very hard to imagine that black can really keep on to that pawn on a4 forever.
So what should Levon do? Just take on d7 maybe?
Yeah, in that sense. But he has such a big choice, yeah. That's why he's thinking and enjoying himself, but he has to do a move. He has to make a move.
This rook is under attack.
And after rook d7, how does black plan to take back? That's already a huge question.
My best guess is bishop.
Bishop.
Now you can go rook c7 without bishop e5.
Yeah, I can go rook c7. I can. Yeah, this looks really very bad.
Alright, so Hou Yifan not out of the woods, and let's go back to knightage Carlsen.
E4 95.
Now he
This
took.
is-
Surprising
Yes.
moment.
Yeah, takes 95. So basically he's going for the knight c6 plan. He's trying to
No matter
liquidate,
what.
yeah?
But now it looks like maybe he equalizes with this, but no more than that ever, right?
Yeah, but it was already out of the question that black can hope for more, yeah?
Fair enough.
But does this equalize, yeah? Okay, it gives you the chance to liquidate, but...
Where's the queen go for starters? g3?
Yeah, that's then b2 and a2 are too weak, yeah? So queen g3, knight c6. Yeah, seems like a nice choice by Magnus. This gives stability. This is very much the Magnus we know, yeah? He's super precise. This
If
is
the
a
queen
nice
goes
idea.
to b3, but then I'm worried
Yeah.
at this hanging.
Yeah, this is...
Even here, I'm not sure what's going on. But maybe it doesn't work.
Okay, hard to say. Bishop e8. You just wanna...
I
Just
don't
wanna
know.
do what?
I wanted knight g4, but then I
then
saw
queen
queen g3,
g3.
and I didn't like it anymore.
Mhm.
Even no.
Yeah, that's good for white.
Yeah.
No, it's clear that knight c6 is the plan. But then ed, this is a little bit different now. Ed, rook takes d5, queen takes h4. Yeah? Very interesting position.
This is more double-edged again.
This is double edge, yeah, because the knight can jump to d4. There are all kinds of possibilities for both sides.
This is probably losing somehow. But just illustrate
Yeah,
some
looks like
tricks.
really asking for it. Yeah, rook b8, ac rook e1. Nice finish. If you are sitting on the black side.
Yeah, messy, but very
Yeah,
nice
really
way
messy.
to coordinate
This
his
is
pieces
very
again. The
nice,
knight
yeah,
on c6
because
is
then
so
he
much
gets
better than
out
on
of the
d7.
pin and gives him stability.
It's not something you normally consider with white, right? Why would he go bishop f3 here when there's queen f3? No. It's okay, we looked at rook a2, but then
Yeah,
looked
that's
very
yeah,
strong.
no, knight e5.
This is nice. Akari taking his time down to 10 minutes. So what else is there?
Yeah, basically once you are at the board and you are so focused, then it's normal that you see all kinds of resources, yeah, because then you are falling into the position when, like we as outsider commenting and looking at it, it's easy to miss some things that people would never miss over the board, yeah, because then you are completely 100% focused and you also understand the dynamic of the game, that why things are happening how you felt before.
You're like Van Damme in Bloodsport again.
Kind of. Yeah, because it's...
Magnus literally, because he's blinded by his hair, so it's like...
Yeah, people tend to underestimate because, okay, what you see that the players are sitting there and thinking about their next move, but in fact they are thinking about hundreds of moves and variations and all kinds of evaluations, so it's easy to underestimate the work the players are doing.
How many Van Damme movies can you name?
Well, the point is that in my childhood, when I was really watching those, then I knew the Hungarian titles, and in English, okay.
I have the same problem. Like, it's hard to come up with the correct English titles.
Yeah, okay, the Bloodsport, the Quest, the Lion King, Lionheart, Lionheart, Nowhere to Run, Hard Target. Hard Target was one of my big favorites back then.
Street Fighter.
Yeah, Street Fighter, of course, with Kylie Minogue, yeah, it was. Kickboxer as well.
Ultimate Soldier? Is it called Ultimate Soldier?
The Ultimate Soldier, Universal Soldier. Exactly, because that's what I was always telling, that when I was like 12 years old, what happened to me in my chess training, it was like I was built a Universal Soldier. That's how I felt back then, because I was doing lot of chess training and all kinds of different things. Then there were no computers, and I felt like I'm gaining strengths and things like this.
How did you get a hold of these movies? Did you have like video stores in Hungary, or were they on TV, or did you go to the cinema? Where did you get your Van Damme education?
I was usually going to the cinema, but Cyborg actually. Cyborg I rented once.
Okay.
Yeah, so Cyborg
We're not done with the list. There's a lot more movies like Double Team, Double Impact.
Double Dynamite, or what was?
There's two. I get them confused.
Yeah, I mean when they are like the twins.
Yeah, where?
Yeah, that was another big. It's in Hong Kong, and
it's a horrible movie. They weren't ready technically to have him as twins. Couldn't get it done.
I think if you are a Van Damme fan, then all these movies. And his first one when he was the black guy is the Black Eagle, I think. When that was the first movie when he appeared.
Well, he's the bad guy, yeah?
When he's the bad guy.
Isn't that
the
Karate
Russian...
Tiger? In German we call it Karate Tiger number 3.
Maybe, yeah, but that was with Shoko Koshugi, or I mean the Japanese one was the good guy. I already... I'm a little bit confused, but yeah, something like this.
Okay. Small Van Damme break to get back to the Van Damme of chess, Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, so Queen H3.
Queen H3. Knight C6.
Interesting.
ED. It's a problem that both these pawns are hanging. If you could play A4 and B3 at once, well, knight B4 would still be a problem, but it's...
Yeah, also Arkady has to be practical, yeah, it's 9 minutes in such a complicated position. He doesn't have the luxury to go through all the moves step by step, so he really have to rely on his intuition now.
Feels like all of a sudden it's white who has to be careful again to me.
Yeah, it seems like black is out of any trouble. Yeah. However, white should be able to liquidate if just bishop c6, bc, rook takes c6. White should be able to make a draw if that's what he wants. Rook takes
I think he started with rook c6, similar liquidation technique.
Similar move, yeah.
BC blitzed out, bishop c6 will be blitzed out, and some options for black.
Really? Yeah? On rook a2 is just natural.
Okay, 2 bishop d5 doesn't work even. King h8.
Yeah, tricky.
My point was, looks like a double attack, but it's really not because this rook is hanging.
Yeah, you are pinned, yeah.
King h8 looks fine.
Or king h7.
Yeah. So we have to take, I'm guessing. Takes, and all pawns just disappear from the board. No checkmates. Rook a1.
Yeah, but
Queen
somehow
b8.
white's coordination is slightly
worse for sure.
I mean, slightly shaky, yeah? One feels that there might be some dynamic possibilities for black here. Also, rook a1 check, king h2, bishop e5 check, you have to go g3, which really feels a bit shaky, but and queen a8 can be met by queen g2. Okay, that's That's nice. Also probably queen d7. But yeah, enough to understand that this is too much.
This movement.
Yeah, queen d8. I mean, bishop e1 really looks ugly.
Maybe it's good enough. Maybe it
Yeah.
consolidates, but
But I mean, why would you go for no? I mean, this bishop takes d5. Let's go back to bishop d5. I'm not ruling out that this is a possibility because it looks promising. And once you move the king, maybe I just go queen f3 because I love this control.
interesting.
And this is much more arcade. Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you have queen takes h4.
H4 if I wanted to.
But okay, bishop a2.
Yeah,
It's
Peter out.
yeah, it's a draw.
Okay, but we have a better move than king h7 then. Maybe stop turning.
Well, hard to imagine, yeah,
Maybe not.
because that was the. But somehow Magnus doesn't seem to be too happy, yeah? Or it just...
Well, he doesn't want to draw it, probably.
Mm.
He's seen that these lines aren't too great for him.
Yeah, no.
He's looking for some trick.
But also that this line rook takes a2 really needs precise calculation, yeah? Because for us it's easy that we just say that bishop takes d5 and then it's mutual pin, but everything is kind of hanging, yeah?
What's going on here? Takes him.
Bishop f7. I assumed.
Weird
I
position.
have
Well,
some
looks like
queen
only white
c6.
can be better.
Yeah, I have queen c6. Rook g4 still.
Barely.
Yeah, holding probably.
Barely holding on.
Yeah, very interesting.
Should use a disclaimer once. I'm sure you guys have noticed we are not using any engines, so in case we're blundering every piece on the board, and by we, I mainly mean myself, apologies.
Well, blundering pieces without engine can happen to anyone.
That is true. Still doesn't happen that much, right? Like in a tournament game, you don't blunder pieces that often.
Yeah, no, during the tournament. But if those are not your pieces, it's much more easier to blunder them.
Yeah,
Yeah?
you also care less.
Yes. I mean, but over the board, when you feel like your skin is on the line, then you make sure that everything is kind of under control.
I'm just putting
But
pieces
what
somewhere.
is this?
I don't know.
Is this a...
It's probably
What kind of attempt is this? Because I have bishop takes a8.
or bishop takes d5.
Yes, I have all kind, but I mean that bishop a8 and I can never be worse, but I can be better, no?
Can you be better though?
Yeah, well, I mean, might just go a3. I love this, that I get some stability. Bishop b2 and now queen b3. You still have bishop d4, yeah? Yeah.
Probably egalite.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's not really a winning attempt, I must admit.
But clearly Magnus wants to find an alternative how to
At least
keep
a
the
trick.
game alive, yeah, because okay, Arkady has 9 minutes, so if he would have to answer some question would be really unpleasant, but it seems like
It seems like
Things
easy
are
to
under
play, all
control,
these
yeah.
lines at the very least. Okay, you can always blitz out.
yeah, so rook a2 win played.
Now Akari at least has a decision here, bishop d5 or bishop e8.
Yeah, but bishop e8 I did not really like. Yeah.
It's also not his style, yeah?
It's not his style, yeah. Arkady is not someone who will try to play in this style. And okay, here bishop takes d5 is so natural. You really want to make that move work.
Oh, even Arkady we can identify by his hair. I wasn't sure if he was at the board, but then you see some...
Ah, there is some...
See?
Yeah, yeah.
There he is. In the meantime, while Arkady is pondering his move, Matthias Bluebaum might have some deja vu situation, because it's a bit similar to what he lost against Maxime, right? Like, where he was a pawn down on one flank.
Yeah, pawn down.
This
Okay,
is
that
endless
was
suffering.
that was opposite colored bishops, and this is, yeah, basically he got the two most unpleasant 3 versus 2 possible.
Horse well placed.
Yeah, the
You can
knight
lose this.
rook, knight rook against knight rook. Basically, it's considered to be more chances in practical game, more chances for a win than for a draw.
Well, it's a theoretical draw, but they lose as well.
Yeah, and sorry, how did we get there? You remember the
we've
line that we
had this
discussed,
position
yeah.
with Monsieur Maxime.
And
Rook
rook
c2 was played. f3 e4. Yeah, some questions. g5, nice move. Took the pawn.
Very strange. And Matthias down to 2 minutes, but I mean, still this f3, he had to play f3 because after rook c2, he stopped the knight from coming back to c4, and knight d5 would run into knight e4, f3, knight d2 check. Is that a problem?
It's not nice.
Yeah, and then you just move the knight and g2 is hanging. No, maybe not here, then knight c7 check, but you can move it to b. I don't know. But then I'm coming back. Somewhere rook d2. Maybe there rook d2 is possible. Then you keep on giving knight c7 check, king d7, and rook b1.
Draw.
Rook d3.
Still fighting.
And then king e2 or what?
Oops,
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of things to calculate in this.
Especially with little time, you don't want to blunder some knight fork.
And maybe this line was not forced at all. Most probably it wasn't.
Anyway, now Matthias and we are in for a long torture session. Because this, yeah, you play forever pretty much.
This is forever, yeah. I won in 2008 Dresden Olympiad last round against Zsigalko in the Hungary versus Belarus match.
Which Zsigalko?
Sergei Zsigalko. I mean, it was in the first board, and we got the 3 versus 2, rook knight against rook knight, and that turned out finally to be the last game to end in the Olympiad because it was last round. I was also playing till the very end. Basically, my idea was just that okay, I will only stop when my opponent falls from the chair, and literally that's what happened because he kind of fell and I won that game. It was extremely important because if I win that game, then I'm winning the gold medal on board 1, and finally I managed to win. So the strategy worked. Just play on till your opponent dies, basically.
I'm not sure. No, I'm pretty sure Fabian will play on for as long as it makes sense, and I think his chances are better than 50%. As you mentioned, this is tough to defend.
Yeah,
and
this is very tough.
he's a stronger player. The trend is in his favor. He's also the kind of guy you want. He's very, very good in long games, and he's very good with tactics and endgame techniques. So yeah, this is bad news for Matthias.
Yeah, this is a nightmare.
Let's go back to Knightage Carlsen. Thinking of a Knightage mare pun, but it's not really a Knightage mare because bishop d5 seems to work as far as we can tell.
Yes, we can tell, but the position is so out of control. I mean, all those pins, I mean, in order to make sure that everything is correct as you calculate, it's not easy.
There he
Bishop
goes. Sakai
D5,
takes
yeah.
on d5. Magnus looks a bit surprised. Maybe he expected bishop e8, but nah, he must have anticipated this.
Yeah, because this is the only critical move.
Thing is, if black wants to bail out, he can probably do this, right?
He can, yeah,
I don't know.
because I have all kinds of moves. Queen b3, I have
No,
rook
rook
a7.
b2, rook b2.
Ah, rook b2. Sorry, yeah, this is easy to forget. Yeah, this might be a bailout.
Even though, nah, but it must be in time.
Do you think so? Yeah, rook e1 comes fast.
I don't think this is what Magnus is dreaming of, but just if nothing else works.
Yeah, okay, but this other one, the king h7, queen f3, looks a bit tricky. I mean, if there might be some really nice solution, but feeling-wise...
Rook b4 was maybe you're holding, but it's not.
Ah, but
exactly
hang
what
on,
we
you
want.
have rook a7 or not? Or that does not work, because
Yep.
bishop f7, rook f7, rook d8, you are collecting too much, yeah? I just suddenly could not calculate who takes what.
Here, white takes too much.
Yeah.
Or, well, nobody want black.
But actually it's a safe draw. Rook b3 is a safe draw.
Yeah, but
At the
pawn
end.
down.
Yeah. Yeah, Magnus now really has to calculate. He has a lot of time on the clock, but you really have to make sure that you don't blunder anything. Because we were speaking about blundering pieces. This is the position where actually you can suddenly miscalculate something. With all these pins.
King h7 plate. Ah.
You spotted something, yeah?
No, of course not. But I was trying to think
Even
who
of course,
Magnus reminds me of. And I think it's this character, I believe he's called The Beast, but Young the Beast from X-Men First Class.
No, X-Men I never...
I haven't seen it?
No.
He's one of the good guys, so it's...
Yeah, but I'm very far away from these Star Treks and all this kind
You're
of
not
things.
into superheroes?
No. Okay, Batman. For me, basically only Batman exists. But otherwise...
But which Batman? Like the
Well, no, I mean, I
the
saw
old
that...
TV series or the Dark Knight and Batman
No,
Begins? Or which
I
one?
mean, yeah, all this with Batman Begins and Dark Knight, those ones I really liked.
'Cause the new ones are horrible.
With Christian Bale.
Yeah, the new ones are really, really bad. Like Batman vs Superman, Justice League, and all of
No,
those.
when they start to fight against each other, no, it's that's not
I like your style.
not my style. Yeah, then I just stay away from that.
Because let's face it, like Batman would never defeat Superman if this was real life. Like it's so absurd.
Really, I even never.
No spoilers intended.
I never even wanted to think about this substitute.
Speaking of Batman, this TV show you might like. It's called Gotham. It's a good
No, I
TV show.
haven't watched it.
No, but
I
you might
haven't
like
seen
it.
it.
It's better than
Okay,
people
good.
think. It's more of a detective show. There's some Batman characters, but it's a good show.
Fair enough.
Levon, by the way, is enjoying himself with an extra pawn.
Is he? Yeah? Let's take a look.
He's enjoying himself.
Yeah, is he enjoying himself or is he also making something out of it?
Both.
Yeah, probably because he has this rook c3 set up just to protect.
And Gunnar Jakob is pointing out the same trick, which I believe you mentioned earlier, that bishop e5 looked weird, but you were winning a pawn by force after rook c7 because his bishop doesn't have a square.
Yes.
And that is what happened.
Actually, this... I think it's still double-edged because you see it and you are so pleased to see it because it's not obvious that you really can do this. But on the other hand, you also feel like you don't want to depart of your bishop pair.
It's tough to find the right moment when to cash in, as we discussed, but I
Exactly.
felt this was a good time already. Anyway, this will take a while as well. Levon good winning chances. Let's go back to this. Queen f3 on the board. Magnus still has half an hour. Well, Nige is down to 2 minutes, but it might not, 2.5 minutes. Might not matter, because stuff might just disappear now. Red Ribbon 3700. It's a nice rating. Is asking, do you think Magnus is now shifting to being like Kramnik and Anand and just put his energy into World Championships? Thanks.
Oof. No, I don't think so. First of all, it's very hard to judge what's happening. I mean, it really looked like those days when Kramnik and Anand were playing those matches that they started to make much more draws, but this you only started to think once it happened for a couple of years. Yeah, it was not like an instant thought you had after a couple of draws. I don't think that this has anything to do with Magnus's draws so far in the tournament. It just happens. It's a short tournament, 7 rounds. You feel the pressure. You really want to win, because you feel like if you are not winning, you will not be in fight for first place. This puts additional pressure on you. So I don't really feel like drawing any big conclusions out of it. If it happens for a year or two, then we might start speculating about this, but I guess it's not yet the right moment.
I also don't think it's in Magnus's nature. If you've played anything with the guy ever, he's so competitive that I don't think he can say, okay, I'm saving my energy for World Championships. Any game he's gonna be incredibly motivated.
And probably he also has still incredible amount of energy. So
how old is he? 26? It's not like
26,
he's an old man.
Exactly, yeah. But I think also Anand and Kramnik had a lot of energy. It's not basically saving energy. It's just that their opening repertoires are getting suited more for match play, so that they are very safe with the black pieces. They try to press with white, and this strategy basically bears the risk that in super tournaments you are also making more draws than if you try to play always some very sharp position in order to win every game.
But today, yeah, we can't say that either, mainly because neither went for an offbeat line. Another point I want to make, Magnus has said, I believe repeatedly, that he considers to be the world #1 even more important to be world champion, that he thinks it's also part of his job, so that would also not go hand in hand with the theory that he will only focus on keeping his title. I don't think he's wild like that. But yeah, you've mentioned it earlier, just reverse Magnus's pairings and Levon's pairings in this tournament, give Magnus white against the 4 lower rated, black against the 3 higher rated, and see what happens. It's just the pairings have not been friendly to him.
Yes, and okay, would have he won the first game against Bluebaum, then basically the pressure would be off.
Right.
But since he failed to do that, then he was already in a situation where he really needed to win against Aronian in the second round, and that was basically the game of the tournament so far. Fantastic game.
I'm just switching here for a second because it looks like Levon took another pawn, which would be the end of the game,
winning,
right?
yeah, because
here,
rook
there's
f4 check.
King here and rook e4. So I believe this is resigns because 2 pawns down. The rook endgame does not need to be played.
Yeah, that's it.
So Levon's gonna win another game, and not sure if I'm calling it too early, but is at least a tremendous favorite to win this tournament then.
Well, basically he's +4, yeah?
Yeah.
So Fabiano has to win today and then in the last round beat Levon in order to...
Yeah, and
to
Magnus
catch
as
him.
well would have to win today in last round with Levon losing.
Yeah, but somehow this game doesn't feel like he can win, yeah?
No, of course not. This line we looked at happened, yeah, this queen c6, rook g4. Barely keeps black in the game, but it does keep him in the game.
Yeah, but then you can also start with the rook f8, some counterplay against the f2 pawn. So
Sure.
if it's I'm not sure that we can call it that black stays in the game. It might be just...
No, I'm saying if there's no rook g4, you're lost.
Then you are kind of lost. Is it because you have, rook d1 check? In fact, we just blundered this. So king h2, rook takes h4, and and then you go rook g4 with
This is
extra
better, rook
pawn. Yeah.
g4.
Yeah, no, okay. So queen c6 should just...
Queen c6 is nonsense.
Okay, you play some g3. Or...
G3 plate, rook f8, queen d5 does not really ask any questions. So it's just a draw?
Well, it's very interesting because I haven't seen this configuration appear ever, basically.
Mm-hmm.
I mean that the two rooks and opposite colored bishops, and okay, if it would be 3 against 3, then black would clearly
Black is
have the initiative or the advantage on his side, but with 3 against 2 and with the weak pawn on g6, but it's not clear, can you really target this g6 pawn if black, for example, gets a rook to the 6th and starts doubling on the f file and bringing the bishop to d4? Maybe it's playable. Maybe it's playable.
Probably it will be sort of move by move. White can get counterplay with some, I don't know, f4, f5, or g4, h5, something like that. Hou Yifan has decided not to resign yet, took on a4, but of course it's fairly hopeless. She's actually looking at Levon yet.
Yeah.
She does resign. After rook takes a4, I think she just made a move, so Levon would come to the board, so she could resign. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
it was very unpleasant right from the beginning.
Yeah, and both sides have sort of been there, right? Levon yesterday, he put a lot of pressure right from the beginning, won. Hou Yifan in her game against MVL got under a lot of pressure right from the beginning and could not hold the game. So yeah, we've seen this tendency.
Yes.
How's Mr. Bluebaum without the H doing? And H4.
So
Knight C3, interesting
knight
move, by the
c3
way.
was played. I was expecting king
Autopilot
g6.
would be king g6 or king g4 maybe. No?
Yeah, knight c3. What on earth is that?
Mr. Fabi.
You were
H4,
also
king G4.
explaining that how nicely this knight on e4 is placed, yeah?
Explaining is a big word, but I was talking about it, yeah. King g4.
So black is playing for a mating attack.
Generally, yeah, you don't want to exchange pawns, so you must have some direct onslaught in mind. He's hoping that this knight can end up here.
Yeah, but actually it was very, very interesting. In my game against Gigalco, I was something like fooling around for 30 moves or maybe even 40 moves in the 3 against 2 structure, and I felt like he already feels how to react to my maneuvers, and then after like 30 or 40 moves I changed one pair of pawns, and suddenly from 3 versus 2 it got to 2 versus 1, which feels like much more drawish, and then in few moves I won the game. It's sometime, but okay, that was a 6 or 7 hour game with 30 seconds on the clock. We were playing 30 or 40 moves, so there already objectivity did not really count.
But still, that's an important technique. Normally, before going for a change of structure, you want to exhaust your opponent, or not even exhaust him, you want to bore him a bit so that he feels I can react to everything, and then the situation changes in hour 6.
Exactly,
It's much harder.
and also that the time is ticking down. Yeah, time is a very huge factor now, and okay, if you manage to ask him pose a new question when he's down to 30 seconds on the clock and not 10 minutes, it's a huge difference.
Right. Matthias Bluebaum is drinking. Is this wine? Well, it's not
No.
wine. But,
No.
it's not water. It has some red color. What could it be?
It's a juice.
No, I don't think so. I think
Maybe
it's red
a
wine.
juice.
Maybe. And maybe it's just Coke.
And Magnus has gone for rook b6 and bishop takes g6.
Whoa!
Wow,
What's going on?
incredible.
If king takes. Queen e4 check.
Then queen e4 check
The king can't go here because of queen e3 check.
and king f7. Then
Queen f5, and we get the pawn at least.
also queen c4 check. Does that make no? Doesn't make much sense.
Mm.
Yeah, queen f5. You just take the third pawn. He takes rook
Drama.
g6.
We're being joined by tournament leader Dr. Levon Aronian is with us. And Crowley, his opponent, will join us in a minute soon. In a minute soon. 2. And there she is. Hou Yifan is also joining us to talk us through that game. Here, all the pawns have disappeared, yeah? Queen h5, rook h6.
Yeah, it's kind of a practical decision, yeah, from Arkady, but
Any winning chances here? Chess experts?
Probably little, because you'll put the pawn on f4, the king on h3, and just it's too safe. I mean, if Belek manages, of course, pin the pawn on f2, then there are chances. But I don't know if he'll manage it.
So Levon, looks like more nice homework from you. You got pressure at the opening again, right?
I actually didn't remember so much about the a6 move, but while Ho was thinking, I figured out that this d5 bishop e2 should be very strong. Because why otherwise you would think here? The only sensible move other than c take d is probably e6.
Mm-hmm.
And it looked kind of interesting after e5. I was thinking that maybe the best way for you is to play knight g8 after e5. Move number 10.
Ah, yes.
Sorry?
Yeah, I mean in the game.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah, I thought knight g8, knight d7, knight c6. And it looks black is playing with fire, but I mean, I know you guys are skeptical.
Very.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. We were very scared here already.
But
for
it's
black.
not so easy, because after a4 you can always meet with a5. Then you put the knight to c6. Okay.
but
Right.
if you go knight b5, then it will never be easy to go knight e7.
Ah, yeah. Yeah, probably it's just me. Yeah.
No, I think you would be really enjoying it during the game. Yeah.
Or maybe knight g4, knight h6.
Knight g4 I thought is not good because of just castle. I just ignore it. And then eventually I'll play rook d1. And,
With the idea a4.
yeah, it looks very unpleasant. But I thought maybe move number 13 I should have played queen c2.
Yeah.
I was tempted to bring the queen there, but maybe this was more precise. Then you probably have to play g6, but maybe this was more precise. Something like b3, queen to c3, bishop f5, queen c3. I don't know. But anyway, I should have had a very good position, but then I blundered queen f5, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, for some weird reason I was only considering queen g6, and there bishop d3 works. Rook d8, queen f3.
Ah, yeah.
And white wins. I mean, bishop g4, there's some endgame, but white has a healthy extra pawn. After bishop g6, rook d1, queen d1, bishop takes h7 or bishop f7, doesn't matter. They should be winning. And
Small update before we continue. The Knightage Carlsen game did end in a draw.
And then,
Oops,
yeah, I couldn't really figure out what to do after queen f5. Because, I mean, if I retreat with the queen, then black manages to play h6. So knight g5 is 11. And knight e4 I didn't want to play so early. I thought it's too early to play this. Because black can even, answer with some, I don't know. Takes bishop e6, then knight to d5. I thought black might survive this. And then I saw this position that, of course, it looks visually almost draw, but practically it's very unpleasant to be on the black side, because you have to come up with some important decisions, and Ho was down on time, so I thought that this will be unpleasant, the most unpleasant from a practical point for her. And my play is very easy. I just play f3 and bring the rook.
We were wondering if f6 here was possible, but then
Yeah, sure.
bishop e3 as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the moves. I thought the h6 was tricky because Ho was trying to make me play bishop e3 and then knight d7. And it was kind of tricky, this h6, I thought. But yeah, bishop h4, and after rook c1 I thought that black had to play knight e3. Move number 25.
I hang on here just one question after rook b8. What was your intention here? Because you have all kinds of nice moves. Did you consider this?
Yes, I mean bishop e7, bishop f5, bishop d6 takes bishop b8 probably wins. No, here it doesn't
Then-
win. With the pawn on
yeah,
h7 it wins.
Yeah, because it still continues with this bishop.
Bishop
takes
f3,
yeah.
rook e1,
Yeah,
yeah?
and then rook b8, rook e5,
Takes.
bishop c6. We had this position.
But this is almost drawn.
It's almost drawn. Yeah, this is what I was saying.
So maybe you could play like this.
I mean, this was my line to trying to hold.
But
on.
maybe I have rook d1 instead of taking on c5. Or it doesn't really matter. I mean, just to keep some control. It's tough to say. Anyway, so she played c4, which I thought was correct, and then I took rook c1, and then I thought you had to play knight e3. Then I probably have to play rook d2, and then something like knight f5, bishop f2, and maybe here bishop e6. Maybe this was more resilient. Now that I take, you play rook d8.
But bishop a6.
No, rook d8.
Sorry.
But it's probably also very bad, yeah? Takes an a4.
Takes an a4.
Okay, but at least better version.
Yeah.
You have activity here. The knight. And, after bishop e6, takes, rook a7, what happened in the game. Yeah, I thought after bishop e4, probably black's last chance was f5. I thought she had to do this. And then, if I take, then it's probably close to win, but it's very difficult to win this. And if I play bishop c6, then she has rook c8, bishop a4, and rook a c7. Obtaining some control. Yeah. And after a5, I thought this is just it's just hopeless because all my pieces get in the game. Yeah. Yeah, once the rook is on d4, it should be very difficult.
And here we were discussing when, in such situations, when do you think is the right time to cash in? You were just sure this endgame was winning because you saw you were winning.
Yeah, I was sure that it should be winning.
Takes, and rook c7.
It's best just to cash in and play quickly, as we already discussed, Swidler's tactic of winning endgames. Just make a decision but do it quickly.
Okay, but the cash-in part, how do you know when you're cashing in, when you're not cashing in?
It doesn't matter as long as it's quick.
Just don't think is your advice.
Because if there are, decisions, then normally you'll regret. But if you do it quick, you didn't see any other opportunities for you normally. So,
wisdom, ladies and gentlemen.
Once
That's why we
again,
call
yes.
him Dr.
Once
Levon.
again.
That's why he has 5 out of 6. He has all this knowledge. So yeah, things are looking good for you. Yifan, you were talking about you weren't sure, even when you had a great score, about the precision of your games. Do you feel this has been a problem, or it's just been bad openings in the last 2 games?
Yeah, somehow I just started to suffer a little bit right after the opening of both games. And today just all the time slightly worse and a bit unpleasant.
So one more game to go. Levon, you will probably closely follow this end game. Are there any winning chances for black here?
Doesn't seem like it, but you never know. Fabiano is a great fighter and he will definitely try his best.
All right then. Thank you guys and best of luck for the
Thank
last
you
game.
very much.
I'm guessing we're just moving on to the next game, World champion Magnus Carlsen and Arkady Neidich are joining us. What happened, guys?
Okay, I mean, I guess neither of us really, knew this stuff in detail. After, I mean, this. I mean, usually in these positions, Black plays something, so, some c6, bishop g4, but it's a little bit passive. So no, I mean, okay, in this case I wouldn't castle. Yeah. But okay, so c5. Yeah, DC. Yeah, probably casting is wrong. Yeah,
I sat for a while here because I thought maybe I should go knight d2. Of course, in the game I completely missed the a6 move. So in case I would see a6, I would definitely go knight d2.
Yeah.
I could probably take queen takes c5, knight b3, queen b6, and just castle. I think very complex position.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I can play rook d8, a4 or something. Yeah. Or e6, then maybe still some
a4
worries in
is-
a4. Yeah. Okay, I mean here after a6. Yeah,
I have to repeat the moves.
I looked for a while if there's something for white, but I don't think there is. I mean,
We were told that this move was interesting.
yeah,
But what after knight c6?
B4,
No.
B5.
b5. Oh.
Yeah.
b5.
Yes, we were told by someone
Ah.
checking with the computer. I think we haven't seen, but if knight takes and then bishop c7.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, we were shocked ourselves when we heard that there is this idea, because it didn't
Yeah.
feel like white has any ideas here.
No,
already.
okay. I mean, but knight c6 is not forced, is it?
Right.
I mean, I also wondered if about stuff like b6. Maybe still b4, b5 is good. But I don't know if there's much of a point. Let's say queen
Queen
d7.
d7, yeah.
Queen d7? I don't know.
And then the position you got in the game, how did you guys evaluate it?
Well, I thought it was equal, but I mean, I didn't want to repeat moves. Okay, I mean, there was one moment, yeah. So b3, b4, bishop d4 is very logical. So, I mean, okay, queen d6 you have to repeat, but
Yeah, I mean, I felt already very sorry to repeat with knight c7, knight
Yeah.
b5. I just didn't see how to go on otherwise. So.
I mean, but okay, queen a5 is stupid, yeah, because I don't. I mean, I was my first thought was a3, and then okay, I go bishop g4, and it's a more or less equal position, but we can play. But after c3, I should already worry about not getting worse. And bishop g4 looked very logical. Okay, so takes. Okay, queen c7 is rubbish. I mean, this is just way too risky. So I should go queen d8, I think. And if queen b7, knight e4, takes. Okay, you can go bishop b4 also, but then okay.
Maybe here queen b4.
Yeah,
something
queen.
like
But
that.
I thought queen
But
b4.
it should be equal, I guess.
Yeah.
It's just-
I thought just e6.
Yes.
e6, queen d4, queen f6,
Yeah.
and okay, it should be equal.
Okay.
Although maybe you can go rook c1 to c2.
Yeah.
Maybe.
From
Yeah,
the feeling.
yeah, it should be. Yeah,
Should be nothing.
Should be nothing. Well, okay, but this was. I mean. Okay, queen c7 is one really cheap trick. Rook fc1, rook fc8. But and also okay, after rook d1, the point is no, rook c1 as he played. Yeah, the point is that a2 is hanging, but I mean it's just way too risky.
And then this position you got.
Probably here I went wrong. I've been thinking to play e4 or bishop d6. Probably
Right.
bishop d6.
Actually, in case Magnus would have taken on f3 first, I would definitely go bishop d6,
Yeah.
and here somehow I got very tempted by this e4 move. So probably in the game I should have went as well bishop d6. I think you have no bishop f8. I just go to g3, knight c5. I have always queen.
Yeah,
c4.
I thought about bishop f6 maybe. But maybe
You sure it's working?
maybe rook c7.
Rook c7.
Rook c7. Yeah. So knight c5, then you can take on rook c5, and then you have bishop f7.
Maybe even instead of rook c7, I might go e4 now. It's looking good as well.
Since I haven't taken.
Yeah.
What if I
DE and then somewhere and
bishop c7? Yeah, bishop c7. Okay, that doesn't look very good. Yeah, no, okay. I mean, bishop d6. I'm sure there are better moves, but basically it stinks for black here. Maybe already when I played rook e8, I should have gone knight e4. Just as a practical solution take bishop f8 and game on. And I tricked Arkady in positions like this, many years ago.
Like 15, yeah? Maybe.
Like 10, 11 years ago.
Then after this e4, we missed this bishop f3, knight e5, but it just works move by move.
Yeah, I think so.
Does it make a difference where the queen goes, where there are other lines?
Okay, queen b3, then I
Queen take h4 now.
probably take
Take
h4.
it.
I mean, at least as a practical decision. Takes rook e8, ed5 maybe, yeah, but at the very least I can go knight g4, queen g3, takes, ed5, and I shouldn't lose this. But also, maybe there are other things. Okay, but now I think I'm just okay.
Maybe here actually it was a mistake to take ed. Maybe I should go something like bishop a3. Or maybe ed, bishop a3. Something like that. I thought maybe I have some chances to get a little better.
Maybe. It could be. I mean, I should try something active, but I don't know what it is. Maybe rook e6 actually. I changed my mind. I would have loved to see this. Okay, now.
Here, just everything is forced, yeah?
Oh, well, not everything, but there was still bishop b3 after king h7.
That's good.
But, okay, queen somewhere like b6, bishop a2, then queen b4. And here, okay, I mean, there was this one funny line after rook d8, rook e1, but it's not mate.
How's it go? Takes.
Yeah, it's just not. Okay, I can do this, but there's absolutely no sense in that. There is no.
Got And here was bishop g6 is just a practical decision, so there's no.
Yeah, I think there's just no way, because otherwise I'm organizing pressure against f2. Let's say bishop d5, then rook b1 check is probably precise, king g2 and rook f8 and rook b2 and.
Yeah, I thought I have absolutely no chances.
No.
So bishop g6, just forcing draw.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, Magnus, I have to ask, the hair situation, conscious choice to confuse your opponent or no time for styling?
No, I went to the spa yesterday,
Okay.
and this this water really fucks up
Conditioner.
your hair. Fucks up your hair. So and that's I discovered now that this is the problem with having a lot of hair. If you don't do anything about it, it looks ridiculous. I have a plan. It's going to be revealed.
We're very curious. So it has nothing to do with you trying to look less than Jon Ludvig Hammer.
No, Hammer has his curly days, and
So you think it still fits with the morphing plan? Akari, did this inspire you or does it make you want to get a haircut?
Actually, I've been not paying much attention to Magnus' haircut.
I've been
today.
staring at it all day because his hair is on the 6th rank while the rest is like behind.
Oh, but I was already yesterday quite on tilt after this Giri game when I played g5 with the idea bishop h5 I don't give, and losing this opposite color bishop to play king d5. Okay, bishop e4 is the resignation. So the haircut of Magnus was not so
Not higher in your list
interesting.
of words? Okay.
At this moment.
It's just me. Okay then, thanks a lot guys and best of luck for the last round.
Thank you. Thank you.
So we will go on a brief break and then we will see if the tournament is actually decided, if Levon Aronian is winning it already or if Fabiano Caruana can make the last round exciting. We'll be back with you guys in a couple of minutes. Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody, to round number 6, the penultimate round of the GRENKE Chess Classic. Still going on, Fabiano Caruana trying to convert an extra pawn against Matthias Bluebaum, Peter Leko. How big are his chances?
Well, such endgames are extremely tricky because they might look very drawish. There is very little material, but this extra pawn with rook knight versus rook knight always gives chances. Until it's not a forced draw, there are always definitely chances, and we see a very special position. I think there are many 2 versus 1 positions, but usually black has g5 f5 pawns in most of the cases. This g5 h5 pawn is something quite special. Okay, both kings are right now a little bit in danger because the black king right now on g4 is not feeling so comfortable, but it does a good job because it prevents white from getting out. And if black is careful, then probably white cannot make use of it. And if black would manage to increase the pressure, then suddenly the white king on h2 could get into some really unpleasant checks. Like h4, king h5, then a knight on g4 would be very unpleasant, but also some g4, g3 ideas. And also just to place the knight on f4 with a pawn on h4 and the rook on the second would target the g2 pawns. So there are all kinds of winning ideas for black, but it's white to move, and for example with rook f3, rook g3 checks, white could try to kick back the black king, and then okay, black probably goes back and then starts with king f5. I think black would go most probably king f5. It looks more natural. Rook f3 check and then knight f4 or king g6, but probably knight f4 is possible here. g3 is met by king g4 if it's possible.
Yes, we take it's possible.
Yeah, I mean rook f2 seems to be possible, but this already feels shaky. There is also this
Almost
knight endgame with rook e2,
Yeah,
which is
seems like a draw.
but this is draw with king g2. Yeah, not king g2. So This black is not.
Threatening checkmate.
Yes, this is shocking actually. This is shocking. It's so natural to bring back the knight, and there you go. So, but the black has good chances. I mean, I would evaluate it, of course, much more as a draw, but I also feel the dangers, and it doesn't look so trivial yet.
So let me ask another question. Now,
Just a second, because I did not mention that after rook f3 you can also go king g6, and this plan of knight f6, knight g4 also can be unpleasant. Okay, now it's your turn.
Now my question was, now it's 10 past 7. How would you evaluate my chances of making the movie Fast and the Furious 8, which starts at 8 p.m.?
No
Cinema is
chances.
5 minutes from here. No chance.
No
huh?
chances. No chances. I mean, if you would have told me that it's at 10, I would tell you that most probably you're gonna catch it. But no, 8:39. Probably your chances with 9 would be realistic. Even 8:30 you would not catch.
I don't wanna. I'm not that desperate to watch it, but just checking.
Yeah, basically just to get a feel that what I'm thinking about the position. No, I think that this game will be still played for another 1.5 hours for sure.
Yeah, makes sense. Huh?
And also we should not forget about the tournament situation. If Fabiano is to win this game, then tomorrow he can play for the tournament victory with Levon Aronian. While if this game ends in a draw, then Levon Aronian is already the champion of GRENKE Chess Classic.
Can we have the current
2017.
standings to illustrate that? Levon has 5 out of 6, I'm guessing, and Magnus is already out of contention after his draw today. He cannot catch him. 4.5 is the best he can reach. We see it. Magnus Carlsen 3.5 out of 6. Kai Knight 50%. Hou Yifan 50%. And Mr. Fabi. I feel he's too young to call him Dr. Fabi. Like, chess-wise, he deserves it. I feel like he needs to turn 30, like Levon, so we can call him a doctor.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. He has 3 out of 5. So if he were to win today and then defeat Dr. Levon tomorrow, then he could still force the... I believe they have a tiebreak. At least they had one 2 years ago. I'm not sure how it is this time around. Force the playoffs if both players would have 5 out of 7. But that requires 2 events. First of all, him winning this probably drawn position. Then secondly, him defeating Levon Aronian in good form.
No, I wouldn't
Very
call
likely.
this a drawn position. I mean, it's still tricky.
No, I agree with that. I'm saying computer versus computer or table-based versus table-based, probably draw. Perfect play.
You think so? Yeah.
Ah.
I don't know.
I obviously don't have a clue, but if I had to bet, I'd put my money.
I don't know. I mean, if
on
it
draw,
would be a
probably.
theoretical draw, then computers probably would play a draw against each other. But probably even in computer play, there should be some practical aspect, or there is no aspect if it's not a table-based draw
It's
yet.
an interesting question. Is there a practical aspect in computer play? Doesn't practical imply humans involved? Maybe not.
Yeah, I don't know. I just cannot judge it. Actually, it would be really interesting. Maybe somebody could just start letting
Someone
engines...
run a computer tournament from this position.
Exactly.
Keep us posted.
And while the game ends, we would have a number, yeah? It would be really interesting to see, for example, 100 games with 1 minute each of the computers, and how would that end?
My problem is normally I would be talking about Fabiano's hair now. I feel Magnus just ruined the hair day for everybody else. There's nothing to see there.
Yeah, everything is normal. I only see a player who is fully concentrated and nothing else.
You don't even see the shirt?
Okay, I notice it, but but I don't really
It's
pay
not
too
what
much
you
attention.
take interest in. What has he played? Knight D1.
Knight D1, yeah. This is an aesthetical move. You remember we were talking about that good players like to go for aesthetics, and
Right.
and this Knight D1 is such a move. It's really pleasing. Yeah, Rook E1, Knight D1 doesn't look natural at all.
Why is it pleasing? I was taught a knight on the rim is dim. From D5 I can go to all these squares. F6, F4. What's it doing on D1?
Okay, it stops Knight E3, and basically probably the
see it
idea
from
is
here.
that, yeah, but after Knight D5, White could eventually potentially attack this knight. Yeah, but with Knight D1, your knight is forever protected. And maybe the idea is that, for
Congratulations.
example, Knight G3 is met by Knight E3, and maybe White is in big trouble already. Suddenly some domination is coming, and H4. I don't know. Once Knight D1 is played, I feel some strength in it. No, then Knight F1. wins.
I just can never resist these, but yeah, knight
Yeah.
f1 is stronger.
Yeah, knight f1 just wins.
Yep. Okay, I'll stop messing around. Knight d1. What can poor Bluebaum do? I'd give some checks just to get
Yeah,
started.
check is
Go
natural.
away.
Yeah, king f5, king back to g6.
Now something. Do I want to play g3 or not? Maybe I do, actually.
Maybe you do. Yeah.
Just
Now
creating
that-
some space.
Now that you kick back my king, and now
Now
I
that
feel
you
like the
misplaced
knight
your
is.
knight,
Yeah,
you
now the
would
knight
like
is
it here, wouldn't you?
definitely.
Draw.
Yeah, not obvious how to
Oh,
to
you can try
proceed.
this. Somewhere.
Okay, look at it. Yeah, king g1
Yeah,
and knight back.
right back.
No, of course. Okay, the game continues and starts as you wish. And the knight on f1 is kind of trapped, yeah?
Yeah, it's not ideal.
I mean,
So-
it would be nice to play knight h2, knight g4, but this you're not gonna get.
No, there you have to go with something like this. You must still suffer.
Yeah, rook e1. And then rook a2. And then you start checking. This already feels
Oh,
draw.
yeah, now it's enough checks.
Knight's drawish. I mean, finally white got out of this. Yeah, I'm not sure that I'm liking knight d1 that much. Yeah, if you will be able to get away with this. I mean, and it seems
Certainly
like...
getting away with it. The question is where the king runs, but no, it has to go to g6.
Yeah, but I mean, if you are really able to get this g3 set up with my king kick back on g6, then you remember I was talking, telling that I'm quite a believer that this game will last another 1.5 hours, but with the pawn on g3 I already would not have this feeling. I mean, it feels like once the king is close and the black king is kicked back and black cannot create immediately something, then it's already much more drawish than I would assume with the active king on g4.
So you're saying my chances of watching the stylings of Vin Diesel as Dom Toretto in Fast 8 have increased by 91.
No, that's not. That's
Still
not
no
the
chance,
case.
huh?
Not the case, because the game will go on and we also will get the chance to ask the players what has happened. And in this case, I don't feel that this is realistic.
Maybe Fabio also wants to see it so we can make the press conference. Sure.
I think once this game is over, he will be focused on tomorrow's game.
It's possible.
Yeah, g3, and that's where you suddenly start feeling stability.
Yeah. Feels like this is an achievement. You're not getting checkmated anymore
Exactly.
because it's not so easy to get this in. So we know you're a fan of the works of Van Damme, but let me ask you this. If you, let's say you're stuck on a deserted island and you can only bring DVDs by one actor or actress, who do you choose?
Oh, this is a personal question. Huh?
I don't know. Is it that personal?
I don't know. I mean, DVDs. Okay, I'm a really huge fan of Western movies.
Okay.
I'm a huge fan of Sergio Leone. So
You can't choose directors, only actors. So you can
yes.
choose.
And from that actor as many movies as possible.
Yeah, any movie from that actor. So you can bring every John Wayne movie or every.
No,
Denzel
that
Washington
that
movie.
I don't know. That I don't gonna do. Yeah, probably Robert De Niro.
Robert De Niro.
I think yeah, I would choose Robert De Niro. I mean, okay, he's in Once Upon a Time in America. It's one of my favorite
That's true.
movies. I could be watching that movie 100 times, and
There's a movie called Godfather 2.
yeah, Godfather as well. But I mean, for me, Once Upon a Time in America touched me much more. I don't know. It's of course I appreciate Godfather, but
I didn't like it. The James Woods character. I didn't like James Woods in there.
where?
Once Upon a Time in America.
Why you didn't like his character?
I don't know. I don't trust James Woods at all.
But actually I love James Woods.
Oh, okay.
He used to be one of my
Deal
favorite
breaker.
character. I mean, I remember the movie The Specialist. I mean, with Sylvester Stallone,
yeah, some weird
Sharon
bombs
Stone,
movie.
I
Yeah,
think,
some-
and there also I find the character of James Woods when they are talking about the bomb. I mean, the way he handles this scene, this is just one of my favorite scenes.
Maybe you should just choose James Woods and he can bring the specialist. No De Niro in that one.
Yeah, but I'm not sure that he has so many movies. Yeah, but no, Robert De Niro, I just
It's a good
admire a
choice. I
lot.
like it too. He has some dumb comedies as well for like, comic relief on the island.
I'm not such a huge fan of those, but
Meet the Fockers is funny.
yeah, Meet the Fockers is funny. Yeah, even so, I'm not really into this comedy business. I like real
You
stuff.
like the real stuff, yeah?
Yeah, I like the real stuff.
Raging Bull.
Raging Bull was great. Yeah, Raging Bull was great.
Mm.
But okay, so many with De Niro. Also, The Fan was interesting. I mean, it was slightly strange, but with Wesley Snipes.
It's not on most people's list of great De Niro movies, but
Yeah, it's not. No, I was just bringing it on because it has its style.
No, I like the choice. I'm not sure though if I have to choose between Pacino and De Niro. I might have to go with Pacino because then I get Godfather 1. I don't think De Niro's in that one. It feels strange to only have Godfather 2.
Yeah.
But it's a tough choice.
Yeah, and then with Devil's Advocate. Huh?
I didn't like that one.
You didn't like that
That's
one?
a weird movie.
No, I really like that. Especially the scene when he's in the underground and then he's telling Keanu Reeves, you know, that why he should be using the subway, that people don't see you coming.
That's
That
such
was-
a weird movie. If I like Pacino's there, I'm tired of playing humans. Let me play the devil already. Like it didn't do it for me. Like Keanu Reeves' girlfriend, why does she have all these mental issues? Nothing happens to her. Like it's so confusing.
Yeah, it's confusing, but fascinating also.
No, but you get Scarface.
Scarface, no,
Serpico.
okay. No, of course.
You get a lot of stuff.
No,
with
million
good old
things,
L
yeah.
as well.
No, those great actors have really so many good movies, so probably it's a good choice to pick them, yeah? You can hang on for quite a while on the island,
Yeah.
yeah? With such movies.
I'm not sure why you would have a DVD player on that island, but maybe it's
Well, that you will figure out, yeah? I mean, you will bring it to me.
No, I think that's a good choice. Let us know your choice, because, okay, well, who wants to talk about this? Endgame, let's be real here. Hashtag GRENKE chess on Twitter. By the way, follow me on Twitter. Peter's not on Twitter because he avoids any social media except for Skype, but I don't count that as social media. But follow me. I haven't tweeted anything for like 2-3 months, but still, I measure my self-worth in followers. I have 10,500 now, so please follow me on Twitter at GM Would mean a lot to me. I will never bother you with any tweets, so there's really not a lot to lose.
And how much is that? I mean, 10,500, is that a good number?
Depends who you are. If you're famous, it's very bad. If you're me, like it's we measure our self-esteem nowadays in Twitter followers, and if you say something on Facebook or Twitter, how many likes and retweets you get. So this is how the world functions. Even though I feel like I'm already old, like Twitter, and the cool kids nowadays, they use Snapchat and Instagram.
Yeah,
All of this is like
I
a
heard
foreign
about
language to
those,
you.
yeah. No, I heard about those, but I don't know how they look like.
I've tried Snapchat, but I also couldn't figure it out. I think you post weird short videos of yourself where you edit your face as a clown mask and then people like it. I didn't understand it either. Instagram, I think it's mainly just pictures. It's like Twitter with pictures. But yeah, I'm old. Follow me on Twitter. Would mean a lot to...
Yeah, I was
I'm-
wondering when you're gonna smile while talking about this, because it's not. It shouldn't be easy, no?
No, I'm
Making
trying to make it
advertisement
sound like
for
I'm
yourself,
joking.
no?
That's tough for me.
Yeah.
But I'm only half joking about the measuring your self-worth in this, because people, and I'm including myself in that, like, you are, at some point you're checking, oh, but I only got 5 retweets, what is this? Like, Lawrence Trent got 15 retweets for his monkey picture, like, what am I doing wrong? So,
Yeah,
it
I
is
see.
a thing
I
of the
see.
time.
Life is hard, yeah.
Life is very hard. And Von Blade says, surely if you want most great films as the solution, then Harrison Ford. That's an odd choice.
Oh, Indiana Jones.
No, of course he's had some characters.
Yeah, of
and
course, yeah.
You have the Indiana Jones, you have all these movies where he played the president, Air Force One, The Fugitive.
I have been a huge fan of Indiana Jones in my childhood, really huge.
I'm not surprised.
I really loved those.
But no, you don't get enough out of Harrison Ford, really. You get all the Star Wars, but who wants those, if you're honest?
Yeah,
some
I'm not
offense to all you Star Wars nerds.
I'm not a Star Wars.
There you go.
No, not at all.
Saba Who makes another completely ridiculous choice. No offense, Saba Who. It's Saba, by the way, or Shaba. I
Chaba.
always get it wrong.
Chaba.
I always
No,
get it slightly
Chaba.
wrong. Chaba, sorry.
It's Java.
Chaba Who says Jennifer Lawrence, which I like Jennifer Lawrence, but why would you choose an actress that's like whatever, however old she is, 25 years old? She has like 10 movies. You're on the deserted island. You need to do it like Peter. Take a 75-year-old who has like hundreds of movies. That's just a ridiculous choice, Chaba. You've probably seen all these movies. How often have you seen Silver Linings Playbook, Chaba Who? Doesn't make any sense, that choice. I don't mean to be judgmental, but if you get the choice wrong, I have to tell you so. Jennifer Lawrence. You get some X-Men in there, which is nice. Do you watch stuff like that? The Hunger Games? Are you watching these things? Probably not.
No, it's not my style.
I've watched one, but like whenever the kids started killing each other, like it was all grizzled out, so I wasn't into it.
And then already for me, a lonely cowboy is better.
What's that, Lonely Cowboy? It's
No,
Depp,
it's not a movie. I mean,
you
just
mean
a
the genre?
character.
Yeah,
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 that
okay.
okay. For me, a Keoma, for example, I like Italo spaghetti westerns, and okay, they're like
As long as there's some Ennio Morricone score, you're happy.
yeah, Ennio Morricone is just brilliant. In fact, I also had the chance to meet him and play chess with him because he's a very good chess player himself. I think he plays like 1800 or 1900 level. And when I just won the candidates tournament in 2002 Dortmund, then he was giving a concert in Szeged, in my hometown, and we got the chance to meet, and we played 2 games. And I remember one was a Nimzo with I was black, and he really shocked me that he played E3 Nimzo a la Botvinnik. With A3 and then bishop takes C3, BC, bishop D3, F3, 92. I mean, all these things.
Knight
And
G3, Rook A2. He's
and
mixing
Rook
up.
A2. I mean, I was really shocked. Can you imagine? You know, I'm meeting Ennio Morricone, my big hero, and I'm such a huge fan. And then suddenly he plays brilliant stuff against
Studied
me
Botvinnik Capablanca.
over the board. And I really wanted to make a draw because I just so much appreciate him. But because he was such a good player, he insisted that we play it real.
But that's, in a way, it's showing him more respect that you play for real and checkmate.
Exactly. No, it was really fantastic.
Matthias Bluebaum also really wants to make a draw. It's Fabiano. Fabiano looks confident.
Basically, in this position, you try to show your confidence also because you feel like
Try to
maybe
not, like, I have a plan, I'm winning.
exactly, yeah, it looks like also what Levon was telling yesterday, yeah, that he was trying to play these opposite colored bishops with such okay. Anyway, it was very hard to judge whether this is a win or draw. Finally, after the game analysis has provided the information that probably it was a draw, but over the board, Levon was playing so confident, and this really affects you as a defender because you think like, wow, I mean, he already sees a way to win, and this is a position where you believe that he might be right, yeah, so you can believe him.
No, and always there's this mental game as the underdog. I don't think anybody in the world knows the exact evaluation of this position, but sometimes you can trust your opponent. If he's playing quickly and confidently, oh, he has a plan, H4, and like maybe I'm lost anyway. Yeah? Like it can get
Exactly, and I'm not liking this rook f8.
Yeah, I didn't
H4
understand either.
because-
Why not bring the king, force the king back first?
Because after knight d1, really it feels like black is
Checks.
playing for domination. He wants to lock you down with h4 and then all kinds of maybe there are no threats, but you still feel like that
You can't go G3.
you can't
anymore.
go g3, and the other one was much more systematic. First kick the annoying king back and then get g3 in
Yeah.
with very good chances to make a systematic draw, because like this you are never guaranteed that there won't be anything. Maybe his idea that after rook e2 there is king g1 and then knight h2 check. That's how he wants to activate the.
Kinds of worries. So also this plan. Okay, knight 2 probably. You go rook 8, I understand, but just to show the idea, like whatever.
Yes, it's actually a brilliant idea.
This is problems.
And knight takes g3, then already let's execute it till the end and checkmate him. So with this king on h2, there are all kinds of dangers.
Even here you start worrying about all kinds of things
king
already.
f4, g4.
Probably surviving, but
Yeah.
it's not fun.
Okay, here white has rook f3 check probably, but okay. No, it's. I'm not liking this. Yeah, to allow h4.
So the knight makes it here, you're in trouble. Like, there's all kinds of problems. G1.
No, this
G2.
is really surprising. I mean.
Okay, poor Matthias. He's also tired. Yeah, like
Yeah,
every day
very
is a tough
tired.
game, and today to defend with white such position is always it's mentally unpleasant because in a
Very
way you lost
unpleasant,
already
yes.
that you have to defend this, and yeah, not a big surprise. And you have Mr. Fabi sitting there, locked in.
Yeah, not easy to. Okay, now he has to find the plan, but I think he's also kind of happy that he managed to get this. That was the idea of knight d1, yeah, to get this h4 going, and
I'm sure he's happy that Bluebaum didn't give him a lot of checks. Rook f8, so he has
but
to
maybe
start
Bluebaum
jumping
is
around.
playing for the checkmate, yeah. I mean, he doesn't want to kick back the black king, so to have this chance of mating. But now
It's
with
hard
the
to
pawn on
mate.
h4 anymore, this your favorite knight e3 checkmates don't work anymore. Yeah?
No, it's gonna be very tough. Like, what checkmates do we even have?
Yeah, there are no checkmates.
So knight f6 and rook on
Rook
f3,
on
but
f3,
it's
yeah.
tough to manufacture.
I mean, it was more of a joke.
I understand. It's so hard to do. No, I can't find a credible move for it. So what other non-chess celebrities have you met through your chess successes?
Well, actually, really, it's very interesting that chess has given me so much because when I was in Argentina, for example, in '94 as the youngest grandmaster, then when they heard that I love to play football and in fact I was extremely big talent also in football, I just had to I had to give it up because of chess. And once you are like already international master at the age of 11, kind of very difficult to focus fully on football. So chess became clear the number one thing. But when I was in Argentina, then immediately the journalist took me to the River Plate match, and I was watching the River Plate match. And once the match finished, this was '94, April of '94. Then they brought me into the locker room of the players, and I got the chance to meet Passarella. He was the coach, the legendary player from the 80s team of Argentina national team, and the great goalkeeper Goicoechea. So we had those pictures, and that was the next day the front page of the sport newspaper in Argentina. This was already something really special with just 14 years, and they really wanted me to meet Maradona, but he was out of Buenos Aires at that time.
It's the same Goicoechea that didn't parry Andy Bremer's shot in 1990?
Exactly.
Penalty killer.
The penalty killer, yeah. So that was fantastic. Then I also had the chance in '94 March, just 1 month before, to train with the Borussia Mönchengladbach football team, which was very strong in '94 because Dahlin and Brolin were playing for them.
Ah, the Swedish guys were good.
Yeah, exactly. And then just a few months later, the Swedes took the bronze medal in the World Championship in United States. So that was another big show because I was given the chance to train with them. So they were quite surprised that I'm also practicing free kicks and things like this from trying to trick the goalkeeper. I did not really manage, but it was still kind of cool. And I was trying to teach them later how to play chess. So it was another great thing. And finally, okay, in 2004 I played the World Championship match against Kramnik, and that was such a dramatic match, which finally ended with 7-7, and that basically made me a sportsman of the nation in Hungary. And when in 2005 we had the charity football match with the Formula One pilots, Schumacher, then I was chosen to be the captain of the Hungarian All-Star team. So in front of 20,000 spectators in the Hungarian National Stadium, we played this match with Schumacher and with all the other Formula One pilots. And we exchanged the flags and things like this with Schumacher. That was just fantastic. And the captain of the Formula One pilot team was Placido Domingo. So it was just an incredible show. So if I would not be that great as a chess player, then I would have never had the chance to meet those guys, definitely.
So is football your favorite sports? I know you're into some other sports.
Yeah, I mean, that used to be my favorite sport until I finally got injured in 2010, June of 2010, and since then I just can't play football anymore.
I meant
I
as
mean,
a
it's
spectator. or as a
yes.
fan.
No, but finally then I moved into handball. Now I'm a complete freak. I mean, I'm a complete handball addict. Probably partly also because my hometown Szeged is extremely good, and that's our main sport in Szeged. But I got so infected by handball that I'm reading all kind of forums and I'm following every team in the world basically, and I know all the finesses, everything involved. So that's now my main hobby. If I'm not doing sports myself.
We have to answer some of the suggestions for which actor you would choose. Denzel Washington, as I mentioned, which I think is an excellent choice, not just because of Training Day, but it's so many movies, all different genres, but he's always good, he's always entertaining. So I approve of the Denzel Washington choice.
Yeah, that's definitely.
That's a correct choice. Gene Hackman, I don't know. Like Gene Hackman, I think he has many good movies, and I understand he's a bit of a legend, but I can only name like 2 or 3 Gene Hackman movies. I'm not sure.
I mean,
French Connection.
I could maybe a little bit more, but yeah, I'm also not such a huge. Okay, as a West Ham fan, then I immediately. What was the English title of this movie with Leonardo DiCaprio, also Sharon Stone involved?
Not sure.
Well, I have seen it 100 times. Keanu Russell Crowe playing there.
I think I know what you mean.
I mean, okay, I will finally recall the movie, but
there were some other suggestions. Robin Williams, but we're talking movies here. Like it's Robin Williams, I think of more as a comedian. He's a fantastic comic. But movies, do you really want to watch Jumanji on your deserted island? Like, what good movies do you get out of Robin Williams? I don't understand that. Maybe Good Will Hunting. But no, I don't approve of that choice. You don't get his comedy. What else was there? Kevin Spacey. I don't think there's enough material compared to Denzel or Robert De Niro, Kevin Spacey.
okay, Kevin Spacey with The Usual Suspects got legendary, yeah?
Of course, Usual
As a
Suspects
Kaiser
is a
Soze.
fantastic movie, and you also get 7. You get a bunch of good movies. I'm not
I think
arguing
The
against it.
Usual Suspects is kind of chess players' favorite movie. I mean, I know so many chess players who believe that that's their favorite movie.
It's good, yeah. I wouldn't say favorite, but yeah. The first time I saw it, it was
Shocked, yeah?
nice surprise. No, Kevin Spacey, yeah. I don't know. I'm torn. You don't get House of Cards. You don't get the TV shows, just to be clear. I don't know. I'm not sure I can approve of that. I'm going to have to ask Fabiano. He said movies are one of his vices.
So, but let's return to chess. Something has
G3.
happened. G3 has been played. When this works, then white is out of trouble. But does this work?
Solves the problems. H3 is point is check, or what's his point?
No, check. Takes knight f1.
Bunch of checks.
Wow, that's
Seems to work.
great defense, yeah. if it works. Yeah, Fabiano is not pleased with this.
No, I did not see this coming. Yeah, if one more pawn gets exchanged, then we're very close to a draw. Seems to work, no? Nice move.
It seems to work. Yeah, knight h2, even not clear how to continue.
There's no continuing. You can take. But
Yeah,
what's
take
the point?
time, this is just a draw.
Your move.
Wow, so what time do we have? No, but you will not be able to.
No.
No. Okay, but in German the movie starts 45 minutes late, no?
That's true, there's always hours of commercials.
Because I remember that a couple of times me and my wife made this mistake that we thought that it's 8 o'clock in Hungary at 8 o'clock basically would mean that at 8:15 most probably the movie would start, but in Germany it's
Hamburg, I mean, it's 8:40.
8:40, yeah, exactly, because in Dortmund we have been many times to all those cinemas, and I even had some stories, but okay, I will not get into them. During Vanilla Sky something happened, but okay.
What happened? Now you're teasing us.
Yeah, well, it was kind of the premiere of this movie, and
Some Tom Cruise movie?
yeah, it was Tom Cruise and Penelope Cruz and I don't know, somehow sitting here in the studio I'm forgetting everything. Cameron Diaz, I think. But I might be wrong. Okay, anyway, the point was that it's full house. We were the first in the cinema. We took our popcorns, we took our seats, and we are waiting. Okay, nothing is happening for half an hour. The popcorn finishes. We want to drink something because also the drinks finished. But okay, the movie can start any moment. At the same time, people are coming already, coming. The cinema is slowly getting fully packed, and we are somewhere row 20 or even further far away. And then finally I say, okay, I just cannot do this anymore. Let me go out. I will bring some more popcorn and some more drinks. So finally I'm going out, bringing of course, at the moment I left the cinema, probably the movie started instantly. Anyway, I'm coming back with the popcorn, and suddenly it's complete darkness. And, and I'm standing with my popcorn and with the drinks in my hand, and I just don't see anything because it's dark, but I only see myself on the screen. And I also feel like, I don't know, 500 people staring at me like, who is this idiot? And I'm trying to orient myself which direction to go. So finally, okay, but already I feel people shouting from the first lines, okay, just to go away. So I'm finally going, I'm getting to the row. I start to move, and almost like there were two seats between me and my wife, when I was already saying, yeah, here I am finally, and there was some lady bag lying on the floor, and I just fell, and all the popcorn, all the drinks just fell off, and the movie was already on, so it was just a total disaster. I hate to miss even the first seconds of the movie, but yeah, that was just terrible. I was still trying to hold on by falling to the popcorn or to the drink. I already don't remember, but I just messed it up.
Fabiano's gone for this rook e2 h3, because what else? But I'm sure Bluebaum has planned rook h8, knight h2, else he don't allow this.
Yeah, of course.
Even surprised he's thinking. But okay, why not double check?
Yeah, he has 20 minutes on the clock, and he knows that if what he has calculated it's right, then it's game over.
Game is over, exactly. Is there any domination? Yeah, there he goes. Rook h8 check. King g4, knight h2 will be played. Yep.
Yeah, Fabi is quite disappointed.
Fabi is not happy with the wealth. Well, Levon Aronian is probably quite happy.
Definitely.
Because if this game ends peacefully, Levon wins the tournament outright with one game to go. Which doesn't happen often in super tournaments, that you win, especially with 7 rounds, win with 1 round to spare.
Well, it happened once to me in 2014 with Fabiano that he won the tournament with +4 exactly, and I think I was +1, and we were facing each other in the last round. Then,
Dortmund, yeah.
yeah, Dortmund, and I really felt like if I would be within a striking distance, I would be trying everything, but like this, I also kind of didn't have much motivation left, and he played the Berlin, and I did not. I tried some anti-Berlin, but didn't really got anywhere, and the game quite quickly finished in a draw.
Fabiano's probably gonna try a bit here, but okay.
Yeah, this one.
Looks like White's defense should be quite easy now. Even though
I mean, only if there are some
I'd be
mating.
capable of messing this up.
No,
It's
but
knight
maybe you can
f2.
go rook h2, maybe just to be on the safe side, just to stop knight f2.
Yeah,
and-
that looks like a good move. One.
rook e1. Yeah, this is tricky. Okay, you have to go king g2. Yeah.
Two.
And okay, it should be a draw.
Can't I trick you?
How to trick me?
I don't know. You're hard to trick. Not
Yeah,
much
this you will
trickery.
handle yourself. Yeah.
Mm.
Well,
With the
definitely
G
he
pawn, as we learned,
Yeah, there are
passive
no
defense
chances.
is good enough, so there's no chance.
If there is passive defense, but there is. Yeah.
Well,
I mean,
I don't know if this
yeah,
is
of
passive
course.
or active, but it's good enough.
Yeah.
So yeah, well, this is on the board. Rook takes h3. G4, of course, you can also take.
No, but
if you're-
hang on. Can you just go back to that rook endgame? How did we reach that rook endgame? Because suddenly it looked to me like it's dangerous.
I think I was doing this and this while Fabi went for king f4 and g4 immediately.
Yeah, king f4, g4. No, because they're just at the end after rook h8. Yeah, for example, how to just to reach that position, because I think it's quite instructive. It's not really relevant for this game, of course, but just when it takes, and rook h8. Can I give rook e2 check?
Sure.
And king f1, rook goes somewhere, and then next king g3. And then I go king g3, isn't this a win? I think this is almost the only position which is winning with the g pawn, because you could be standing
just a
with
tempo
rook b1,
short.
king
Yeah,
g1,
yeah.
and it's a dead draw, but this is exactly lost.
Here.
And here. No, here you have rook f8. No, rook f8 loses, yeah. So you are just not in time to get
To
the
go
passive defense. Yeah.
Okay, then let me try harder.
Okay, check. Where is this rook running?
This is too passive, huh?
This is not the right.
It's in the wrong order.
Let me try harder. Yeah. Rook on edge. Let me sit. Yeah. Yeah. This
Oh,
is
interesting. So
very
there's some
tricky.
chances here, yeah, surprising.
Yeah, I mean, this is maybe just the win. It's not a chance. But I mean, okay,
Okay,
everything
of course,
else
nothing was
draws,
forced to it.
Exactly.
Mhm.
Okay, so rook h2 probably is not precise.
Well, Fabi did something else. He went, sorry, for g4 immediately, allowing knight takes g4, which some people have won, but of course it's a draw. Unless you blunder. But I'm not sure you want to go for this with the king cut off. There's always hope.
But usually you do go for it, no? Because you know that you anyway will have to take sooner or later, no?
That's true. You can't.
And
Let
I
the
don't
pawn
really
queen.
believe that the king will be out of this corner, and you have to be ready to draw this. I mean, knight e3 is coming. You are forced to. Here.
Force
also.
wins, but no, it's still in time.
All kinds of dangers, yeah.
Already very close. Yeah, maybe this works still.
No, then knight takes g4 check.
Ah, sorry.
Excuse me.
Oops.
That will be annoying.
Then this position would already be quite annoying.
Yeah, this is already.
So probably you just
Took
take the
one.
pawn before anything too bad happens. And what's the technique for defending this? Don't get mated. Probably.
Yeah, I mean, okay, you just go rook h8 and then you start checking, but you have to watch out. This, yeah, with king on g1, But maybe knight e3 you can go rook h2. That's a nice resource.
Oh,
This is
that's
a nice
important.
resource.
Yep.
That's nice. So
Yeah, there's no knight
and
e3,
you
then the
really
king has
need
no shelter.
exactly. And then okay, you can go knight c3 and then knight e4, and it will be
Sure. but,
still some.
We can give a million checks.
Okay, not million because king f3.
I
Rook
got
f8, king e3, and then knight e4. You are still kind of logged down. I remember I had a game against Kramnik in 2012 when I was completely lost. So of course this was like a dream for me to reach it, and finally I held it. But my king was kind of cut, and we already played for 7.5 hours. That was my longest game ever. I think it was 7 hours 55 minutes or something like this. We finished 10:55 p.m. With the same time control like in this tournament. So that was really an ultra marathon, and my head was exploding. So was Vladis, and he was really disappointed. And there were all kinds of mating threats, and I was wondering that do these mating threats exist only because I'm already hardly know my own name, or those things are real? Because usually we always thought that rook knight against rook is just a dead draw.
Well, if your king is not on the corner, there's not so much to do. But some people have lost it. There's always some tricks.
Yeah.
And here, are there any tricks?
Yeah, you can
Doesn't
try
really
to.
look like a lot, but
Yeah, and then knight g5. Yeah, you want to go with this, but then king f1
even
already.
this-
Yeah, but also it's nice then to start asking some questions. No, with king f1.
Yeah.
Let me get out. Okay, it shouldn't be. I mean, rook knight
No,
against.
of course,
rook.
it's a draw, but you have to concentrate.
Yeah, you have to concentrate. It's usually the mate is coming when you are expecting it the least. Yeah. So Matthias taking his time.
Fabi's still smelling some hope. No,
No, he
he's
also
not ready to go home yet.
Yeah, he also has to pretend that, if you give the knight, your king is stuck, so I have chances. This is very natural, and this is the way to do it, because without any psychology you will not win such position.
Cass Hansen is stating that only player able to threaten at left Aronian victory guide is at Fabiano Caruana. I'm not sure you need the dots there, Cass Hansen. But yeah, that is very true. Only if Fabiano wins this game and the next game, he can still threaten a level.
Yeah, so he has gone for it. I would have been extremely surprised if he wouldn't.
Maybe he's gonna try to show off, play king f1. Now rook f2.
He played king f1.
No.
I know. You are only.
I'm just blundering his rook.
Okay, no, because
Rook h8.
suddenly
please.
shocked. You are a good shocker, eh? No?
Shock effect wears off.
Quite a critical moment, yeah, that this knight e3 does not work. Because if knight e3 would work, it would be a different story. Then black would try to get king g3 and knight g4, but here this rook h2 is very effective. And
Also, maybe you have to think, maybe you still try it, yeah? If you think it's the best chance. And okay, if he sees rook h2,
no,
we go
but
home.
then it's immediate over. No.
He's not gonna do it?
No, he's not gonna do it. Well, basically you also don't have to go home immediately, because you still have knight rook e1 check and knight c2, but still you don't want to try like this.
Yeah, this doesn't look like the most threatening formation.
Yeah, but okay, I mean, if you just want to
Yeah, of
play
course.
50 move
You
rule,
have to do
then
it.
you can still do it, but then already you believe your opponent that of course he will see it, and then knight c3 still looks like a better version. Yeah?
Gotcha.
I remember once losing this in a training game, but it was in a very special situation, because I had a training partner and the lunch was kind of already ready, and my wife was calling us that okay, come for lunch, and we exactly had this position. We were playing, I think, with 2 seconds extra on the clock, and I was not sure that how long my opponent will really try. And when I thought that okay, now it's for sure draw, then I blundered mate.
Oh,
So I do know that it's possible to lose it if you are not concentrated enough.
but then you would need Mrs. Caruana to call with lunch mate at this
Yes,
point.
or dinner, yeah. No,
Dinner
well,
maybe.
Yeah, it's dinner. Dinner is calling. So, I mean, let's not forget the players came to play at 3 o'clock. So probably if they had lunch, they should have had lunch around 1:30.
I'm not sure the players have lunch. I see all of them late at breakfast. That normally means that they skip lunch, no?
I don't know. I mean, usually I skip breakfast during tournaments, so I cannot really judge. But I remember when the times I was still having breakfast, like at 10:30, like the latest person. When the, I mean, usually the chess player strategy is to come 10:29 and claim at the hotel that yeah, you said that it's still 10:30, so I have the right to enter, and then I can sit as long as I want. So that's the usual scenario, or it used to be the usual scenario. But even then, I was usually always having some lunch later on.
Okay.
But I never had too much breakfast. Yeah, I'm just trying to eat something and drink something so that I keep on till, I mean, survive till 1:30 lunch. I always felt like I need a hot meal before a game.
Okay. Yeah. I don't know. Sometimes. I guess it also. I was gonna say it depends, but really it doesn't depend. Because normally people have their routine and they want to do the same thing before every round. Yeah, you either have
Exactly.
lunch or you skip it, but you keep doing the same
Yeah,
thing.
but basically the problem to go without lunch is that if you start at 3 and you play a 6-hour game, then you might lose concentration at the end of the game because you're already hungry and you cannot really risk that.
But you're allowed to eat something during the game if you. Most
Okay,
people
you are
don't,
allowed,
but,
but you don't really want to.
Mhm.
Some move, knight
Knight
f2,
F2.
happened.
What's that move?
With the same idea, the knight is heading to g4, and if you cannot
Mhm.
really use it immediately, then it's a great move.
He's hoping to provoke something like this, and all of a sudden.
That's it.
C'est fini. Blundering mate, I'm very efficient. But of course, there's no real threats.
But I know sometimes how difficult it is if you have breakfast and then you are not hungry yet for lunch, but you know that you have to eat. It's a very tricky thing as
It's
well.
like Tour de France. You have to eat before you get hungry.
Rook c2, also very
Rook
precise.
c2.
Very precise.
Why is that?
Okay, just foreseeing that if the king gets to d1 after some king g3, knight g4, then I give knight e3 check and you cannot run further to c1.
I see.
So just to be super precise in every situation.
Still a dead draw, Fabi, no matter how precise you are.
Okay, but you want to really put as much pressure as possible.
Yes, knight f2 is nice. The
Knight
king can
f2
go
is-
to g3 or e3.
It's
you
actually
block.
beautiful. It's beautiful. I mean, such small things are just lovely. King e1, he's trying to run.
Day.
He's trying to run. Okay, now we will see king f3.
You can run, but you cannot hide.
Hide. Exactly.
I never understood that. Why can't you hide? Like, it doesn't make any sense. No? Like, I've heard it a lot of times. You can run, but you cannot hide. But to me, it seems a lot more efficient to hide.
I don't know, but there was this movie, Nowhere to Run by Van Damme.
Yeah, that makes more sense. But
Yeah,
nowhere
there's-
to hide. Because the worst thing that can happen to you when you're hiding is that they discover you and then you can still run. So like you can run, but you can't hide. Makes no sense. And the king can run and it can hide. Rook f8 played. King e3. Oh no, rook f8 has not been played. That's just in my head. So how do we do this?
Don't ask me, I see everywhere trouble.
Yeah, I'm also getting mated in every line I think about.
No, of course it's still a complete draw, but now king f1, now you run the other way.
I think this is a typical
Actually-
technique. You pin the knight and you run the
Yes,
other way.
actually Kramnik has just lost rook bishop versus rook position against Nepomniachtchi in Zurich.
Okay.
In Zurich Korchnoi tournament. Okay, that was a blitz game. In blitz game, it's extremely tricky. I remember once getting heavily criticized by losing in the tab blitz to Magnus Carlsen after defending the rook bishop versus rook position for something like 35 moves with 2 seconds on my clock, and finally I blundered and I got mated. And then in some chess magazine they wrote an article and they were just saying, I just cannot understand how Leko did not play this. I thought, okay, try to put yourself in my shoes and then you understand. Yeah, if you play a blitz game and then you are hanging on there with the 2 second increment for 30 moves, that some blunder might happen.
That's still the old days when they only criticize you in a chess magazine. Get a Twitter account and you'll see what happens. At G and Peter Leko.
That make me not want to have a Twitter account.
No, I think that's a wise choice. Rook f8 check, king e3 on the board. Why does he give that check? He wants to probably do this and now run. This is
Yeah, and run, of course. Yeah.
similar technique.
So move 60, new score sheet.
They didn't agree draw, yeah? They just agreed
Yeah,
to
of
new
course.
score sheets.
This is always annoying with this new score sheet because, I mean, to have 2 score sheet after the game is not something you really enjoy.
You don't know which one you have to sign. You have to sign both. You have to write the result on both.
Yeah, and also the problem is that somehow very rare occasion that you have really those score sheets from move 61. I think I have seen them already in some tournaments, but usually you are...
Do it by hand. You have to
Yeah,
make a
exactly.
6 and then a 7. And
Yeah.
it gets messed up. If you're Wesley So and you wrote this note to self on your first score sheet, stay concentrated, stay positive, and then you have a new score sheet, you can forget your note. It's like, it's a mess. I'm joking, Wesley. King d1, he wants to go this way. I don't know, I don't like going this way, because now you get cut off, and I'm already very scared. I understand there's no threat ever, but I'm still very scared.
Yeah, of course, but that's the danger, just to... Don't want anything just to scare the opponent,
Maybe rook c7 is more precise.
just to take away some squares. Yeah?
Take this square. Promise it doesn't matter, of course.
It doesn't matter. Yeah.
It's close to mattering. But now, with the king in the middle, you can't mate. Even if I go here. There's no threat.
Then you go back, yeah, rook e8.
I go back. Even if I don't check you, there's never any threats. That's why you can't win with a horse and a rook.
Yeah, usually, I mean, okay, the rook bishop endgame is
That's more complicated.
yeah, much bigger chance. In fact, this is considered to be almost 0 chance, and there it's like 50-50 chance. Yeah, in practical game, so many times.
Probably a little less. At this level, at least, the guys will more or less know the defense, but...
Yeah, but sometimes even when you know the defense, you still
course,
lose. Yeah, because it's especially when the time is ticking down. Of course, if the players have enough time, then there is nothing to talk about. But with little time on the clock, it gets all very tricky.
Played by Mr. Fabi. But yeah, there's not so much to do here. Let's go try something.
Okay, he will definitely try for some 20-30 moves, and then if he sees that he really got no chances, then I'm not sure he's gonna go all the way till 50 move rule. Yeah?
No, I've had this a couple times, and you play 20 moves or something, and then if your opponent
Yeah,
not
you
doing
check.
anything, at some point you
Exactly.
lose the will to live. Okay, let's go home. And Bluebaum is also being clever, just not showing up at the board. Not sure it's
Do what you want, yeah? Approach.
So, in the meantime, let's do a little recap of today's action. Arkady against Magnus Carlsen was a strange game. Interesting opening by Arkady. Then, yeah, of course, Black could repeat moves here, but Magnus tried to get more, was not very impressed with his own play later on. But it looks like he still
Yeah, but
managed
it
to
was...
stick around. This bishop d6 was a chance, I felt like.
Yeah, but it was a typical way again what Magnus was facing, that he felt like, yeah, repeating would probably be the most natural way to play, but since he just rules it out as an option, then he was kind of always making moves which he usually did not really want to do.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, especially let's just go back to this move 15, Bishop d4. I mean, here clearly you remember we were also saying that Queen d6 would be so much
he
more
mentioned that.
natural.
Yeah, you have to repeat.
Yeah, but again, Bishop e5, and then he's again faced with this repetition problem. So he went for Queen a5, and then suddenly it seemed like Black had to be precise later on. Yeah?
But yeah, then when he had to be precise after e4, maybe a mistake, he found this very nice solution. Takes knight e5, queen a3, knight c6, which seems to just maintain dynamic equality.
Yes, and I think maybe we
There's
should
a lot.
just go to this final position, move 34, because Bishop takes g6 is a really classy move. It shows understanding,
Okay.
because it might look like that, okay, why to play Bishop takes g6, but I like this choice. I think this was clearly the most practical. In this case, white is totally safe, because you really understand that you cannot be better with white, and then white to give him the chance in the other one where he might have some potential eventually. This one is much safer.
Yeah, Magnus did not see a lot of chances here. Forced to draw. Obviously, because there aren't any. Levin Aronian won another game against Hou Yifan. Once again, got her into a bit of trouble in the opening. Probably Hou Yifan was surprised by this bishop takes c4 move. And I don't know theory, but I'm reasonably sure the main line start with c takes d4 here. And after a6, Hou Yifan was already in a bit of trouble. The players discussed knight g8 or knight g4. Didn't look very convincing either to them.
It's strange that they did not mention knight fd7, which looked
This looked like the most natural to us.
quite natural.
Then this endgame, there might be drawing chances for black, but it was never fully equal. And Levin
Yeah, no,
just
this was very
kept
bad.
chipping away.
No, the endgame was really bad.
Took another pawn, and game over. Georg Meyer, long time ago, feels like, demonstrated very good opening preparation against Monsieur MVL, showed this new idea with bishop c5, e5, and he had worked out this position in quite some detail.
Yeah, the point was this bishop e6, rook ac8, yeah, to
Yes.
give the 2 pawns. I remember when I discovered it, I immediately felt like if you prepare, then definitely that's the idea, yeah. I however, I'm surprised because Maxim knew that Rubinstein will be played,
I agree.
and I think that if Georg is the guy who is always playing for the Rubinstein, then you really have to believe that in this main line he has something in store, because just to go for it and suffer right from the beginning makes very little sense. And in this sense, I really liked what Fabiano was doing. Yeah, he created a completely new concept. Of course, the Rubinstein is not something where you can create too many. So maybe Maxim was just unlucky that already in the tournament somebody managed to create something against the Rubinstein that probably not gonna happen in the next 5-6 games, and then White might come up again with something. It was wrong timing for Maxim, and then he never really got any chances.
No, with hindsight, of course, everyone could say, why didn't he play one c4 or knight f3, g3, or whatever if he wants to play, but you never know. And nice homework by Georg Meyer. So
Yeah,
said
really
bishop
nice.
c5, e5, and yeah. Got him a simple draw with black against the world number, I don't know, 4 or 5, wherever Maxim. Fabiano is still trying, but the further away you have to go with your king and knight, the smaller your chances should be.
Yeah, but this knight on c5 is good,
Okay.
because it can get to dc, it can get to e4, I mean,
You can put it wherever you want.
and
It
the
does
point
not
is
matter.
that the best is not to threaten anything, just some ghost threats, yeah?
Even this.
Yeah, and then you move again,
Congratulations.
king d1.
I'm leaving.
You're leaving, yeah. But then at some point, something will happen that the rook goes back to g6. It looks like your king runs out, but in fact it runs out, but almost ends after a few moves again back on the other side. And they actually
It might
say
run
that,
out.
yeah, but that they say that practically it's always better to have the king on d1 than on a4 on h4.
Yeah,
because
it's very uncomfortable to be
Yes.
on the A file or H file. I agree.
yeah, basically it's the same.
Obviously, but we're more used to.
Yeah,
this
much more, and
view.
it's also in front of you. You feel what's happening, not from the
On the
some
side,
side
I
effect.
can't calculate. Yeah. No, it's strange, but
Yeah, exactly.
For the
That's
brain,
why
it's
you
very
can
strange.
you can start to try to force the king there.
not so easy to force it there. Rook d8 check played by Monsieur Bluebaum, and yeah, the sequence.
Somehow I
Has
feel like the
appeared.
body language of Fabiano indicates that he already doesn't really believe in his trying.
Of course, it's a dead draw, and he's playing a strong grandmaster. It's not like
Yeah, of
he'll
course,
get
yeah.
that many chances here.
No, but when it started, then you still felt kind of like
Might have to.
he's
run
trying
Mr.
to,
Preciso,
yeah.
yeah.
yeah, but by now it's clear that White has the clear setup and he's not.
Once the king is out of the corner, there's really not much to do.
Aha, rook g6, you see?
Hey.
I told you this rook g6 is the move.
Even if I go back,
Yeah, but I have this knight d6 possibility at some point. I don't say that it's anything, but you see how Fabio also thinks. I mean, this rook g6 is kind of the the only way to continue, because it's nothing, of course, but that's how top players' minds work. You really have to. You can't just agree to a draw till you did not try rook g6. You feel like you are obliged to do this. And then with knight on d6, you take away the e8 squares from the rook, things like this.
it's nice. You're piece up. You can take away a lot of squares. I promise you can't win. I'm curious though, if king d1 or king b3. I think I'd go king d1 just to be stubborn.
No, but I really like Fabiano's strategy, because he is leaning back on the chair, like signaling, yeah, I have given up hope. You have done it perfectly, so we are just about to sign the score sheet, but maybe has no intentions whatsoever to do that yet. He's
King
just,
b3.
you see, and the king is already running to that side. So now king d3, then knight d6, and then
Beautiful.
you are
And we can try to push him to this file.
push him to a4, yeah.
That draw.
Yeah, of course, but this is what chess is about.
No,
You
it's
try
not.
to create. No, I mean in
Rook
this
knight versus
position
rook,
already.
there's nothing to do. You
Yeah,
can
there is nothing
make
to
a
do,
draw,
but-
or you can make another 10 moves.
You are still trying to get water out of a stone, yeah.
Good luck.
Good night and good luck, yeah. That used to be our motto with Arshak in Linares. In 2003, I remember that whenever before the night, then Arshak was saying that, okay, good night and good luck. And then suddenly this movie appeared few moves later.
Ah, it's true. Arshak probably said it before the movie.
Yeah, exactly. He said it clearly before.
George Clooney stole it from Arshak.
Yeah, exactly. And then we were completely shocked that good night, good luck appeared. Ah, knight d6. There you go.
King b4. King d4. King b3. Good luck.
And good night. Yeah. But I love this knight on d6.
It's beautiful.
Just beautiful.
Rook h8.
You see already forcing
Drama.
to switch sides.
Yeah. Now rook b6 check.
And we are heading to
Ooh.
that position. And the king on the side. But okay, probably Matthias just wants to signal that I'm not impressed. I mean,
Okay.
we had it on d1, I'm gonna be on a4. It's the same position, same method.
Can you claim a draw if it's the same position?
No. No, definitely not. But that would be cool, no? You just turn the board and look, it's like this.
Threefold repetition.
I wonder what kind of board they are playing. You have the letters and the numbers on the boards or not? Because if not, then you can really just turn and claim. Yeah.
I guess they have the numbers and letters.
Yeah. But for example, at home, I prefer to work on a chessboard which doesn't have those letters.
Oh.
I mean, I want to have it clean.
So you know it without having the numbers and letters, you would know.
Yeah, because
the
otherwise
name
I
of
feel that
square?
it's childish. That's the point. Yeah, I always prefer to have it.
But a lot of
just-
amateur players,
just,
they need those to.
No,
check
here
the
I,
squares.
I understand, and it's not so easy to find chessboards without those numbers.
Oh, yeah.
So all kinds of finesses, you see.
Yeah.
So king is forced to.
Poor king is forced here. Now imagine. I'm predicting a draw within the next
When did they start?
12 minutes.
Hang on. When did they start? Move 55, yeah? So move 56 is the first.
Mhm.
So it goes till 106.
I'm not sure we'll go to 106.
Yeah, I'm
You
not
think
sure.
he's gonna force him or try to force him to the back rank? Not gonna be so easy.
And then have it upside down, yeah, the same position. Well, it would be great to have it in all four.
That'd be
I,
nice.
I remember that I was a big fan of Monopoly, and I was always trying to have all the railway stations, yeah? And those 4 railway stations were exactly like the D1 square all around, yeah?
I was always going for Park Avenue.
Ah, really, yeah? No, I thought Parker, and this is not cool.
No?
I mean, let's get the train station and cash in immediately, yeah?
Okay.
No long-term investment, so...
How do you feel about this move?
Stylish. Stylish.
Not so good, maybe.
Yeah. Not the best idea to be stylish here.
No, Mr.
Let's be
Bluebaum
effective,
is
yeah?
doing the correct thing. He's getting a lot of checks. And then he will run to the opposite side whenever he needs to. It's really not a lot to know about
Yeah, there's nothing.
Rook Knight. Just don't blunder your Rook or Mate in 2.
Yeah, because I think until you don't blunder mate in 2 or something
can
like
always
this, you
get out of
just
it.
can't
Yeah, yeah.
can't lose. Yeah,
It's
exactly.
no long-term trick.
Because with rook bishop against rook is sometimes the situation that actually there is already a theoretical win, but player still who doesn't
Yeah,
know
of
it,
course.
it's almost impossible to find in a practical game.
Yeah, all
With
this
little
weirdness
time-
with like, yeah, you have
Yeah,
to play
exactly.
some Rook G7 and then with some weird moves. I've studied it a couple of times, but I still don't think I would be able to do it. It's very hard to remember.
Very hard to remember, yeah.
But this one is not so hard.
This one is not hard at all.
Rook E4, is he showing off? I think he's showing
And
off.
rook d5, yeah.
Whoa, Rook E4 is a brazen move. Who would do that? Wow,
No, he didn't do rook e4.
why not?
He gave checks.
Oh,
Yeah, and rook c5 check, it's stalemate.
I thought he played Rook E4, that'd be cool.
No, rook d4 check.
Rook D4.
Yeah, king c5, rook d5.
So yeah, predicted right.
Yeah, within 12 minutes, yeah.
2 minutes was probably more like it. Yeah. This game is over. Fabiano won't be happy. That also means Levon Aronian wins the GRENKE Chess Classic 2017. Congratulations.
Yeah, congratulations
Dr.
to
Levon.
Levon, yeah.
Fabiano looks tired and unhappy.
Yeah, because imagine it would have been a real thrill also for him, for us, for all the spectators to witness such a game, which is
Yeah, that's a bit of a pity, of course. We don't get a fight for tournament victory in the last round. But credit to Levon, he scored 5 out of 6, and that's why we don't get a fight. Not so easy to score 5 out of 6 against such a field.
definitely.
We still get some exciting games, though. Who is Magnus playing last round?
Maxime.
White against
Yeah, so we had, actually we have these 2 heavyweight battles tomorrow.
and
and
Fabiano
also-
Levon.
Yeah, Fabiano Levon. And the big fight between the 2 German players.
We're tight on 1.5 out of 6, which
Yeah, Georg Mayer
sounds
versus...
bad, but probably it only means like -3 or 4 rating in such a field, right? I don't think it's such a terrible score. Maybe a little more, I'm not sure. But yeah, they're playing, and whoever loses would finish last.
Yeah, so many principal battles. Because also Hou Yifan Knightish, they are both 50%.
It's very principled.
Yeah, some bloody affairs still.
Yeah.
ahead.
The only question is if Fabiano, for example, if he's motivated. But normally with white he will play.
Yeah, he will definitely try. The question is if he might be able to get something out of the opening, because if he gets it, then
Yeah, of course.
then the tournament situation doesn't plays any role anymore.
That is true. So let's see if the players join us to explain in detail every single one of their 79 moves. And let's not forget, it's 79 moves, but 158 half moves. So either player can explain 79 of his moves.
Okay, it was a rather peaceful game, which finally turned into this 3 versus 2. Yeah, it didn't really look like this 3 versus 2 gonna happen, and then it happened, and here we have the players.
There we have the players Fabian Caruana and Matthias Bluebaum joining us after 79 moves. Oh, sorry, this is all my money. Thank you. So please explain every half move in great detail. Why did you choose this opening, Fabiano? Isn't the white very solid?
Yeah, I mean, Matthias usually plays e4. So I was sort of expecting that, and I thought it would be a game.
Yeah, okay, I guess you were quite prepared on e4 and didn't prepare this at all, so I expected you to play something completely different.
I mean, what you play is very solid.
I faced this against it's so embarrassing.
Because Energy took on d4.
Yeah, I took on d4 and played bishop d7. I got slightly worse, but more or less okay as well. But yeah, here I got a very comfortable position.
Yeah.
I think that, I mean, if white wants to try anything, it's probably knight d3 after knight d7, but then...
That's what we thought, but
then bishop d6, knight d2, and b5.
b5.
Yeah.
And probably after a4, it's going to turn into an equal position or something.
Yeah, should be.
Yeah, and then after bishop f3, take f6, I already thought I'm like maybe a bit more comfortable, although it's still equal. I mean, I decided I wanted to try to play this a bit and see if I got any chances.
You got some chances here.
No, I definitely did. I mean, maybe b takes a, maybe knight c3 first is just fine for white.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I was gonna take on a1 and try to play bishop. I know rook a1, I guess.
Yeah, well,
and play like maybe bishop b4 or something. Try to get knight c5. b3 is a bit vulnerable, so. I mean, somehow I have more space, so I'm at least getting the more comfortable side of equality in most lines. And then, yeah, after in this position, I started to feel like it was very dangerous after b c4, and yeah, take knight c3, rook c4.
Matthias, do you get annoyed at yourself in such situations? Like, why am I sitting here suffering?
I mean, should be, if I want to draw, it should be an easy draw out of the opening, and what I did was just completely ridiculous.
Yeah, because we felt like at the beginning you are like 1 or 2 tempi up, but once you enter the endgame, it turns out that black with the king on e7 has the 1 or 2 tempi extra. So
yeah, so I mean, I guess none of what we did was forced, but we got this position. I mean, I wanted to play rook c3 at first, but then after rook b3, I couldn't see anything.
Yeah, I wasn't completely sure.
I mean, I guess I should take and play king d5 and king e2.
Yeah, knight c5.
And maybe, yeah, knight c5, knight c4.
King c6.
Yeah, and knight d2.
Yeah, and then king b5, king b4. I was a bit worried that it's...
Yeah, the king...
I don't know, I just didn't like this at all.
Maybe it was also an option. I guess king d1 here, and then knight d3 is probably the only dangerous move. And then king e2, knight b2. Yeah, it could be very dangerous for white. Maybe this was better than what I went for. After knight c5, I thought it was unpleasant, but
yeah, of course, it's anyway unpleasant for me.
Sometimes it's hard to get better than 3 against 2. and not even a very good version in most cases. I mean, after e4, I mainly thought about king g1, and knight d3 I think is very strong.
Yeah, 93, and
This
somehow
is-
it's even
Yeah,
more
so
unpleasant than the
Caruana
version I got in the game. I think.
Yeah, this is much, because the rook has to go to, let's say,
Yeah.
b1 or a1 or whatever,
My knight
and
is
knight
completely
e4,
out
and
of
then
play.
the knight is trapped.
Yeah.
And I mean, white has a very hard time defending, so I'll just start pushing on the king side.
Yeah, this is.
And in the game, I guess it was what
Why did you allow h4?
I mean, after king
Can't you go
g6,
king g6, let's say?
yeah, but then rook e1, and I thought,
As this? I don't know anything. This is just a draw.
I think it isn't even too difficult to hold this.
Oh,
I mean, I want to keep rooks on. These with rooks on, there's chances.
But Matthias, you would exchange the rooks?
Probably. I mean, I wasn't completely sure because it was the 40th move and I would have to decide, but I had the feeling it should be a draw.
Because
after
that's
rook
like a
e1.
typical problem that
Yeah.
black is afraid of rook e1 and white is also not sure. If your opponent goes king g6, maybe that's what he is hoping for, but it's psychological moment. You know?
I don't know if I could have done something like a move earlier to try to avoid after knight. Knight f3, maybe king f4. I don't think it changes anything. After rook f1.
doesn't look bad.
And now knight. Well, I might just blunder something, so I'd rather not do this. Yeah. Anyway, I guess that it was more or less a draw, and then at some point I started to get chances later on
Yeah.
the end. Because I mean, I thought like king f2 after rook e1 is probably just a draw,
Yeah, probably. It's way easier.
and then rook e2, king f3 is a draw, and king f1 is a draw. And now h5, g3, king h3, rook h6. And then at some point I started to get optimistic, around after I played knight d1.
Yeah, after 91, somehow I couldn't find a clear plan.
Why not knight d5?
Knight d5, rook d3 is immediate draw.
Oh, is there some mates for me to
Yeah.
blunder again? Oh, yeah.
Well, knight f4 still doesn't blunder the mate, but
Yeah,
I have to
getting
take
there.
it.
Yeah. So- Oh, okay.
Yeah, and when I
Missed
saw
it.
knight d1, I was kind of happy that I kept the game going.
We thought checks, no?
Oh, okay, rook g3, king f5, rook f3, king g6. I'm not sure if it
And
helps
then
you.
g3. This was,
g3, yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
we thought this is the most systematic.
This might just be fine for white.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I'll play knight b2 and keep playing this position.
Sure.
But it's going to be a draw. Yeah, and then no, here I had to play knight c3.
No, after rook f8, I guess. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, after h4, rook f8, knight c3. I think that white already is.
You missed this g3 tactic? Or?
Yeah, I mean, I was spending all my time on knight c3. I couldn't find anything clear after knight d2.
Yeah, 92.
And rook e2, rook d8 is the only move. Knight e2, knight f3 wins.
Oh, sorry.
This is really embarrassing.
I missed this mate.
Yeah, this
Oh,
is
so
a
many mates.
really sneaky mate. But I can play like rook e2 after knight c3, after knight d2, and now rook d8 is forced because otherwise h3 wins. And yeah, and here my knight isn't. I mean, knight d1 I was trying, but then knight f1. Yeah, and now knight f2, rook d2, trades rooks again. But maybe I can play like knight c3, knight d2, and then some generic move. I mean, no, I sort of move previously. And it's gonna rook e7 or rook e6, and then try to get my knight to either f4 or g3 and play this position. It's still not. I don't think it's that draw.
easy.
At least I had to go for this, but I thought I'll wait. And now g3.
Yeah, this just forces the draw.
Yeah.
Right. So let's ask our question of the day. I like asking desert island questions. So you're on a desert island and you can bring all movies of one actor or actress, but only of that actor or actress. What's your choice? There are wrong answers.
There are wrong answers. Okay. Can you give me one wrong answer?
Earlier we had Jennifer Lawrence, which is very dumb because she only has like 10 movies.
Yeah, I'm trying to pick someone real. vast variety. I mean, I think if you go for like Marlon Brando or Al Pacino, you're pretty safe.
I had Al Pacino, so that's the correct answer. Marlon Brando, I guess that's also fair. Yeah.
I picked Robert De Niro.
Also safe. Yeah.
Matthias, who's your choice?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't care so much about actors actually when I watch movies. But
What genre then? Because Peter likes westerns, but I couldn't talk him into John Wayne.
okay, no westerns. I mean, some thrillers or fantasy sunk. Probably thriller. I don't know.
Are you one of these modern guys that don't watch movies but series only?
Yeah, I also watch series, but don't really know what kind of actors.
Okay, no movies for you. You have fun on that desert island. Thanks, guys, for joining, and best of luck for the last round. Bye. I believe that brings us to the end of today's coverage. Last round, as mentioned, some exciting matchups still, even though, of course, the tournament is decided. Levon Aronian is the winner. However, there are still questions to be answered, like, can Magnus Carlsen's hair day get any worse? Can Matthias Bluebaum avoid finishing last? Can Hou Yifan or Akai Naij finish with a plus score? How many WrestleMania results does Peter Leko know? Like, all these questions we will get into tomorrow.